and there's a lot of people right on the top as well. There's some windowed areas, and on top of that, a lot of people that have got a fantastic view. They're almost as high as the turret of the pavilion there at the far end of the ground. It's the MAR Galadari stand. He didn't play for Surrey, but he is a businessman and presumably financed the building of that stand at the far end of the ground. And it has increased the capacity. It means that we can have 15,000 people in today. Jimmy Anderson's alongside me. I don't know what it was like for you coming into the ground today, Jimmy, but it's a completely different feel today, going to any cricket match in the last year and a half, really, in England.
Yeah, absolutely. There was sort of that buzz that you would associate with a summer international. People outside the ground, big queues. Obviously, the queues were quite slow moving because of the protocols we've got to go through to get people into the ground, but it really does have that sort of buzz about an international game that we've not really had this for quite some time. One
thing I noticed at the toss, because it's played on the big screen here, those spectators who had made their way in by 12:30, when Eoin Morgan said England are going to bowl first, there was a bit of a groan discernible. Can you understand that?
Yeah, I can.
Because they wanted England to bat first, I think.
Well, of course, I think they feel the way the T20s and the first ODI went, Sri Lanka aren't showing the greatest amount of form, so they obviously want a longer game. They want to see England's batsmen get the 50 overs in, and there's no reason why we can't see that. I think Sri Lanka are trying their best to improve and put on a show as well. But there's also another groan for Chris Woakes not playing, the hero from Durham, getting 4 for 18 there. He's being rested here, but an opportunity for Tom Curran to play on his home ground.
Yeah, can you understand that? Chris Woakes rested. I mean, when the Test series comes around later in the year, you're going to have to back up on 2 days, aren't you? You know, bowl one day, you might have to bowl the next as well.
Yeah, I think it's a case of just building him up, keep resting him the odd game here and there, and then he'll play. I'm sure he'll play more and more cricket as the summer goes on. It's just a precaution. Still not played a huge amount of cricket this summer. So yeah, I think it's wise just to try and make sure he's not just him, but the rest of the bowling attack. You know, there is a lot of cricket to come in the summer. Eoin Morgan mentioned there the one-day internationals here, Pakistan, then the T20s against Pakistan, then the 100, and then the Test series against India. So there's so much cricket to come. It's wise to try and rest and rotate now.
Let's just emphasise that. There's another one-day international on Sunday in Bristol, and then a 3-match one-day international series against Pakistan, followed by a 3-match T20 series against Pakistan, and then the 100, and then the Test series against India. They really have shoehorned it all in to get all the matches played. Is an intense and long schedule over the next couple of months or so, ending up in the middle of September. After this series, Sri Lanka back home to play against India. Russell Arnold is watching on from a distance again. He can't be with us today, but he is watching on from a distance. So another 3 changes for Sri Lanka today. Russell, how do you evaluate those, with Fernando and Dhananjaya back to bolster the top order a bit?
Hi guys. Yes, I mean Sri Lanka have been pushed to a corner in terms of the personnel available and trying to find the best 11 for many reasons. But of course, Avishka, Fernando and Dhananjaya De Silva coming back in really does make the team look a lot different in terms of balance. Fernando has played some stellar innings at the top of the order. Dhananjaya De Silva, he's one of the most experienced lineup. So it does have a better feel, and I like the inclusion of Avishka, Asitha, Fernando towards the end. So if you look at out-and-out bowlers, Asitha also can get that ball to go through. He's not very tall, but stocky, skiddy type of bowler to support Binura, Fernando and Chameera. I think that's a great option. So the team on paper looks a lot better balanced and gives them proper options for this game. Now it's about execution and a few things. If they learn from the games before, maybe they can put some smiles on the Englishmen's faces by initially being competitive.
No Mendes, no Lakshan and no Jayawikrama today for Sri Lanka. They miss out. Well, there were moments, weren't there, in that match on Tuesday. I mean, it should have been 80 for 5 at one stage in the game, with England on the chase, looking for 181 to win, 186 to win, I should say.
Yeah, they picked up a wicket or two there. You never know what would have happened. But if you're really going to look at that game, it should have been at the batting and given the bowlers a lot more to defend. And I would look at Wanindu Hasaranga and the Kusal Perera partnership. It went brilliantly well. But at that stage, Hasaranga, he doesn't have the experience of building innings. He's always batted at 7 and 8 and he comes and plays the cameo. If he had changed gears, he took on Rashid, which was the correct thing. But then when the paces came on, he shouldn't have continued at that same rhythm. That might have given him more of an opportunity to score more runs and build that partnership. Kusal Perera was looking absolutely brilliant, the way he was handling things out there. So maybe that's the maturity these batsmen need to take the game deeper, and that might put the team in a better position. Fans back home, Simon, I'll tell you, not only the fans, I mean the team, everyone looks for positives, and the positive they've come up with is on the 1st of July, Sri Lanka have never lost an ODI that they've played, and that's about 5 they've won, beating England, I think, thrice. So there we have a positive.
They've never lost a one-day international on the 1st of July.
On the 1st of July.
There's a niche stat. I think that one was even beyond Zolt's, actually. I'm not sure he was poised with that one. Is there
We're
much
looking
belief?
for positives.
Yeah,
We're looking for positives. We got one.
Yeah, definitely. Is there much belief? Just finding the players are making their way out. Much, belief that they can turn it round against this, very good England side.
Yes. In the sense, at this stage, the feeling is that they can be party poopers. If someone goes off, and there are players who can go out and score big runs, it's Avishka, Fernando and Kusal Perera, if I name a couple in that team. So if they have a good day and runs on the board, you never know what can happen. That's what we are expecting. It's not a case of beating this England team because they're not going to fall over. They hardly make a mistake. So you have to try and trip them by being special. So a couple of them have that ability in them for sure.
Great, thanks very much, Russell. More from Russell during the day, watching on from a distance. The players are out. There are 2 umpires today, Messrs Bailey and Kettleborough. England out there in their light blue shirts and navy trousers, and Sri Lanka in their sort of dark blue with a bit of yellow on the sides and the yellow numbers as well. The weather is good. It is overcast at the moment, and a pleasantly warm day, and people are making their way into the seats. 15,000, so that's about half, because the capacity is up here now because of that new stand away to our left-hand side. As we look at it from the OCS stand, the Oval has really changed over the years, and the stand we're sitting in, of course, a magnificent building, and they're gradually changing the far end as well over time and trying to really increase the capacity. Unfortunately, the problem with spectators is they move behind the bowler's arm, so they've been told to sit down there at the far end. It's great to have them back. When we think of those matches last summer when there were no spectators at all, well, you played in it, Jimmy. I don't know what it was like. Was it hard to rouse yourself, or when the battle was on in the middle you could sort of focus? Or
yeah, it felt a bit soulless, a bit lonely out in the middle, definitely.
Although I suppose all your junior cricket, most club cricket is played like that, isn't it? So you are used to it, but you probably get used to the adrenaline rush of having the spectators there. Right, here is David Willey in his 51st one-day international, bowling the first ball to the right-handed Nissanka, who pushes forward and guides it away down towards that backward point region, where it's picked up by Billings, who brought off a magnificent run out to end the Sri Lanka's innings on Tuesday. Brilliant piece of fielding. It looked for all the world as if it was going to be a straightforward 2. Rushed in, picked it up and hurled the ball at the stumps and hit them directly from about 40 metres away. 2 slips are in, 3 saving 1 on the offside, 2 on the on, fine leg and third. And here is Willey bowling. That's guided away firmly this time by Nissanka, but straight to Jason Roy, who's fielding it backward point, and there is no run.
I think we've quite easy to overlook how well England have fielded in this series, just because it's quite easy to focus on how poor Sri Lanka have been, but you've got to give it to England. Even through the T20s and into this ODI series, their fielding has been so good, energetic, and that summed up by that one piece of fielding by Sam Billings, as you said.
Willey trots in and bowls, and Nissanka drives for 4. It's a lovely shot through extra cover, I mean, generally you get full value here at the Oval. Pitch is often good for a one-day international, and it will go quickly from left to right as we look at it as well, because there are pitches cut all the way to the boundary edge on the right-hand side, looking from the Vauxhall end. Slightly different away to the left, because there's a lot of pitches out there. There's a huge square here. Well, it's a massive oblong, really. But those pitches aren't cut. A lot are cut on that offside. Nissanka batting. It's sped away. Here is a Willey bowling, and Nissanka turns into the onside shout for leg before wicket. He really wants this. Oh, he's given him. He took a long time to make that decision, and then up went the finger. He came across his stumps, and it went into the onside off the pad, and it has been reviewed.
Director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. It's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please.
That's a vehement appeal from David Willey. Absolutely convinced this was out. Umpire took a long time to raise the finger. Seeing the replay now. Oh, it's an inside edge, isn't there?
Okay, just rock and roll that then, please, Mark.
I'd say
there's some bat involved. I just want to confirm that it is bat first. Can we have ultra edge one available, please?
It's a thick edge.
I mean, it went quite firmly out towards square leg.
Yeah, clear bat involved. We've got a spike with the ball next to the bat. Ready to go back on field to Richard. Richard, bat involved, reverse your decision. You're on camera now.
Yeah, it was Richard Kettleborough overturned in the first. That must have been a nice feeling actually for Nissanka, because he knew he'd nicked it.
Yeah.
So
reviewed it straight away, didn't he?
Yeah. And it went, out towards square leg. And often when that happens, you think, oh, there must have been some bat in it. Here's Willey bowling to Nissanka, who turns that away towards square leg firmly. Just bat involved this time. And Tom Curran charges in to pick up. Tom Curran standing next to Rob Bailey, who's the other umpire today. TV umpire Michael Goff, who had a very straightforward decision to make there. I mean, in a way, the TV umpire's job is quite straightforward. Apart from those tight run-outs and stumpings, that's when it becomes difficult, when you're looking for different angles. Willey trots in and bowls, and that's driven firmly. Nice looking shot, but half stopped by Willey in his follow through, and it goes up towards mid-on, and there's no run. So nice confident start from Nissanka. Hit one through extra cover for 4, and hit 2 or 3 others as well that were quite sweet off the bat, but only 4 off the first over.
Yeah, I like the look of Nissanka. I thought he didn't set the world alight at Durham, but he looked compact and organised. And that cover drive off David Willey was exquisite, and he held the pose as well, which is very frustrating as a bowler.
I was going to say, does it annoy you?
It does annoy me greatly, but when I watch him from here, it's absolutely fine. And when you time a ball like that, then you're allowed to hold it for a little bit.
It was a fine shot. Zoltz,
good morning.
to you.
Afternoon indeed. Nissanka's an interesting player for Sri Lanka, one of the young players they're pinning their hopes on. Made a debut century in the second innings of his first Test match against West Indies, 103. In a quite a difficult situation, Sri Lanka with a big first innings deficit managed to bat for a draw, and he's only the 4th Sri Lankan to have made a debut Test century after Samarawira Kaluwitharana and Brendan Karupu, who made a 13-hour 201 on debut in 1987.
Wow. Here is Sam Curran on his home ground bowling to Perera, who plays it defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. I mean, that's a long old innings, that. I mean, BJ Watling's 11-hour double 100 felt like a long time, but 13-hour double 100.
Yep, and he only played 3 more Test matches after that, so a bit harsh.
Well, yeah, it does seem, doesn't it? But there we go. Here is Curran then, in the watery afternoon sunshine now. Goes in past umpire Bailey, bowls to Perera, struck on the pad, check for LBW. This looks much closer, it is. Finger goes up for the second time. And I think England can be a bit more confident about that one being out. Curran absolutely convinced, but it has been reviewed. So we'll see. I mean, it's surely got to be more out than the first one, because the first one was a thick inside edge.
LBW.
Well, we'll see.
On-field decision is out. It's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please.
Which is quite a big moment, because Perera's a big player from at the top of the order. What's going to save him here? Let's have a look.
Okay, appears to be no bat involved. Can we confirm that with ultra edge, please?
There's no bat. I think the height is the only issue, but it's hit him on the back leg.
All the way through, please. The pad, past the bat, all the way through. Yeah, no bat involved, so ball tracking when available, please.
Here we go. Here's the ball tracking.
Coming up now. Pitching in line, impact in line. And it's hitting the wickets, Rob. So stay with your original decision of out. I'll let you know when you're on screen.
There we go. Lovely feeling for it's the Fink for a second time.
Yeah, 3 reds. It's always nice for an umpire knowing that you got it that spot on. And good bowling from Sanka. And it was a with the new ball, he normally tries to swing it away, shape it away from the left-hander, but that you could see the seam as it was coming down. It was sort of scrambled a little bit and just nipped back, beating the inside edge of Kusal Perera. Huge wicket though for England, and not the start Sri Lanka would have wanted.
Now that feels like a major blow for them. Kusal Perera, who was their leading scorer at Chesterley Street the other day at the Emirates Riverside, making 73, and he's got that aggression at the start as well. It gets them going. And we do feel he needs some runs on this oval pitch generally in one-dayers.
Yeah, he's the one that you think could take the attack to the England bowlers. Could really put pressure on. That's what he did at Durham. He put pressure on them. Anything slightly offline, he walloped through the offside. And he's got an array of shots that just makes you feel uncomfortable as a bowler bowling at him. But the rest of the Sri Lanka lineup felt a little bit just more orthodox and potentially easier to bowl at.
Yeah, Avishka Fernando is in at number 3, 19 one-day internationals, strike rate of 96, which is very impressive. But everything looked right about that Curran LBW. It was no surprise to see umpire Bailey raise the finger. Jimmy mentioned it. It did hit him on the back leg, and height was a possible issue, but it was low enough for Curran. He's one of those, I think he just knew it was out. He was a bit like Stuart Broad's about that celebration, off to celebrate almost. 2 slips in for the right-hander. Curran bowls, and that's eased away through extra cover for 2 runs. Tom Curran's after it. Sends in the return to Jonny Bairstow. England today with Jason Roy back in the side. So he made that magnificent 150 here against Sri Lanka. It was 162, and not his highest score in one-day cricket. Of course, that's amazing. I mean, 180. I mean, it's the MCG, mind you. Rohit Sharma 250s. It seems incredible when you think when the one-day cricket started, the idea that someone could do that. Curran bowls full. There's another shout for LBW, and it's another wicket. Finger raised by umpire Bailey, and it's been reviewed again.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. It's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please.
This was fuller from Curran. Did it pitch in line and straighten? Yeah, it pitched in line.
Okay, appears to be no bat involved. Confirm with Ultra Edge, please, Mark.
It's close to leg stump, this, isn't it? It's tight for leg stump. Umpire's call, sliding down. You might get away with this.
Now. Yeah, keep going all the way through. Okay, yeah, keep going all the way through the pad, please. Yeah, clear daylight between bat and ball. Ball tracking when available, please.
Avishka Fernando hoping here.
Ball tracking coming up now, Rob. Pitching in line, impact in line, hitting the wickets. So stay with your original decision of out, Rob. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen now, Rob. Signal now.
Well, there we go. Second wicket in the over, second LBW. Avishka Fernando thought that was missing leg stump. It was full from Curran, and he was quite a long way across, and it was hitting leg stump.
Yeah, he got in a bit of a tangle. He got his front leg right across the stumps, and then tried to sort of trying to hit the ball from there is difficult when it's swinging back in. So he's tried to play through the leg side, but can't access the ball because of that front leg planting across the stumps. But once it swings back, hits him on the back leg, and another good decision from Rob Bailey, actually.
Yeah.
You know, not easy those when you can't quite judge where leg stump is. But yeah, it was a pretty simple decision in the end, and Sri Lanka have now got no reviews left.
Yeah, and they're 6 for 2. Yeah. It was one of those actually that from a distance, the first one looked absolutely plumb. From a distance you think, he's giving that out. That one, I was slightly surprised to see the finger go up, because you thought, well, is it just a bit too leg-sideish? But he was across. Would England have reviewed it? They probably would, because umpires call, you keep your review. But anyway, it was smacking into leg stump, according to technology, and that's 2 out of 2 for Rob Bailey. He'll be feeling very good about life out there. Right, Dhananjaya de Silva, 49 one-day internationals, strike rate 76, is in number 4. Curran bowls to him, and that's full, and he drives and gets enough of the bat on it. Curran was looking for another LBW shout there. Ball went up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Willey and Curran opening the bowling for England. Results, 2 left-armers. How often does that happen? Has it happened a lot? I'm just trying to remember. Probably it's happened loads of times. But
I'll dig that out for you. Sam Curran is the first England opening bowler. I'll finish this stat after this ball.
Here is Curran from the Vauxhall end of the ground, past umpire Bailey, into bowl to De Silva. And De Silva strokes it away, straight to Billings in the covers. And there is no run. So that's the end of Curran's first over on his home ground. 2 wickets in his first over. Great start for him. And an excellent start for England. 6 for 2, Sri Lanka. Nissanka has 4. De Silva yet to score.
It's the first England opening bowler in a one-day international to take 2 wickets in his first over of the innings, opening the bowling, so as in over 1 or 2 of the innings, since Jimmy Anderson, Lords versus New Zealand in May 2013. Do you remember that game?
Nope.
So you didn't know that was coming. Do you remember it now he's mentioned it or not? No. Here's Willey bowling, and Sanka's forward, pushing that towards cover, and there's no run.
It might come to me, but I'm not getting it at the minute.
To be fair, when you've taken how many international wickets have you taken now? It's all those Test wickets. How many is it?
Well, it's over 900, isn't it?
I mean, that's not,
or around about 900 for the white ball.
We'll forgive you an over at Lords 8 years ago.
Thank you.
It's a lot of batsmen on their way. In goes Willey, bowls to Nissanka and plays to cover, straight at Billings in blue boots there. And Moeen's got his blue boots on as well at second slip. The rest, I'm just looking around the ground, they're all white booted.
It was Luke Ronke caught Swan for a 3rd ball duck. Kane Williamson caught behind by Butler for a 2nd ball duck. So New Zealand were 1 for 2 in the first over.
Sri Lanka 6 for 2 here after England won the toss and put Sri Lanka into bat again, as they did at Riverside on Tuesday. And so far, similar sort of story. Willey bowls, and that's forced away off the back foot by Nissanka towards Billings, who's on the edge of the circle at cover. That was an optical illusion, actually, that one. I thought that was... Did you think that? That he edged that to slip?
Yeah.
It was really weird. For a moment, I'm glad it wasn't just me. The way he played it, in our angle of where we're watching from, it looked as though that was going to slip, but it went out to cover. I know that seems a strange thing to say. Willey turns inside the circle at the far end. Sun getting brighter now. Into bowl to the right-handed Nissanka, who covers up on the front foot, plays defensively to Moeen Ali, who's come out from one of those slip positions. He's out short extra now.
I think, if we're looking for positives for Sri Lanka, it looks an absolute belting pitch. There's just a bit of swing there at the minute they've got to try and combat. If they can get through this, both Willey and Curran bowling very well, so if they can get through this opening spell from them, there are runs to be had here, I think. It's just a case of trying to get through this tricky period.
Willey bowls down the leg side. There's a bonus there for Sri Lanka. It's a wide. As Nissanka tried to flick it away off his hip. A cursory attempt, really, at hitting the ball. Happy to take the wide, taken by Bairstow. Away to his left-hand side. 6 for 2, Sri Lanka. Now they go home and play India, or a version of India. That's sort of split their teams up a bit for that tour, the Indians. Willey bowls outside the off stump, and a cut shot that goes down to Rashid, who's fielding on the deep 3rd boundary. Goes down quite fine in front of the OCS stand. 1 run to Nissanka. He goes to 5, and Sri Lanka are 8 for 2 in this 3rd over. And there's one more game in this series before they get home and play that series against India. Not much of a turnaround before they do, but there's a game on Sunday in Bristol. Let's hope the weather holds. I saw a few potential for a bit of rain around at the weekend. Unsettled was the verdict. The weather forecast I heard this morning. Bristol's had a bit of bad luck with weather and one-day internationals in recent years. Willey goes in now to bowl to Dhananjaya Silva, and that's a gorgeous shot, flicked away through mid-wicket. It's a long boundary out there. You can see an all-run 4 today. Is it going to stop just inside the rope? Yes, it is. Are they going to come back for 4? Well, I think they should have done. It's a long way out there as well. The throw took ages to get back. I reckon they could have run 4 there.
Yeah, easily. Nissanka wanted 4, but it was De Silva that turned him back. But I think just a sign of how good this pitch is. That was a length ball on middle stump, and he's clipped it beautifully through mid-wicket. Just timed it, didn't try and hit it too hard. So I think good signs for Sri Lanka. They'll know that if we can build a partnership, try and make the most of a good wicket.
Yeah.
But saying that, they'll know that they've got to try and get a big score on the ball, because on this England batting lineup on a good pitch could be pretty tasty.
Yeah, we've seen them come out here and destroy sides, both batting first and batting second. 11 for 2 after 3 overs. Sam Curran, 2 wickets in his first over, bowls outside the off stump. There's no shot from De Silva. Can you see anyone hitting a 6 out to deep mid-wicket today?
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past a few of the England lads, to be honest. Bairstow and Roy would be giving it a good go. I think they're not scared of any boundary size, to be honest.
It looks one of the biggest boundaries I've seen in this country today, out on the sort of deep mid-wicket area, when the bowling's from the pavilion end to a right-hander. And that they had the opportunity to run 4 there. There's Curran bowling, guided away down towards third man by De Silva. 1 more to the total. 12 for 2. There's an old-fashioned boundary, really. Okay, it's in a little bit off the advertising boards, but the pitch is over a bit to the right-hand side today. So it's a big ground, the Oval. There are acres out there. Definitely an all-run 4 is on today.
Is there a reason they don't have the old school just straight into the boundary boards anymore?
Yeah.
Health and safety?
Yeah. Because you're all diving on the rope, aren't you? And they want to prevent that happening. If you dive, you go into the board, and there's a potential for injury. Curran bowls. He's bowled him. He's got through Nissanka. That's 3 wickets for Sam Curran. That was a very full delivery. He drove over the top of it. And Sri Lanka are 12 for 3 in the 4th over. And Curran really is enjoying himself on his home ground.
Yeah, another good bit of bowling. Pitched up again from Sam Curran, looking for some swing. And finding some swing. Quite late back into the right-hander. Tried to drive it through, or straight, or the onside. But there's a gap between bat and pad that Sam Curran manages to find. It clips the pad onto the stumps.
Yeah, Sri Lanka in tatters again here. And those people who groaned at the toss when Owen Morgan said we were going to bowl, perhaps there was some justification. But Morgan was saying, well, look, we're out here to win the game. It's about being professionals. What we think is the way to go. And so that it's absolutely fine. It's not an exhibition match. You come out here to win. And win as comfortably as you can. About 12 for 3. They really have been set back here. But Curran is enjoying himself. No Wokes in the side today. Wokes with top order wickets the other day. And it's Sam Curran today. 12 for 3. And we're only in the 4th over. Where's Mickey Arthur? It's time to get the camera on Mickey, isn't it? Or they've got it on Tom Moody, who's the director of cricket.
Yeah, they just saw... they had it on Mickey a minute ago, and he was pacing round, walking back into the dressing room. So they have to settle for Tom Moody, who's looking pretty glum outside the dressing room.
Well, that's a big job ahead for Tom Moody and the coach as well. But we have seen a lot of Mickey Arthur muttering away and pointing and being generally unhappy. He does give quite a lot away with his body language. So 12 for 3, And Asalanka, he was down to come at number 7. He's up to 5, so he's gone 3 to 5. The left-hander playing his second one-day international, and he's forward there to Curran, playing it up towards Willey, who's fielding at mid-off, and there's no run. Asalanka, he won't be the first. He isn't the first, and he won't be the last, but he got a duck in his one-day international debut. David Willey dismissed him. Asalanka caught at slip. So looking for his first run in one-day international cricket. 3 slips in for Curran, looking for wicket number 4. Bowls to Asalanka, and Asalanka is forward, playing it carefully back down the pitch. It's picked up by Curran, and there's no run. So what's the approach now? I mean, if you're 12 for 3, you've still got a bit of time to get in here, haven't you? Rather than play lots of shots, or do you counter-attack?
Well, I mean, maybe if you'd have played 100 ODIs, you might feel confident enough to counter-attack, but on your second game, you've got to try and get yourself in.
Yeah, Curran bowls to him, and he cuts and misses at that one. Well, you can see why he played the shot, but there's extra bounce here at the Oval. Very nearly undid him. He was looking for the point boundary. Through to Bairstow, and Curran has bowled 2 overs and taken 3 for 3, and Sri Lanka are 12 for 3. More from you, Jimmy, and then it will be Charles Dagnall.
Yeah, Sri Lanka in real trouble. It's been good bowling from the 2 England left-armers to start, but some poor shots, you'd have to say, as well. Just shot selection more than anything, picking the wrong ball to go after, especially when there's some swing around with these 2 new white balls. So it's just a rebuilding exercise now for these two, the Silva and Asalanka. You'll have to try and consolidate, get through this tricky opening partnership.
Well, afternoon, Jim. Afternoon, Andy, and afternoon, everybody. What a start for England as Willey continues from the pavilion end, bowling and beats outside the off stump, just past the outside edge of Dhananjaya de Silva, and goes through to wicketkeeper Bairstow. A second slip in place. They just had 1 slip for Pathum Nissanka. I was just about to say, I'd like to see that second slip in just for the one that holds its line. There is movement out there in the air for the 2 left-arm bowlers, as the sun just pops behind a fairly light white blanket that's covering Southeast 11 at the moment. Here comes Willey again, bowls wide outside of the off stump. Dhananjaya drives, doesn't quite time it, and Billings does the cleaning up at extra cover. Well, Owen Morgan said that at the toss a stud goes into the surface, so if there was any moisture, that it might be there at the start of the game, but it's been through the air.
Yeah, it has been through the air, a little bit of swing. There might have been the odd one that seemed a little bit, but not exaggerated by any stretch. And it's been nice to see these 2 bowl with such control. They're not express pace, 80 miles an hour, both of them.
Willey approaches, is flicked off the knees of Dhananjaya, and it goes to Sam's brother Tom at mid-wicket.
Yeah, both of them at around 80 miles an hour, which obviously is not express, but they're bowling with the control and skill that's causing the batsmen problems. So it's been good to watch. A bit different, often we're after pace, and certainly in England's white ball side with Archer and Wood about, you normally expect a lot of pace.
2 slips with hands on knees as Willey approaches. Big appeal for LBW, and it's turned down by umpire Kettleborough. He had one in the first over from David Willey, which he gave out and then had a little inside edge, so it was overturned. Rob Bailey's had 2 relatively simple LBWs to give out. That one just pitching outside of the leg stump. And so England deciding not to review. Just a reminder, if you are just joining us, that Sri Lanka have used both of their reviews. They overturned, or they tried to overturn, the 2 LBWs given by Rob Bailey. And they were perfectly good decisions. They have none to play with. Willey again down the leg side, looking for that swing. He gets it, but signal wide by umpire Kettleborough, wearing a black wide-brimmed hat. In fact, all in black are both umpires. And lovely to see the Oval starting to fill up. Well, fill up as much as it's allowed to today. 14,000 expected today.
Yeah, if the ones that aren't in the ground need to hurry up at this rate.
Yeah, that they do. 13 for 3 as Willey comes in, bowls, and this has been lofted by Dhananjaya de Silva, and he just stands and admires the shot as he hits it straight back over the bowler's head and down to the boundary for 4 in the slot. But that's the kind of delivery that has been causing Sri Lanka problems this afternoon. 17 for 3.
Yeah, that's what these two England openers have been looking for, that shape back into the right-handed batsman, pitching it a bit fuller. But De Silva equal to that, and it's a lovely shot, lovely check drive straight down the ground. Not fussed about going aerial either at this stage. Quite happy to go over the top.
Mid-off and mid-on are up inside the circle. The infield closes as Willey approaches, and he's beaten outside the off-stump. No foot movement that time. Stuck in the crease was Dhananjaya de Silva, and it goes through to Jonny Bairstow and completes the 5th over. Sri Lanka 17 for 3 in the second Royal London one-day international. And 3 wickets to fall already for Sri Lanka. Kusal Perera, LBW Curran for a duck. Avishka Fernando, LBW to Sam Curran for 2. I should specify which Curran it is, as both are playing today, and Pathum Nissanka bowled by Sam Curran for 5. Don't forget, you can watch those wickets that have fallen on the BBC Sport website and app. Go to the text commentary and you'll find the video clips there. Curran, Sam is ready to go now with 3 slips, all with hands on knees as they wait for Curran, and it's a bouncer, and swaying out of the way is Asalanka, and it goes through to the keeper. A signal wide by umpire Rob Bailey. It was a very short bouncer, really lifted off the surface and went through to Jonny Bairstow around about head height. Andy, I'm sorry, I saw you poised and ready, and I denied you.
I've got a nice little Sam Curran stat for you, which could wait till after this ball.
I better have it now, as Curran flicks his heels away from us he goes, and defended resolutely by Asalanka, watchfully and carefully, just played into the mid-wicket region. 18 for 3.
In the 20 years that ball-by-ball data is available, Sam Curran's only the second England bowler to take 3 wickets inside the first 4 overs of a team inning. So his first 2 overs, Chris Woakes did it, opening the bowling against Pakistan at Headingley in the pre-World Cup series in 2019. And it's an unassisted top 3 dismissal.
Yeah.
2 LBWs and a bowled. Only 1 England bowler's ever done that in a one-day international before, which was John Snow against East Africa in the 1975 World Cup.
Sick beauty. Very good. Curran over the wicket and just gets wrapped on the thigh pad, does Asalanka, and it squirts out to Jason Roy, who's in the gully position. Does Rob Bailey not get an assist for giving 2 of the decisions?
I think he's supposed to be entirely neutral, isn't he?
Yeah.
Rather than an active participant.
I suppose so. Bowled well, really well. Just see a graphic on the screen to our left-hand side. 2.6 degrees of swing for Sam Curran. 1 degree for David Willey. Just has to swing enough as Curran bowls, and across his stumps goes Asalanka and works this, manoeuvres it through the leg side into space. And plays it nicely. Chase on for Mark Wood. And they come back and pick up 3. 21 for 3. Nicely played by Asalanka to get him off the mark.
I was just going to say about the field they had there for Asalanka. Reminded me a lot of a Brendan McCullum type field that you'd see with Trent Bolt bowling to a left-hander. He had 3 slips and a gully, and a cover point just in front of square, mid-off, and then 2 men on the leg side, mid-on, and fine leg. It's quite attacking. You don't often see that in one-day cricket, and obviously 20 for 3 you can afford to do that, but it did remind me a lot of a Brendan McCullum type field, and I know they're very close, Owen Morgan and him.
Curran bowls, and short of a length. On the back foot goes Dhananjaya and sort of wafts the batter net. He connects. It goes to Billings at extra cover. No, you're right. Not being afraid to attack, and it's weird, we're 6 overs into the power play and Sri Lanka are already rebuilding.
Yeah, it's it's just everything seems to go from bad to worse for them this tour. They've got a lot of rebuilding to do. It's just constant under pressure from these England bowlers.
Curran bowls, and defending is De Silva. One thing I've just noticed about Dhananjaya de Silva is that left leg. He's making sure that it goes down the line of leg stump, and even though that does show all 3 to the bowler, he's taking out the LBW option.
Yeah, you'll see a few guys do that, especially in one-day cricket. If there is some movement, trying to keep the left leg, the front leg out of the way of the stumps to just take out a dismissal and then back yourself if it is on the stumps to hit the ball.
Curran past umpire Bailey, slightly slower delivery, fancy, maybe just running the fingers over the side of it. Defending is Dhananjaya de Silva, and the right-hander just blocks it out into the offside, and that's the end of the over. 6 overs gone. Sri Lanka are 21 for 3. Here on Test Match Special on 5 Live Sports Extra, Radio 4 Longwave, and via the BBC Sounds app. Great to have your company on this Thursday afternoon, the 1st of July. Pinch and a punch with this magnificent new stand. First time international cricket's been played here for 22 months at the Oval. My, how we've missed it. And what a venue it is. Well, it's always been a great venue, but now with the new stand, the MAR Galadari stand, in the far corner where the Lock and Laker stands were replaced. 3-tiered it is. Very open stand. It's just a wonderful theatre here in South East London. Here comes Willey to continue, and covering up resolutely as Asalanka, just playing the ball back up the pitch. 2 slips, Ringfield in the offside, 3 fielders in there, backward point, cover mid-off. There's a mid-on, who's Mark Wood, and a mid-wicket, then third man, fine leg, and sliding in next to us. Good afternoon, Ebony Rain for Brent.
Good afternoon, Daggers. I agree with you about the ground.
You would?
Up there with, well, it is the best stadium in the world.
As Willie bowls, it's left alone outside of the off stump, and through it goes to Jonny Bairstow. The Maracanã Stadium in Brazil is just putting its hand up, and
average.
The Oval better, is it?
Average.
Okay.
Although you like your sports, don't you?
do
There's some
like
massive
sports
stadiums in the world. I've been talking recently about like NFL college stadiums, but I haven't gone into that much detail, but finding out like 100, 125,000,
Oh, yes,
all
there's
that
some
sort.
beauties. If you go, there's a website
This is
dedicated to the stadiums. As Willie bowls, it's defended by the left-handed Asalanka, and it goes to mid-wicket, and that is no run. Yes, it's called worldstadiums.com. Not massively
Not that you're a
original
geek,
title yet, but you can see, or I think these, it's one of these things, they connect. It's where sport happens, it's where drama happens, and the different types and styles that people come up with all have their own little... I mean, there's a few sort of stadium inner boxes now that you see are very similar to each other, as Willie bowls, and forward comes Asalanka in perfect defence out to Billings at extra cover. 21 for 3, 6.4 overs have been bowled. But also those stadiums of yesteryear. And I just like looking at them. Just thinking about the games that have been taken place there, and the triumphs and disasters and that sort of thing in the sporting world.
The drama.
Yeah, absolutely.
Andy's definitely got some stats, haven't you? Come on.
Got a list of the world's biggest stadiums.
Cricket
Oh,
or
can I
all?
guess? Here comes a short delivery, pulled away straight down the throat of mid-wicket. That is the easiest dismissal. It's a soft dismissal. It just came on to Asalanka a little bit too quickly. The splice of the bat, and it ballooned up to square leg. And David Willey finally has his first wicket. He's bowled very well in partnership with Sam Curran. And Asalanka departs. Sri Lanka really struggling. George Gardner is who took the catch. Not quite sure who is on for. It matters not. England take the wicket, and Sri Lanka 21 for 4.
Well, first of all, well done to David Willey, because just felt there he offered the change-up, whereas before he'd sort of been pitching it that back of a length or a little bit fuller. That was the one he dug in, and just surprised Asalanka. Also for Asalanka, he's had a torrid run, really. He didn't play in the first 3 games, then a duck, and now another low score. So it's really tough going. I feel for them.
It is. You know, England are a well-oiled machine. And even though you would argue that perhaps Sam Curran and David Willey are not their first choice opening bowlers, you can go through a variety of different bowlers who would be. You'd argue that Wokes, Archer, probably.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm missing anybody out, but that would be I would argue, your first choice one-day international bowler, and
then change up with Wood, who's going to charge in and keep you honest.
Stokes, and then Adil Rashid and Moeen Ali, or however England pick the side. But to be 4 down the depth that England that have underneath is arguably just as good as the first choice. It must be a very difficult decision when Eoin Morgan, but of course, the ball does swing a little bit more. These bowlers in particular do get the ball to swing, and they're always in the game.
They are, and also I think they've been smart. Sri Lanka haven't quite been up to handling it, even an extra bit of pace, and that was just dug in. And Willey's not rapid, but you can see he just rushed him there. He didn't see it coming. He didn't read the signals early enough. I feel for Mickey Arthur actually, because it's, as a coach, I can imagine you've said, right, next game, and it's not quite clicked yet.
Hasaranga, the new man at the crease, and the diminutive leg spinner drives to mid-on from a full-length delivery from David Willey. It's the end of the 7th over, and England well on top, 21 for 4. They are. Every time a wicket goes, the camera pans to Mickey Arthur to see his reaction, and he was just not even stony-faced. It was almost like there was no expression whatsoever, just open-mouthed slightly, just wondering what's going on before his eyes.
Well, I mean, as well, how much is that contract scenario as well got to sometimes do with players' morale, and everything might just be off. It might be one of those changing rooms. I don't know if you were in your career, but you sometimes have, it's bad in terms of the admin, it's bad in terms of, and everything just feels wrong, and then when you're losing...
Oh yeah, I've been in there.
Yeah. They're not their worst place to be, because when you lose, then it just kind of compounds the emotions and the feelings.
Curran will continue from our end, the Vauxhall end. He bowls back of the length, and chopping down on the ball is Dhananjaya de Silva. Goes out to backward point. Yeah, I was at Leicestershire when it was quite a sort of Neil Burns and Carl Crowe affair and what happened was they were released, but they thought they were guaranteed a contract. It actually went to court and it split the dressing room, and that's how the contracts now and players had to be assessed throughout the season as Curran bowls short of a length, turned round wristily down towards Adil Rashid at fine leg, and a single is picked up, 22 for 4. So yeah, you know how players before then players weren't assessed through the course of the season. They just sort of turned out to the chief executive office and he'd tell you whether you got a contract or not. But then it was assessments came into the county game because of what happened there. But being in the dressing room while that was all going on, they were teammates of mine, and some of the dressing room was with them and some was against them, and it does it. People say, oh, you shouldn't worry about it. It does take away from what's going on the field. And there might be a similar scenario with Sri Lanka. 2 slips wait as Curran bowls, and that's driven gloriously by Hasaranga. That was in the slot. There was a bit of width off it. It's a long boundary out there. It's going towards it, and it's just going to be kept inside. And Sri Lanka pick up 3. It is. Simon described it earlier. It's a vast boundary to our left-hand side as we look over from the Vauxhall end. 3 runs picked up, 25 for 4, and Hasaranga is off the mark in delightful fashion. But the pitch, as we are directly looking at the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion, the pitch is probably 5 over to the right-hand side as we look out towards the Archbishop Tennyson School as the bouncer is attempted and pulled away imperiously by Dhananjaya de Silva. Really in control of it, rolled his wrists over the ball, kept it down along the carpet all the way to the boundary, and a little bit of life for Sri Lanka. They're 29 for 4.
Well, I think they need this, a little bit of emotion here, in the sense that there's no point kind of rolling over and just England all over you. Maybe play a couple of shots, throw the England bowlers on the back foot. They'll have to think about changing their lines and length. So that was a shorter one, which he really dominated on that. Looked almost a shot in anger. Get on top of it.
He's a good player, Dhananjaya. Curran, his response is to bowl another short one and to get spanked again through the onside. And that really did sit up and ask to be walloped. And that's exactly what Dhananjaya de Silva did. This time a little bit straighter through the onside. He saw it early, and Sri Lanka 33 for 4.
Yeah, that's a sign of a good pull shot, isn't it? When you see it early and you've got plenty of time to get your hands in front, so you don't let it come to you and hit it, or you've got so much time and you almost whack it in front of the square leg fielder. Really well played.
That was a good-looking shot.
Just seen a fan. He's on his own in a sea of English fans, but he was just,
Sri Lankan
come
fan.
on, Sri Lanka.
Full kit on as Curran Slightly short of length, and Dhananjaya almost plays on. He defends and then scurries round the stumps to make sure that the ball doesn't cannon into them. And he would have been, and make sure he's not the 5th Sri Lankan wicket to fall. As it is, he remains. He's 17 from 19 deliveries. Really good over for Sri Lanka. But they are 33 for 4 and in trouble. 8 overs gone. More from you, Ebony Rain for Brent. And then for the first time today, it'll be Atif Nawaz.
Just wanted to continue that quick chat we were having on Stadium. I know you're gone, but I know Andy was going to give us some mammoth numbers.
Well, there was a new entry at number 1 this year when the new cricket stadium in Ahmedabad, the rebuilt stadium in Ahmedabad,
where the England boys played, right?
Yes, was opened, and the capacity magically jumped up to 132,000 on the morning that the first game was played, as David Willey coming in as Atif has plugged himself in.
Yes, indeed. David Willey in, full on driven into the mid-wicket region. They'll take the single, and they'll get back for 2 as well. Plenty of time. Good afternoon, everybody. How are you, Ebony? How are you, Andy?
Good, thanks. Just good. On the Narendra Modi Stadium, the capacity, which I think was down to be 111,000, and it went up to 132,000, making it the biggest stadium in the world, plus renamed after a politician, which isn't necessarily always a good sign for a sports stadium. Second on the list is the Runggrado 1st of May Stadium in Pyongyang, North Korea, if we can trust the stats on that.
As another full ball's been driven uppishly to mid-off and just dropped short, and nearly a 5th wicket there for Sri Lanka. They're in all sorts of trouble. I can confirm, Andy Zaltzman, that is a real place. There was an event there in the mid-90s called Collision in Korea, which was attended by 250,000 people over the course of 2 days. So
it's real.
It's real.
Oh, no, it's a real stadium, but whether we believe
the capacity,
the official 150,000 capacity or the estimated 114,000 capacity, we don't know. But the remainder of the top 10 are all American college stadiums.
Yeah, that's what someone said to me. That's baffling to think. College MCG must be close.
As in comes the bowler back down the leg side, and that will be given a wide. It is another run to the Sri Lankan total. 35 now. 36 in fact for 4. I don't know, a few people used to come and watch us play at college.
What were you playing?
Yeah, that's a good question.
MCG is pushing 100 though, isn't it? 100,000?
100,000 at the MCG.
Well, according to Wikipedia, the fount of all truth, 100,024 is the MCG capacity.
As in comes Willey once again, this time squares up the batsman, thick outside edge, just squirted down to deep third, and they'll take a single. Score moves on to 37 for 4 now after 8.3 overs. Sam Curran has torn through this top order of Sri Lanka, 4 wickets down at the moment, and really staring down the barrel of the small total there. But we do know Hasaranga has some batting credentials. An excellent knock from him in the previous game, got himself a 50. Dhananjaya Silva, obviously very experienced, 17 off 19 for him. Any more stadium chat, guys? Just checking in.
No, but I've got something on Sri Lanka's score at the fall of the 4th wicket.
Oh, okay. We'll look forward to hearing that. David Willey with a slip in place. In he comes, and he bowls back over the length. It's been played uppishly, but through the gap in the covers. Beautifully guided all the way along the ground for 4 runs as an appreciative oval crowd applauds that gorgeous shot. The score was on to 41 for 4.
Well, first of all, this is good from Sri Lanka. Play some shots. It's a good wicket. The ball's coming on. You don't want England to just tie you up.
They've nearly doubled the score with this partnership. They were 21 for 4, which is the lowest score that England have taken the 4th wicket in a one-day international. Just under 10 years since July 2011, when Sri Lanka were 20 for 4 at Trent Bridge.
Wow. It's always poor Sri Lanka, isn't it? In comes David Willey, this time down the leg side. And again, this will be given a wide. Just losing their rhythm a little bit here, England, with the ball. And I mean, still very, very much in control at 42 for 4. But yeah.
What did they rally to in that game?
They were 174 all out, and England won by 10 wickets. But the Sri Lankan top order was rather stronger on paper. Joe Warner out for 9, Dilshan for 0, Chandimal for 0, and then Tilina Kandambi followed. So Sangakkara made 75, batting at 4. Rather stronger lineup in this one.
In comes David Willey outside the off stump, and the ball nearly takes a bottom edge as it goes through to the keeper. Attempted cut shot, really elaborate looking shot there from De Silva. Didn't get a hold of it, or didn't get anything on it, fortunately for him, and it went through to the keeper for no run. He's not going he's not going to leave any questions unanswered here, is he? He's really going after it.
Yeah, but I kind of like that because you got two options, right? When you're under the pump, you either sort of just try and dig in, but then you can often just find yourself getting out, almost going into your shell. Or the other is a good wicket. Do you know what? Get your hands through if you force the England bowlers to have to do something different.
As Willey in now this time, again on that leg stump line, a bit shorter and worked off the hips by De Silva into the square leg region for a single. 9 overs gone now in the Sri Lanka innings, 43 for 4. Yes, Ebs, as you're saying, it's counter-attack is sometimes a good way to go to get some runs on the board. You know, you look at that, you think, well, we can think about playing out 50 overs, or we can think about getting runs any way we can.
Yeah, and I think this is where, I mean, look, good batters know that there's certain shots which are fine. You know, you don't have to over-manufacture, charge down and overcook the pudding. But equally, if it's which it's showing, a very true bounce, it's coming on nicely. If there's a little bit of width or a little bit of length in the ball, get your hands through it. So I like what he's done. A couple of boundaries back-to-back, forced, you know, Sam Curran. It's forced potentially a bowling change. Maybe they might have bowled in one more.
Yeah, but for the very first time today, Tom Curran is getting a start today. Is going to replace his brother from this side of the oval. He's having a good chat with Eoin Morgan. He's taking his time just settling him in. He's gone for the headband look. Very popular headbands these days. Did you ever sport a headband?
I had more of a bandana under the helmet.
Nice.
Yeah. I think this is a leftover from COVID, though, isn't there? There's a few players who've gone for the long Colin de Grandhomme in the New Zealand series.
They quite like the look.
Yeah.
They've settled into it. Maybe a bit of superstition going on as well. Now then, Tom Curran coming in. He's got a slip in place. Fine leg is up. He bowls. Good length outside the off stump. Just pushed to backward point for no run by De Silva. De Silva looking good so far. He's got 22 of 23. Played some extravagant shots, but they've been effective. He's got a good record as well as De Silva. Certainly in the context of the Sri Lankan team, which is massively weakened. He's actually one of their more accomplished players. 48 one-day internationals for him. Averaging 26, 6 one-day international 50s to his name as well. So it's not quite done and dusted yet for England. They've still got some work to do to get through this Sri Lankan lineup. As in comes Tom Curran, short this time. Just bunted into the ground by De Silva. There is no run. You get the feeling, Ebbs, that they're just taking a little look at him right now.
Yeah. Look, I think it's one of those. I don't think they should over-manufacture. They shouldn't try and force. A couple of balls just to sort of line up, see how he's bowling. So far he's just sort of couple on that off-stump line, but if he falls off length a little bit, he can capitalise. They know these conditions very well, these two as well. You know, Sam Curran, Tom Curran, both Surrey players. You know, they'll be very well drilled at performing on this ground. They know how to take wickets.
Absolutely. So De Silva awaits. Tom Curran runs in and bowls. A short ball has been pulled nicely by De Silva into the gap at mid-wicket. Goes for another boundary. De Silva's racing here. 26 off 25, as we suggested. Taking a little look at Tom Curran, and the third ball was the one where he decided to go. 47 for 4.
Yeah, he hasn't quite got into gear yet. Just looking at his pace, he's been sort of 80 miles an hour. Often you see him more 82, 83, 84. So just had plenty of time really to sit up, and on this wicket it's one to get your hands through. This is good from Sri Lanka though. Nice little period here, forcing England to think.
As Tom Curran comes in once again and bowls a full ball. This time it's just been pushed to backward point for no run. Score remains 47 for 4. Yeah, I mean, De Silva kind of is an extraordinary figure in sort of Sri Lankan cricket as well. I mean, in 2016 he looked like he was going to be the next big thing of Sri Lankan cricket. He's another one of these guys who came through under 19s, Sri Lanka A, and then they made it to the main team. And he had a good season for the Jaffna Stallions as well earlier this year. But I remember reading about him in 2016. I just looked it up before this game. I'll tell you a bit about him after this ball from Tom Curran. Full this time and driven straight, but only as far as mid-off. And there is no run. 47 for 4. Yeah, so he topped the batting charts in the Super T20 Provincial Tournament, which is like the precursor to the LPL in Sri Lanka. And that was the year that his team, the Tamil Union, won their first class tournament campaign in 55 years. And he was the star of that, averaging 54. It was first class cricket, but he was averaging 54 in that. And he scored just shy of 1,000 runs in the tournament. As Tom Curran comes in, this time guided off the back foot nicely by De Silva, but there is a short third in place, so there is no run. And that completes the 10th over. Sri Lanka are 47 for 4. As we're talking about De Silva and his, kind of stilted career, because he didn't quite manage to translate that form from first-class cricket to Test cricket, although he does have a decent average, averaging 38 in Test cricket, is also a good cricketer.
Well, in the last couple of years, he's been very successful in Test cricket. His last 10 Tests, 3 centuries, 3 other half centuries, and an average of 61. He missed Sri Lanka's series with England earlier in the year. Also, Karunaratne, their captain, was also missing from that series, so the batting was significantly weak, and he's been one of their most consistent Test players, although not played a great deal of one-day cricket and mostly batting down the order, so this is a rare chance for him to bat higher up.
Yeah, absolutely. There are resources there for Sri Lanka. I think a lot's been made of how much weaker their team is for the 3 players that have had to miss out because of the Bible infraction, but there are some players there who've got a lot of talent. Not everybody gets an international cap for giggles, do they?
I think Hasaranga, if I was him as a player, I said this the other game, I would be thinking, this is my window to get my number up on the card.
Yes.
So, everyone would see him as a number 7, a bit of a swashbuckling kind of middle-lower order.
Yes.
Got a nice half century. If he backs this up while the team are up against it, all of a sudden you go to the coach and go, well, look, come on.
There, look at me. I got some runs.
Got some runs.
I got some wickets. Give me a go.
Put me up there. Put me up one more.
Well, there's a double change for England now. Tom Curran replaced Sam Curran, and replacing David Willey will be the very exciting Mark Wood, who's coming in. He's got to slip in place as well as he comes in to bowl to Hasaranga, this time on a leg stump line, just pushed into the leg side, and there is no run. Starting quickly already, Mark Wood. Keeps everybody. It's one of those bowlers that keeps you glancing at the speed gun, isn't he? You always want to know how quick. 86 miles an hour, that first one.
He's clicking into the gears.
He's just warming up. It's quite scary, isn't it? 86 miles an hour as a warm-up.
He must look forward to bowling here.
The oval, absolutely, on this kind of wicket. Absolutely gorgeous. You can see that. It's so nice to see all these fans as well. Everybody enjoying, the live crowd enjoying the occasion. It's a wonderful atmosphere, that wonderful hum in the background as well. As in comes Mark Wood, full, and this time just driven on the front foot by Hasaranga for no run. I had a chance to go onto the MAR Galadari stand as well last night. Yeah, it was a...
was the event?
Yes, yeah, we had a lovely event at sunset with Kumar Sangakkara.
Just your mate?
Just my... Well,
just drop that.
Well, I'd had a chance to interview him. It was a lovely occasion, but it was just a beautiful way to kind of inaugurate almost that building, because it is one of the most extraordinary views from a cricket ground that I've ever seen, to be fair. And we get to see some nice ones here on TMS. In comes Mark Wood now, short outside the off stump, some guided off the back foot to deep third for a single by Hasaranga. He's moves on to 7 of 8 deliveries. De Silva going at 26 of 28. Yeah, I don't think they'll be too worried about the scoring rates, but as I say, it's a beautiful vantage point, and over the last year we spent quite a lot of time here at the Oval for various cricket matches, and it's just watching it in development to see it finally kind of standing on its own. It's quite a pleasure.
It's really cool. So the Jam Britain room, which was only named a couple of years ago, they've opened that room of the sort of side of the traditional pavilion into the new stand, so it kind of connects, the doors connect, and create a really nice open way.
As Mark Wood comes in again, he bowls a good length ball defended by De Silva into the onside, and there is no run.
So you get that feel I was just up there before the game today. You kind of get the feel of walking from the classic, the pavilion with the old school, not old school, but the heritage and the culture, and then you kind of gradually get taken into a bit of modernness, and it's kind of a really nice flow.
It's quite like Art Deco style, isn't it? There's lots of white walls and plainness. I imagine eventually they're going to decorate them with loads of portraits and honours and all that kind of stuff that you see in these buildings. But it looked like an art gallery yesterday when I walked in. It was quite bizarre, but very, very nice. As in comes Mark Wood, the ball's been pushed into the offside, and there is no run. I didn't announce the fact that I was a lifelong Middlesex fan when I was there.
Yeah,
but,
please don't.
I just thought I thought I'd save that for later. It was great fun though. Yeah. It was an aid of the Surrey Cricket Foundation. Great organisation.
Awesome. Not much movement out here for Mark Wood, by the way. Just he's slowly cranking up his pace. Whereas I suppose the others with the new ball, we saw a bit of seam, a swing, early on.
Curran.
At the moment, haven't seen much for Mark Wood yet, so Just wonder if he might just adjust his length a fraction.
Yes, and he bustles now. And he bowls a full ball. This has been driven beautifully by De Silva. That is as good an off drive as you'll ever see, all the way along the ground. Applause from this 14,000 strong crowd here in South London. They enjoyed that, and it was a very enjoyable shot. 52 for 4 now. Sri Lanka 50 comes up after 11 overs. And mounting something of a mini resistance here, as we've had an email from Simon in Market Harborough. He says, I've never contacted TMS before, but felt I just had to vent my frustration. We hear it said many times that sport is in the entertainment business, and believe me, I fully understand all the arguments that need to be considered where professional sport is concerned, but I just can't help thinking that once again the paying public are being grossly shortchanged. We know for a fact that sadly the Sri Lankan team are woefully affected to the point of not being able to offer England a sustained challenge. Why on earth are England opting to bowl first again and again? There's more to come, and I'll give you the rest of that email after this first delivery from Tom Curran, as he comes in and bowls a ball that's been pushed to backward point, and there is no run. Right? As Simon continues, he says, surely it would make sense for all involved during this series for England to opt to bat first, whatever the conditions. I mean, come on. The result is virtually a foregone conclusion, but it would mean the batsmen could go out and get precious time in the middle. The bowlers would still get their challenge in the following run chase. And yes, the paying public would enjoy a full day's entertainment. Has it not already been a frustrating last 18 months for the spectator? I'm sorry, but I really do think they've got this wrong. Thoughts from both of you in a moment, as Wood comes in again, this time pushed to point. And again, there's no run. Score is 52 for 4. Has Simon got a point, Ebbs?
He has a point. He has a point from the entertainment perspective. I would say, as a player, as Owen Morgan say, I'm being honest, I would think turn the screw. That would be my thought as a player. We're out here to win. We don't want to dilly-dally. We just want to get out there, beat them, be clinical, be ruthless, show everybody in the world we mean business. So I'd say that's point one. Sure.
As Tom Curran comes in again, and short outside the off-stump stand, push just wide of the fielder at point, and they will be able to take a single. Hasaranga on to 8, Sri Lanka 53 for 4.
What I would say, though, is it's been hard over the last 18 months.
Yeah.
More so than any other time in the world for sports fans who, luckily the game's continued, but not had live sport, haven't had the energy and the atmosphere, all of this sort of stuff. And, if you're thinking I might be losing, shortchanged here, it's going to hurt. What do you think?
I have complicated views on this as well, Abs, and I shall share them with you in a moment, as Tom Curran's getting ready to run in for his next delivery, and he bowls, and again this time just pushed into the offside. He thought about a single and turned back. I remember last summer I had a chance to commentate on Test match for the very first time. You were the first person I commentated with as well, so air high fives. But I remember much of the first Test match that I commentated on was derailed by rain in Southampton. There were sort of 3 days of that were put off by rain and bad light, and the umpires made some kind of marginal calls on what constituted good conditions, what constituted dangerous conditions, and whether it was too wet and too damp and all. I remember in the background there was all this chat about Jimmy Anderson's 600th wicket, as in comes Curran again, defended on the front foot for no run. And I was bitterly disappointed, just on a personal level, that so much of it was called off when it was so marginal. And the umpires were well within their rights, don't get me wrong, because they had to make a decision based on many factors, and you decide which one's more appropriate based on that scenario. But as a fan, I was thinking, like everybody in the world, there was no other cricket on. Everybody in the world, every cricket fan wants to watch this. Do you have a sense of responsibility to provide them with something? As in comes Mark Wood, thick outside edge, goes down to deep third for a single, another single for De Silva. I completely understand that the umpires have this responsibility to the player's safety as well, and but it didn't feel dangerous. I mean, you were steaming in at me on the concourse. I remember we played, and Andy Zaltzman carried his bat as he always does, and it didn't seem super dangerous. I don't know, just a perspective. Anyway, thank you for your email, Simon. As Dhananjaya De Silva, he's moved on to 1,000 one-day international runs with that guide down to third man, and only done it in his 49th match. So congratulations to Dhananjaya De Silva. Excellent achievement.
There's so many things. Go on, Andy.
Well, an aspect of why England might be wanting to chase is their recent form, chasing targets in the sort of 200s. And since the start of 2019, they've had 6 games, so they've had to chase such a target.
As Yeah, we're just going to have a little changeover. There's a new bowler just marking out his run-up. Sorry, Andy, do continue. You're going to be joined in a minute by Simon Mann.
6 times they've chased between, 225 and 299. They've lost 4 and tied 1, which was the World Cup final, which they very nearly messed up and had only 1 victory. So it might be that Morgan is wanting to get his team more practice at chasing targets. That's been one of the few vulnerabilities in this one-day side, as Mark Wood comes charging in from the pavilion end. Simon Mann struggling with the kit again, and he bowls, and it's short, and Dhananjaya goes back and defends back up the pitch. There is no run, and Simon Mann has mastered
Andy.
the plug-in.
This is the 4th time in the last 2 one-day internationals that
you failed to plug your headphones in time.
absolutely. I let you finish.
Only 4.
Let you finish off the joke. Yeah, we will have to take our different headsets and with COVID reasons. Sometimes they don't always go in the slot as well as you'd like them to. That's a metaphor for life in general, probably. 154 for 4, 13th over. Here's De Silva on strike. He's played really well so far. Wood bowls, he pulls it, doesn't really time it. He's dribbling out towards wide mid-on. And here is Rashid picking it up and sending the return into Bairstow. That's something of a recovery from Sri Lanka. And they're dreadful for them at one stage. 55 for 4 is the score.
Yeah, I think the ball stopped swinging as well now. Sam and Curran, David Willey were pitching the ball up, getting the ball to talk early on, whereas now actually you can just see the conditions have changed a fraction because of the ball.
Wood steaming in to bowl, and Hasaranga opens the face, runs it down to third, deep third, and it's Sam Curran down there who picked up 3 early wickets. Field sends in the return, 56 for 4 in the 13th over. Hasaranga 9. Dhananjaya De Silva 32. He's played several fine shots so far. De Silva, of course, he needs more than several. Needs bucket loads of them, really. You feel you're going to need a big score on this pitch. It's a good-looking surface. Dhananjaya De Silva 32 not out from 36 balls. He waits to see Mark Wood coming in to bowl to him, and he drives for it. It's a magnificent shot. He's hit that back past Wood and to the right of the mid-off fielder Willey as Willey looks at it, and it's gone up to the long-off boundary before. The timing off the bat there from De Silva, that was a fine stroke, it really was. It's been excellent batting from him. I mean, he's playing one game and everyone else has been playing another so far. Beautiful shot. Jimmy Anderson's here.
Yeah, you're right about the wicket. It looks fantastic. Once that initial swing with a new ball went, batsmen getting real value for the shots.
Wood bowls, dabbed away. That's a nice shot as well. It's gone very quickly down towards the fine third boundary. Curran dives away to his left and stops it. It's a very good piece of fielding from Curran, with the proviso that his foot didn't touch the rope as he was in contact with the ball. I think are they checking or not? They're happy with that. Really good piece of fielding. It went so quickly down towards the boundary. Let's have a look. Curran sort of tumbled over. He had the ball in his left hand. Does he touch the rope before he releases it? I think that's okay. Yeah, just checking. I think it's okay though. The sort of athleticism that all the quick bowlers have to pull off these days. It's non-negotiable. I think he's got rid of it just in time. Tumbling save away to his left. Still waiting. Yeah, just trying to find the right angle. Is his bottom foot, did it make contact?
Yeah, I think he's fine. Yeah, it's a good bit of fielding.
Yeah. On we go. 62 for 4, so just 2 runs there. Wood goes wide of the crease. De Silva flicks it into the onside towards mid-wicket. And there is no run. It's the end of the over. Wood's been steaming in, but the ball has been going firmly off the middle of the bat as well. He hasn't got the ball to move, Wood. It's been about pace so far. 13 overs gone, 62 for 4. De Silva 38. And Hasaranga has 9. Good moment for George Garton slipping onto the field to get that catch to dismiss Asalanka off the bowling of Willey. It's 3 for Curran, 1 for Willey so far.
Yeah, good start by England. Sri Lanka just getting themselves back into the game now. De Silva's playing particularly well, showing just what a good pitch it is. Playing shots all around the ground, some lovely pull shots. Not much for short on here.
No, they've been dispatched, haven't they? Especially against the fast medium bowlers. Here's Tom Curran going into bowl to Hasaranga. That's short. Well, ducks underneath it, doesn't take it on. Through to Bairstow. It's a lovely sound from the crowd today. It's a lovely hum you get with a decent crowd in. It's something we've missed. Oh, there was a crowd around 7,000 at Durham the other day, which is nice to have, but we're at least double that today here at the Oval. And it's Curran from the Vauxhall end. Past umpire Bailey to bowl to the right-handed Hasaranga, who nudges it away towards mid-wicket. And there is no run. 14th over. 62 for 4. Dhananjaya Silva, I got a recollection of him. He played in that. I mean, it's not that long ago in terms of matches. Anyway, in terms of time, it's a little while back. It's before the last World Cup that he played in Sri Lanka's biggest ever victory against England, and England's heaviest defeat in one-day international cricket on the chase. Of course, you can say 10 wickets is a heavy defeat, but that they were batting second. Forward goes Hasaranga, plays that quietly up towards mid-on, and there's no run. I reckon they lost by something like 220 runs in Colombo at the end of the series, just before the World Cup, when they went to Sri Lanka, and I think just before, it was in the lead up to the World Cup, and I reckon he played in that match. But I think a few filled their boots in that game.
Yes, Sri Lanka 366 for 6.
This is Curran going into bowl to Hasaranga, and Hasaranga opens the face, runs it away into the offside, backward square. It's stopped before it can go outside the circle, so there's no run. 62 for 4.
Dhananjaya Silva came in at number 7, made 19 not outs. Their top 4, Dickwella, Samara, Wickrama, Chandimal and Mendes, all made half centuries. None of them are playing in this match. England in reply 132 for 9 after rain.
And what was the winning margin?
Was 219 runs by the Duckworth-Lewis method.
And that is some shellacking, that, isn't it? Here is the ball on leg stump, turned away by Hasaranga down towards fine leg, and it's picked up by Rashid, who bowls it in. Almost if he's warming his arm up for the bowling to come. 63 for 4. Hasaranga to 10. And you wouldn't expect a side as dominant as England to lose by that many. But anyway, they put it right on Tuesday. They had lost the previous 2 one-day internationals to Sri Lanka. A heavy defeat, and then the victory in the World Cup. England holding sway here. Curran goes in and bowls, dabbed away by De Silva, again looking for that third man area. But it's stopped before it can go down there. Is it Roy away to his left-hand side? Yeah, Jason Roy. Just narrowing that angle there. End of the over. Quite over from Tom Curran. Not much happening for the bowler, but on target. And Sri Lanka nudging it around. 63 for 4 out of 14 overs.
Yeah, it just seems like the frenetic start. After the frenetic start, it's settled down a little bit. Pitch looks good, as we've mentioned. Both these players looking to just knock it around and then put the bad ball away if they get one. There's been a couple of sort of, I'd say, more dragged down sort of long hops than actually attempted bounces that he's put away through the leg side. The actual bouncer that he meant there, Tom Curran last over, went through quite nicely, head height, and ducked under it. So pretty nice sort of getting back into the game here from Sri Lanka.
Wood charging in, begins a new over, and hurries Hasaranga a touch there. He plays in defence up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Just in terms of playing at the Oval in one-day cricket, this is the second highest scoring ground in England, or England and Wales, behind Trent Bridge in terms of runs per over. What sort of scores have we had here of late, Andy? You tend to think about going to the Oval, playing a one-day match, it being a very high-scoring game, and this pitch does look good. And Sri Lanka, at the moment, heading to be well under par. 15th over, already 4 wickets down. Wood goes in, bowls wide of the crease, and a flinching guided stroke there from Hasaranga, looking to play that behind square on the offside, but hit it straight at Roy. Again, he's in that channel there. And we're going to get a change in the field as a result of that. We're going to get 2 players behind square inside the circle on the offside. The mid-wicket has come out and Root's come over. So we've got a backward point and sort of almost like a deepish gully. Whether that's for to stop the run down, but you might get a catch there if he played the ball that was short outside the off stump and miscued it, especially off the bowling of Wood. Hasaranga waits, Wood goes wide of the crease, and that's dropped by Bairstow, but a really difficult chance. It flew through. Bairstow away to his right, got one hand on it, could not hold on, and Hasaranga escapes. It was a difficult chance. Having changed the field, it was the sort of dismissal that perhaps Morgan had in mind there with those 2 players behind square on the offside. It rose, he fenced at it. It was a brilliant save from Bairstow in goalkeeping terms, tipping it around the post, but not quite what you want from your wicketkeeper.
No, and a reaction you wouldn't see from many other fast bowlers there. Mark Wood actually clapping Jonny Bairstow's attempt there, saying it was a good effort. I wouldn't be doing that. Don't catch me doing that at all.
64 for 4. Wood goes in, bowls short ball, pulled away after a fashion by De Silva, didn't get hold of that, and the throw comes into the non-strikers end just to keep the batsman honest there as he was sauntering to the far end.
It's a brilliant bit of bowling that, though, to create that chance, and good captaincy, because he's with those 2 men at behind point on the offside, he's having to then try and run that down finer than them, and that has just meant that he gets the edge on a soaring bouncer. It really did rear up at him, caught the sort of shoulder of the bat.
65 for 4. Hasaranga waits for Wood. Wood goes into bowl to him, and he forces that away, but to one of those fielders behind square on the offside, Root, who stops it. So degree of difficulty on the Bairstow catch. You're not having it as a clapping the keeper for stopping it. It's a drop catch in your book.
Well, the way I see it is, like, it looks like a good attempt and it is a difficult chance, but if I'm a keeper, I think I'd be disappointed if I drop that. He got a good piece of it. It's not too high above his head,
and he got a glove on.
He got a good glove on it. Yeah. So I think he'd be disappointed, but Mark Wood doesn't seem too fussed.
Last ball of the 15th over. Wood goes in and bowls to Hasaranga, who lets it go, and it's taken by Bairstow, and that is the end of the over. And drinks have been summoned onto the field, so the ground staff come out with their various paraphernalia to remark the creases. Now we can all take a deep breath. There's been lots of action in the opening hour and 10 minutes. 65 for 4. Let's dial up Russell Arnold and get Russell's take on what he's seen so far. So Sri Lanka struggling, but the counter-attack has come, Russell.
Yes, they're fighting back. It's been a wonderful partnership. Hasaranga, actually, this is kind of the best we're seeing him bat in terms of application. Otherwise, it's always cameos, looking to hit boundaries, but forced to bat up the order. He's actually showing some resolve. So it's about being clever. Dhananjaya De Silva looking very, very good, and looks like he has time against this quicker English bowlers. So there is some hope, but again, like in the first ODI, now that they're starting to breathe again, this partnership is really crucial to take them deep. The spin, I reckon, is something they'll have to look at and try and take them on and keep working the seamers, because the moment Hasaranga goes, again, it opens up one end and the pressure will be on Dhananjaya De Silva. So just looking forward to seeing something different from the first ODI, in where a partnership becomes a real big one.
For listeners who don't know much about, or might not know much about Dhananjaya De Silva, tell us a bit more about him, fill in some of the blanks.
Well, Dhananjaya De Silva been around for a while. He features in Sri Lanka's cricket in all 3 formats. He's a batsman who bowls a bit some weird off spin, which you might see later, which is hard to pick, but primarily in Test cricket, bats at 6. He's got a few hundreds and very good runs at that. He's one of those who seems to have a lot of time when you look at all the Sri Lankan batsmen who are out there. And today he's coming back from injury. He's showing a lot of solidity and options as well. He's playing the pull shot. He drove Mark Wood down the ground, and he's been a treat to watch. So I mentioned Hasaranga. best we've seen him in terms of application, but this is also some of the best batting I'm seeing from Dhananjaya De Silva in terms of stroke play.
Yeah, he's played several fine strokes so far. So you're talking about him being a 6. Is he ultimately, can he get up to 4 where he's batting today? I mean, it's a bit of must-needs today because Sri Lanka are missing so many in the top order.
If he continues like this, they definitely should push him up. He grew up as a top-order batsman. He's opened the batting as a youngster. It's just to fit into the Sri Lankan team that he had to bat lower down, because as you know, there are a lot of opening batsmen. So from 1 to 5, batsmen who like to hit the new ball, who like to bat with the field up. So that's been a problem for Sri Lanka, and that's resulted in De Silva being used down. But this type of form, if he can continue it, yeah, he definitely will stay at 3 or 4.
And from what you've seen of the pitch so far, Russell, what do Sri Lanka need to aim at if they possibly can?
275 is a number that I would think of. The Oval, it's a very good pitch usually, and it does look like that. The first few wickets that fell was just due to some quality swing bowling, and when you get that type of delivery up front, it's sometimes hard for a batsman as soon as you come in, but that's no excuse. They were soft dismissals though. But 275, and this partnership needs to get them there. Hasaranga, once again, he's got to make sure he's there till about the 40th over.
Well, at the moment there's 65 for 4. Thanks, Russell. Players regrouping after the drinks break, or spreading out after the drinks break, and it's going to be Curran to continue. 65 for 4, 15 overs bowled, with De Silva on 39. One of the scoreboards, one of the lights on the numbers are broken, so it's not easy to tell how many De Silva's got. If you're sitting on one side of the ground looking across, it's hard to work out, but it's 39. Here is Curran bowling. Oh, that's an extravagant stroke right after the drinks break from De Silva, giving himself some room, hitting it away into the offside, over the infield. It goes skewing out towards Billings, who's fielding. He's very much on his own out there at deep cover, acres of territory to patrol. He's more than capable of that, as we saw the other day in Durham. 66 for 4.
You're asking about average scores batting first at the Oval in recent one-day internationals, and it has been a very productive ground for batting teams.
This is Curran to bowl to Hasaranga, who's there on 11. 66 for 4. He plays defensively, and there's no run.
This is the 17th one-day international since 2015, that year when England's one-day cricket radically changed and became this formidably destructive attacking batting unit. And of the previous 16 games, discounting one that was rained off after 19 overs, the team batting first has reached 300 on 10 out of 15 occasions. There was also a 299 for 6 by South Africa in the Champions Trophy in 2017. 6 scores over 330. So yeah, it has been a very batting-friendly ground. So
Russell might be a bit under then when he's saying 275, but it's a long way off at the moment. Curran bowls, played into the offside towards backward point by Hasaranga, and there's no run. Sri Lanka chased over 300 to win here as well, didn't they? Champions Trophy, they made 320, I think, to beat, was it India in that match? A bit of an upset.
Yes, India 321 for 6 in that game. And Sri Lanka won. In fact, 4 of the totals over 300 have ended in defeat for the team batting first.
Some feeling, have you ever quite got enough here? 66 for 4, 21 for 4 it was though when Asalanka was out. Here's Curran bowling, and forward goes Hasaranga towards cover, and there's no run. So Russell's gone for 275. Jimmy, what are you going for? The need to hold England?
Well, I know Andy's just said that what the scores are like, and I just remember playing here, anything under 300 batting first you'd be disappointed with. So I think they need to get 300 plus to have any chance. I think this England side would look at this pitch and think it's an absolute bat in heaven, so they'll be looking forward to it.
Curran bowls full, turned away into the onside towards mid-on. They're off a quick single shot at the stumps, the striker's end, and if that had been a direct hit, then the non-striker running to the striker's end might have been in trouble there. He actually collided with Bairstow, who was trying to take the ball. It was Willey who was onto it. Perhaps the stumps were obscured by the batsman running perfectly legitimately down the right side of the pitch as we look at it. But Bairstow looks to have hurt himself here, so I think we're going to get another delay. He might have got the... Yeah, what did he get in the end? Actually, I think it was the ball on the end of his glove, wasn't it? Because the batter running through tumbled over the top of him, dived over the top of him, but he would have been out by a long way if the throw had hit the stumps.
Yeah, it's really poor running. He's ball watching all the way rather than getting his head down and trying to sprint and get in. He's actually watching what Sam Curran's doing with the ball and how he's fielding it. So he would have been out with a direct hit.
Yeah.
And it has, it's hit him on the hand. Can't really tell where, but he's showing his hand to the physio and getting some treatment on that.
Yeah, from a distance it looked like a collision between batter running to the other end and Bairstow, but it was the ball on the end of the glove, and then he hurdled him, Dhananjaya de Silva. And okay, there might have been a bit of bat, but that hit the helmet. But anyway, Bairstow's getting some treatment out there, and I think it's actually a good time to change while there's a natural break in the game. So 67 for 4. We're in the 16th over, 1 ball left. De Silva has 40, Hasaranga has 12. A bit more from you, Jimmy, and then it will be Charles Dagnall.
Yeah, just watching the physio have a look at Jonny Bairstow's hand here. He's got well taped up fingers, so it must have hit an area that's not been taped up. Just watching it again, it's hit him on the left thumb, so it does look quite sore. And he needs some treatment on that. He looks in a bit of pain here, actually. He's on all fours and still receiving treatment, but he does look in a bit of discomfort.
Yeah, he does. And Hasaranga actually did really well to avoid Jonny Bairstow. The two were coming together at great pace, and no yellow card, no contact. But
he did well to avoid him because he was coming off second best as well.
Absolutely. You're
Jonny
backing
Bairstow.
Bairstow.
Yeah.
Yes. Quite broad of shoulder, and Hasaranga more diminutive, and yes, with Bairstow sort of rugby background as well. Wasn't back, but he's getting taped up at the moment. The one saving grace for England, I suppose, is that Sam Billings is in the side and can take the gloves, but Bairstow made of stern stuff, and just get a bit of tape on there, shake it off and carry on, I'm sure. So 67 for 4, and this is a good recovery from Sri Lanka, considering they lost their first 4 wickets in fairly quick succession. Sam Curran doing most of the devastation. First wickets fall when the score was just 4. Kusal Perera, LBW to Curran, as was Avishka Fernando for 2, and then it was 6 for 2. Pathum Nissanka was bowled by Sam Curran for 5, one just swinging in, and there's a gap between bat and pad, 12 for 3, and then Charith Asalanka caught by George Garton, another left-arm seamer, off the bowling of a different left-arm seamer, David Willey, for 3, and that's when it was 21 for 4. But since then, Dhananjaya de Silva has played some handsome-looking shots, forcefully pulling anything short, and some glorious-looking extra cover drives as well. He's played very nicely in this recovery. Hasaranga has kept him company as well. 12 off 26, Hasaranga, but it's Dhananjaya de Silva on strike. Bairstow has recovered and is ready to go again as Curran finishes off his over, runs away from us and wrapped on the pad, half an appeal, just stunted by Tom Curran, as perhaps height an issue and maybe just nipping back and sliding over the top of leg stump. So the over is complete, 67 for 4, and Sri Lanka doing nicely here. 20 minutes past 2 on Thursday afternoon. George Garton's an interesting one. Been brought in, watched a little bit of him playing for Sussex, and he really is having a good season. He looked in, he bowled very intelligently. I watched him in a blast game against Hampshire down at Hove, and when he first came onto the scene, bowled real raw pace, slingy, skiddy type of left arm pace. He's just cut that down ever so far. He's still got it in the locker, but he's just changed it up and become a really intelligent cricketer. Love him down at Sussex. I'm pleased he got the call up. I think he's earned it. He's bowled really well, especially in limited overs cricket, and his batting's come on too. Still got to wait for his opportunity as Wood sets off from the pavilion end, bowls, and defending is Hasaranga resolutely and just plays it out into the offside.
He was on a tour to Australia, I think the last Ashes tour actually. George Garton was in and around the squad for a bit, and yeah, he had good pace. Maybe it was his control that sort of could let him down at times, and it's not always the worst thing. I'm sure even you can gain some control just by nudging your pace down even a couple of miles an hour. So you'll still be getting them through at 85 miles an hour, I'm sure.
Absolutely. You still can have that 90 mile an hour one just in the pocket as Wood bowls wide at the crease. Short delivery, and that really climbs on Hasaranga. He plays it well, fending it off his chin and straight into the turf in front of him. Right on his tiptoes he was, but was well directed by Wood, who looks as though he's not really thought about his hair today.
Yeah, I thought that at Durham as well. No product in today from Mark Wood.
It looks
very
freshly
fluffy.
Washed.
Yeah, conditioned.
Yes.
Yeah.
But then just got out of bed look. Maybe that's the look he's going for.
Yeah.
But that is the look that he has achieved as he turns a little crescent at the top of his mark and sets off sprinting towards Hasaranga, who plays him with a beautiful straight bat, driving him straight past the bowler. The tumbling Wood couldn't stop it. There is a chase on in the deep. I think it's been saved by David Willey, and then Adil Rashid cleans up with the throw. Really excellent effort from David Willey, but a lovely looking drive from Hasaranga. Full face of the bat, a couple of runs onto the total.
Yeah, and straight after a really good bouncer as well from Mark Wood, pushing Hasaranga back, and he's bowled a couple at him actually, and he nicked one earlier that Jonny Bairstow dropped. But it's not always easy to, when you've faced a couple of bouncers like that do push you back and they're well directed, to actually, when you get a fuller ball, to get back into the ball, get your weight going into it. And he played that beautifully. Straight bat, real classical straight drive, wasn't it?
They're just checking to see if David Willey did nudge the boundary rope whilst he was flicking it back. I think he's done a good job. I think he's let go of the ball just in time before hitting the sponge, the Toblerone, whatever you want to call it. Other triangular chocolate is available. 69 for 4. It will just be a couple of runs, and Wood again past umpire Kettleborough, and onto the back foot goes Hasaranga, defending out into the offside. And that was the plan from Wood, isn't it? Those bouncer, fuller delivery, try and get him trapped on the crease.
Yeah, especially on a flat wicket like this. Not much movement now once that initial swing's gone, so he's going to have to, it's playing with his length that will bring the wickets. Trying to push him back, short ball, especially at 91 miles an hour, pushing him back, and then the odd fuller one trying to trap him on the crease.
And that one that he did nick, which really climbed Jonny Bairstow, excellent effort diving away to his right. That was 93. Wood again wide of the crease, another short delivery. That's a bit too short, and quite happy to sway out of the way as Hasaranga, and a little nod from Rob Bailey to Richard Kettleborough tells square leg to the standing umpire that it's a wide. So another one onto the total, 70 for 4 in this, the 17th over. England winning the toss, electing to bowl first. They still have the threat, and actually I'm just looking, yes, Adil Rashid just loosening up at mid-on. Where's Moeen? Oh, there he is, deep cover point in front of a cluster of supporters in green seats as Wood bowls, and almost chopping on is Hasaranga. In fact, it went squarer than I first thought, and Jason Roy trots in from backward point to do the fielding. And a good recovery. I love this new vista that we have here at the Oval. I mentioned about the Galadari stand over where the Lock and Laker was, the 3 tiers, which are very open. But then there's 2 sort of function rooms, a bit like the Point in Old Trafford. A little shorter.
Less red.
A lot less red, yes.
Yeah.
More cream. Yeah, that's 3 tiers as well. As Wood bowls a short delivery, and Hasaranga defends again. Right on his tiptoes, leaping to defend out into the offside, and it's a tidy over. How many off that one, please, Andy? 3 runs coming from that, including that lovely straight drive for 2, and Sri Lanka are 74 after 17 overs. Yes, much like the Point, there is that glass balcony in front where people can just take their drinks and have a lean over and watch the cricket. It must be a lovely, and all the top level is like one of those sort of beach bars that you see. And it's got a little terrace on the top. People go and grab their drinks and then watch the cricket from a great height. Almost must feel like you're on top of the ground when you're watching from up there. There are some fabulous places to view here at the Oval. Above here, the OCS stand, There's a great big sort of area, almost like the feel of a garden party where you can have your drinks and mill around and chat to people and take in a day's cricket.
So it's got that sort of setup where if the cricket's not great to watch, you're going to have a great day anyway, aren't you? Because it's just a nice setting to watch cricket, I think.
It's very relaxed. I love this ground.
Yeah.
Such a chilled out vibe at the Oval.
Agreed. Rashid into attack. This is going to be interesting because I think it is a good wicket. I'll be surprised if there's any or be much spin. What spinners do get here is bounce, though. So it might help Adil Rashid, but we did see Hasaranga at Durham. He played sensibly against the seamers, and then as soon as Rashid came on, he looked to be positive, looked to attack him.
Let's have a look.
Try and do it play the same way here.
Yeah, and let's have a look at the field to Hasaranga now. He's got a long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backwards square, and a long off now. Sam Billings in place at long off as Rashid twirls his arms, bowls down the leg side, and whipping off the bails is Jonny Bairstow. It's signalled wide by umpire Bailey, but that Jonny Bairstow wrist looks in pretty good order as those bails came off in a flash. 71 for 4. Rashid spins himself a catch, and England in their light blue one-day international tops. His first run off the bat gets turned by Dhananjaya de Silva down towards long leg, where Moeen Ali does the fielding. 72 for 4. Just the sleeves slightly rolled up, shoved up on Rashid, showing a touch of forearm. Big beard of his as he turns 95 on his back, close to the stumps, and again down the leg side. Radar a little awry as he's just getting used to things here, and it's signalled wide again by umpire Bailey.
The first wide brought the 50 partnership as well between these two. Brilliant recovery from these two.
Really is. Rashid once more, and that's the googly, and it wasn't really spotted but played well by Hasaranga off the pitch, but just turning it to mid-wicket where the captain Morgan is. Simon mentioned it before, but just this hum, the noise, traditional hum, how we've missed it as Rashid tosses one up to drive, and Hasaranga does so, but straight back to the bowler.
Certainly beats the echo of the bat on ball, doesn't it?
I mean, it really was so forceful. As soon as a crisp drive was struck, there's no plaudits for it at all as Rashid bowls, and forward in defence comes Hasaranga, covering up. Yeah, it was a bit soul-destroying. I imagine it would have been for you guys as well. You take a wicket and the only roar you hear is 11 of you.
Yeah, it was tough, but at least we got to play.
Yeah, absolutely. Be grateful for small mercies as Rashid tosses one up again. An orthodox leg spinner on a perfect length, but again it's nullified by Hasaranga out into the offside.
Yeah, they got the mid-off back and they kept him up for quite a while at Durham, and he exploited that, hit him over the top a couple of times, so they've learned a lesson there.
I like the way that Hasaranga plays. There's a bit of swagger in him as this has been worked through the leg side. Didn't exactly know where that was going. It skims across the burnt looking pitches, the brown pitches that are used for practice over on the far right hand side as we look out. A single to conclude the over, and Rashid 4 runs conceded from his first, and Sri Lanka 74 for 4, 18 overs gone. Here on Test Match Special, 5 Live Sports Extra, Radio 4 Longwave, BBC Sounds. Andy Saltzman, you're broadcasting on all 3.
The 50 partnership came from 10 overs and 1 ball. It's only the 3rd time in one-day internationals that Sri Lanka's 5th wicket have added 50 after they'd lost their first 4 wickets for 25 or less. An excellent recovery, Daggers.
It really is. Just had a little wave to the people through our window wearing England caps. I like it here. You've got a little window at the side of the box. You just peer out, and it opens as well, and people can peer in as well. Usually we close it around about 8 o'clock, something like that.
When it gets lively.
Yes.
We had champagne passed to us through that window during the World Cup.
We did indeed. In fact, I was on air broadcasting with champagne in hand. I didn't partake. I pretended I did. Ishiguro was there as well, amazed that she didn't have one passed to her. She was gutted. That is living it up, isn't it? Bit of shampoo. whilst you're commentating. Now, Sam Curran's back into the attack. This time from the pavilion end, his left arm over, and first delivery is on a good length, on around middle and leg. And it's played by Hasaranga up the pitch. Yes, I'm just saying to James, I like Hasaranga. He's got a bit of moxie. Something about him, a bit of swagger. When he bowls, obviously a very fine bowler. That diamond in the ear, bleached blonde hair.
The shoes.
Plays with a smile on his face, always like that. There's Curran. Bowls a short delivery, pulled away by Hasaranga into a vast acreage of the oval, and it should just have enough to get it to the boundary, and it does. It sat up. It was almost like he was waiting for it, and he swats it away baseball style over deep mid-wicket, and it's going to bring him 4 runs, and this Sri Lankan recovery continues. 78 for 4.
Really quick hands. It actually got quite high up on him, but he kind of just found a way to almost swat it. A little bit almost, I don't know, tennis, kind of just how you can get on top of the bounce. Good shot.
Perfect time for that. It's Southwest 19, just up the road as Curran bowls, and forward comes Hasaranga, just tentatively, not much foot movement, but watchfully plays it out into the offside.
You going, Daggers?
No.
Oh.
I don't get invited to things. You do. I bet you've been invited, haven't you?
Might be there.
Oh, really? How long has it taken for you to drop that one in? I bet you've been
Just saying,
bursting.
it might be happening. I don't know. I might be there.
Court 17.
Yeah. That's the only option I was offered.
As Curran bowls, and that's driven back towards the bowler by Hasaranga. There is no run. It remains 78 for 4. So when are you going? Come on.
Should I put that out there in public?
Yes.
Okay. Tomorrow.
You're going tomorrow, are you?
Yeah.
And you're on centre. Let's. Are you in the box?
I'm not in any sort of box. So I mean, I wish, but I am on the
centre.
court, which helps if it rains because we know what it's like in.
Well, you get
England.
to sing with Cliff, don't you? As Curran bowls, and this has been driven beautifully by Hasaranga through the extra cover region. It was in the air for a little bit of time, and I thought that Eoin Morgan might be in the game on that short extra cover catching position, but it was timed so sweetly by Hasaranga, and it brings him 4 more runs, and Sri Lanka 82 for 4. And this pitch may be flattening out, the ball not doing as much, and Sri Lanka now starting to exert a little bit of control. Curran, his response as Hasaranga waits with even balance, gets driven again smartly, but Moeen Ali is on the deep cover boundary, and there's just a single. He moves to 24, 84 for 4.
Just going back to that shot, you're right about the conditions. The swing's not there. It was always a good pitch, true bounce. I think once you get set, it looks like the sort of wicket actually. You could score
End of the
some
over,
runs.
by the way, 19 gone, 83 for 4.
Yeah, so it's just a nice shot from Hasaranga, who's actually been quite patient. He's done a good job hanging in there.
Yeah, they've driven superbly. I mean, the oval is a great pitch for batting, as we know. Bowlers like it because it carries through. There's a bit of pace in it for them, but you drop short and you'll pay if you don't get things just right. Rashid will continue. So you weren't invited. You actually what did you bought? You bought tickets, or you had them bought for you? Come on, Ebony.
No, I
spill
got
the
invited.
beans. As Rashid continues, driven very nicely by Hasaranga down the ground to Sam Billings, who hairs in from long off to do the fielding. Single taken, 84 for 4 it is now.
It's just an offer, just nice.
Who offered?
I'm not going to go into those details because then they might get a call from everyone. Can I get some? I'm just going to make the most. I'll send you some pictures.
I shall look forward to that as Rashid bowls, and it's just defended out into the offside by Dhananjaya de Silva. Oh no, I look forward to sitting at home on my sofa, just receiving text messages from you.
I'll make a couple of voice notes as well.
This is where I am and you're not. Rashid tosses one up, driven hard by De Silva down the ground. Again, Billings it is, with a single, 85 for 4.
Dhananjaya de Silva had only faced 5 balls in the last 6 overs before those 2 he faced there, so whether that disrupts his rhythm or not, we shall see.
He's 42 from 46, Dhananjaya. Hasaranga 25 from 44. They came together when it was 21 for 4. Excellent rebuild as Rashid bowls, and just leaning back and playing it out into the offside is Hasaranga. There was 1 or 2 yelps as it was played it quite late. I think he's trying to read him off the pitch here rather than out of the hand.
Very nice bowling, Rash.
Just judging by the way he's playing it. Joe Root is the test captain on the deep cover boundary. Rashid once more. Air given, lovely lofted extra cover drive, and Billings almost anticipated the shot from long off and wasn't far away as he's quick across the turf. Probably bounced 3 or 4 yards in front of him as Hasaranga might have had his heart in his mouth for a moment.
Not sure he's reading the drift as well. Rashid is getting a little bit into the batter first.
Single taken, 86 for 4, and this one hurries on, skids off the pitch and gets himself in a little bit of a mess, does Dhananjaya de Silva, and it clashes into the pad, and there is no run. So 86 for 4, 20 overs have been bowled. Hasaranga is 26, Dhananjaya de Silva 42, and it's time for a change here. Ebony Ray from Brent, some more from you, and then Atif Nawaz will be in.
Yeah, just adding on that. So I don't think he's reading there, that was De Silva, just the drift. Adil Rashid, that's why he's so good, can get that ball to drift in and then hit the surface and push away from the right-hand bat. And there he wasn't seeing it coming in and almost got himself into a little bit of a tangle and then tried to manufacture a shot. Just small margins. That will help their approach, but he's still there, which is key. It's a good surface. They're rebuilding.
Yes, they are, Ebony. Very, very well. They're rebuilding. 65-run partnership, I make it now, as the next ball's in. And it's Sam Curran who's come back into the attack. His first ball's been pushed to the covers for no run. Well, this is the ruthless Eoin Morgan captaincy that we talk about. Get the guy in that's taken 3 wickets. He'll get me a 4th or a 5th in this case. Yeah, I mean, it's been really admirable, this defence from Sri Lanka. We talked about it. The early part we saw together, it was that counter-attack, and, you can debate whether or not that's the right approach, but it seems to have been paying dividends for them since, as in comes Curran once more pushing the batsman to the crease, defends into the covers for no run. This counter-attack worked quite nicely. This whole phase has been a nice little sort of 13, 14 overs for Sri Lanka.
It really has. I think it started off actually with De Silva. He took about 3 pull shots on the go, just decided to take them on, didn't kind of get bullied almost. And from that, the ball conditions then started to change a little bit. Pitch then looked really flat, and they've just built nicely.
As in comes Sam Curran. Now this is a short ball, it's been pulled high up in the air. Will this be taken in the deep? Yes, it will. Sam Curran was brought on to get the 4th wicket by Eoin Morgan, and that's exactly what he has delivered. The short ball taken on by Hasaranga, and he's pulled out into the deep. An excellent catch taken by Joe Root, and England have Sri Lanka in all sorts of trouble. 86 for 5.
Well, this is the smart option. So the last time he bowled a load of short balls, it was to the shorter boundary when he was bowling from the other end. Now he's bowling from the pavilion, and it's such a deep boundary out there that you can bowl that slippery one because you have to perfectly connect to get it over the fielder. So in the end, that's landed with Sam Billings with maybe another 10 metres behind him. So smart, slippery, the surprise ball this time, and also the right end to do it.
Absolutely was indeed Sam Billings who took the catch, and Joe Root the first to congratulate the England players huddled up. That's the end of a very, very impressive partnership there for Sri Lanka. It kind of gave them hope for a good total. There's still a little bit of batting to come, but if anything, Ebony, it shows that the Sri Lankan players, there's still some fight there. They're not just going to roll over. They're not going to make this a complete walkover for England. They might not be the most competitive games, but they'll certainly have phases where they show their guile.
Well, look, it'll be a harder changing room to walk in when you're 21 for 4 and then all of a sudden you're 50 all out, versus it's a better conversation of going, right, look what we did when we rebuilt, what were the good things going on, and you can unpick that. And then let's say, Shanaka's already who's coming in now, has already made some runs in the early T20, so if he then extends and builds a partnership, all of a sudden the recovery, even if they don't win, there's something meaningful to reflect on. So it's important that, and also as a player, just personal pride, I think.
Yes.
You just don't want to be rolled over.
No.
And sometimes you I've been there where you go to your teammate at the other end and go, we don't know if we're going to win this, but let's go down with showing at least some sort of resistance.
Yes. Well, Dasun Shanaka has come out to join Dhananjaya de Silva. He's got a decent ODI record, 350s to his name already, as in comes Sam Curran, this time firmly behind that in defence is Shanaka. And there is no run. 86 for 5 now, Sri Lanka, after 20.4 overs. that little lull from an English perspective, I suppose it was a lull, but they've managed to break that phase, that ruthlessness of England we talked about. Eoin Morgan not letting anybody settle. He's not worried about giving bowlers specific amounts of it. He just brings in the man who he thinks is going to get him the wicket at that exact moment. That's what's one of the things that's made England so successful in this format. As in comes Sam Curran again, full ball this time, driven by Shanaka, but only as far as short extra cover, and there is no run. Yes, looked very, very solid England. Heads didn't drop at any point in that partnership. I mean, again, they're working from a pretty good platform, but even then, that kind of intensity was always there.
Yeah, and I think also what's good about this last wicket, when the conditions change, it's flattened out, there's no swing. You know, there are other ways to find a way to take wickets, and Sam Curran is very smart about how he extracted that last one.
There's Curran in once again, another length ball, this time defended once again. A bit of footwork from Sam Curran, 2 kick-ups, 3 kick-ups. And that's where the kick-up streak shall end. It's the end of the 21st over, 86 for 5. A big smile on the face of Sam Curran. And so there should be. 6 overs, 4 wickets, 28 runs. Superb a return from him so far. And England will be very, very pleased with the form he's showing. And his ultimate.
It's his best figures in one-day international cricket, 4 for 28. Previously only had 7 wickets in his 9 previous innings. 5 of them at Old Trafford in 2 innings, and only 2 in the other 7. That's just 2 wickets in his previous 4 one-day internationals before this one.
Terrific stuff. Now then, Adil Rashid back in, lots of flight given, turns into a low full toss in fact, and smashed down the ground to long on for a single.
I was just thinking ahead to the World T20. So obviously Eoin Morgan's already said he's using these games as more information. One player that in today, Tom Curran, I was looking, he hasn't played for a little bit. He hasn't played in this series, obviously played a bit in India. This was an opportunity for him to get his name in the hat, I think.
Yes.
Sam Curran's name's already in that, and I think
yeah.
his performance today has done that.
Yes, as in comes Adil Rashid, again played with soft hands into the covers, this time for a single, and Dasun Shanaka is off the mark.
Yeah,
His 4th delivery.
Just thinking ahead to that World T20, there's a few players knocking around that, even though England are looking well-oiled, if you're Liam Livingstone, if you're Moeen Ali, if you're Tom Curran right now, you're thinking, I want to be in that starting 11.
Yeah, you absolutely do. It's Rashid in once again, short this time and just pushed into the onside. They want a single, he turns back, nothing there. Dot ball. 88 for 5 is the score. Yeah, absolutely. I think some of these players, I mean, there's a great analogy, the names in the hat. Like Sam Curran, I would say he stitched his name onto the hat. I don't think he's going anywhere.
He stamped it.
Yeah. He's not going anywhere. But some of these players, I say, are very much on the fringes of that hat, just threatening to topple over because the hat's getting pretty full. As in comes Adil Rashid. This time the ball's been driven back to him. He collects in his own follow-through very athletically. Adil Rashid, and there's another dot ball.
Yeah, you look down thinking Sam Billings, David Willey. I mean, David Willey up to that last World Cup, 50-over World Cup run was in the side and then gone. So he will feel that.
Rashid in again, outside off stump, big swing and mistimed off drive from De Silva to short extra cover for no run.
Yeah, so just looking at Sam Billings, Willey, Moeen Ali, Liam Livingstone, Dawi Malan, who's obviously now replaced due to other... But, you know, there's enough named Tom Curran who will want to be in.
And Rashid again, this good length ball has just been pushed back to him again by De Silva. And a good, very economical over there from Adil Rashid. Just the 2 runs from it. Sri Lanka 88 for 5 after 22 overs. I mean, there's a lot of... and then Jofra, Stokes. I mean...
Butler comes, all these...
Butler, it's an embarrassment of riches, as we keep saying. Andy?
Tom Curran's recent numbers are not particularly impressive in his last 11 one-day internationals, including this one, going back to the 19th of May 2019, just before the World Cup, which he was in the squad but didn't play a game. Just 3 wickets in 81 overs for 456 runs. And in T20, this is both international and domestic cricket, since February 2020, he's played 24 matches, 17 wickets, averaging 47, but economy rate fractionally over 10, so he has been struggling in white ball cricket in the last couple of years.
Sam Curran now running into Dasun Shanaka. This ball nearly takes it outside edge. Shaped away beautifully. He's getting it to swing from both ends here at the oval is Sam Curran. Dot ball. Just a reminder, you can watch the wickets that have fallen and other highlights on the BBC Sport website and app. Go to the text commentary and you'll find the video clips there. And our full TV highlights is on the BBC 2 tonight at 11:15 p.m. We're available to watch at your leisure on the BBC iPlayer.
It's the first ball we've seen move off the surface in a long time.
Yes, absolutely. It's always Curran, isn't it? And he comes again, this time just on a leg stump length and just worked into the leg side by Shanaka.
Sam Curran, sorry, I won't bang too much on about our ACE program, but Sam Curran, when I think about how quickly could we have talent come through.
Yes.
And his name, at 16, 17, he was already lined. I don't know what age he actually made his county debut and then his international, but he was young. Very, very young. And I keep saying to our staff, like, we don't know that you can't find a person now and in 5 years' time.
Yes. Where would they be? In comes Sam Curran again. Short ball this time. Attempted pull shot. I think he got a little miscue on it there. De Silva as wasn't quite collected by Jonny Bairstow behind the stumps to take a single. Yeah, it's been giving us runs.
And so many things on paper, he's not the tallest bowler, he's not the quickest bowler, but he is someone who obviously has the mindset, developed all the skill sets, has that X factor of a player who's maximised everything they have. And you watch him go about his business today. Yes. Yeah, it's pretty exciting, right? I don't know how old he was, but I know he was young.
We'll find out in just a moment. As in comes Sam Curran, this time defended by Shanaka for no run. Yeah, I mean, it's terrific. It's just, if you look at him, he's a great cricketer already, and he's going to finish his career, with a superb return, you imagine, should everything continue the way it's going. But he's also a huge star in the game as well. It's not just as a player and as a skilled performer, but also in terms of visibility, in terms of popularity. He's obviously been a big star for the Chennai Super Kings in India, and recognised internationally. I mean, he's done that in a very short space of time. As in he comes, full ball, driven beautifully, but only as far as extra cover, and there is no run. He's absolutely an example of how quickly you can take a player, a raw player, and turn them into an international superstar.
Yeah, he made his debut in all three formats for Surrey in June and July of 2015, and he just turned 17.
It's incredible.
Wow.
I mean, that's young.
And it's still a relatively new thing for England to blood really young players. As in comes Sam Curran again, and he bowls a good length ball, left alone by Shanaka through to the keeper for no run. 23 overs gone now in this Sri Lankan effort, 90 for 5. A little bit earlier today, Eoin Morgan won the toss and inserted Sri Lanka on. We thought was a very good batting wicket, but England made very quick inroads, putting Sri Lanka to the sword at 20 for 4. A little recovery there in a partnership between De Silva and Hasaranga. But that too was broken by Sam Curran, who's taken 4 wickets today, and England very much in control here at the Oval as 14,000 fans look on, enjoying nice weather, very pleasant outside, has to be said. It's a wonderful occasion, the Sri Lankan fans enjoying themselves. As in comes Adil Rashid, this one's been swept by De Silva, very fine. Man at deep square leg is going to have some work to do. Just about collects and gets the ball back in. And the batsmen have taken 2. 92 for 5.
A smart shot there, actually. He just looked to work Rashid off his line, just kind of got really far forward and played a sort of gentle sweep, just tapped it into the gap.
It was an unusual looking sweep, isn't it? It's the way you would sweep under a protruding oven door. If you know what I mean. You've probably got a nicer oven than me. Anyway, in comes Adil Rashid. Ball is driven back to him, and there is no run.
I was just thinking, I don't clean under my oven, actually.
Really should.
What was the door? Why don't you shut the door, and then it wouldn't be protruding so far?
Well, maybe you need it open. Maybe that's being cleaned at the same time, or there's a lasagna cooling. In comes Adil Rashid, back of a length. This time the ball's been pushed to the man sweeping in the covers. Another single taken. Have you guys been on Food Watch today? We saw a lot of lovely chips over in Durham. Have you seen anything here today that's caught your fancy?
I need to just go on a little hunt and see what's out there, see what's on offer.
Yeah,
don't you own this stadium yet, Evan?
I don't own it. I kind of know everyone who does own some part of it, though.
As in comes Adil Rashid again this time. Defended back to him by the right. Are you familiar with Mr. Galadari?
Yeah, I have. I know he's a good friend as well. Pete, actually introduced by Mr. Michael Holding. So
wow, okay.
Know those guys. I popped upstairs to the hospitality just a moment ago to see some of my mates. It's my stomping ground.
Yes, full ball driven to short extra cover, and there's no run.
Can you help me? I've been banging on to club. Look, I didn't make many runs in my career, but I want to bin. So Alex Stewart's got his gate.
Yes.
Mickey Stewart's got his pavilion.
Yes.
I just want a bin. Just something. Just anything.
In comes Adil Rashid short and cut to the short backward point, and there's no run. And that's the end of the 24th over. Getting through them quickly now, England. 93 for 5. Ebony Rainford Brent wants a bin at the Oval.
Yeah.
I don't know what to make of that sentence, Zoltz, to be honest with you. A bit. Have you ever wanted a bin named after you in any context?
At a stadium, you'll take it, right?
Yeah, I think you'd take a. My father had a urinal named after him at university. The reason why is shrouded in mystery.
Well.
Oh dear.
Well.
What would be your pick? It would be Lords because you're a Middlesex fan?
Yeah. I mean, I feel like everything's taken at Lords already.
A window?
A window would be fine. Actually, very envious of some of the cricket writers who have their names imprinted into the media centre's wall, you know. And I'll tell you about my good friend in a minute. A short ball to De Silva, sort of been fended off into the deep leg side. Not quite convincing there, but he'll take it. And he moves on to 48 now, 2 shy of another half century here, 94 for 5. Yes, my very good friend Vitushan Ehantarajan, very talented cricket and sports writer. He's got his name imprinted. He's got a very long kind of Sri Lankan name, right? Vitushan Ehantarajan, and it's properly spelt and everything. And I always find it quite amusing because I look at the names, and everybody's names are in there in a very consistent format of the font. As in comes Sam Curran. This time the ball's been pushed to the man sweeping in the covers for a single. Yeah, but for his, they just had to make it a bit smaller to fit it in. But I always thought it was very, very cool. I always tell Vish this as well. Like, I mean, you are so lucky. Your name is on Lords.
That's cool.
Your name is on it.
Imprinted.
Yes. Spectacular. That's a very cool thing, I think.
Yeah.
95 for 5 here.
Run rate's dropped, hasn't it? It was up at 4.5 since this wicket. It's been below 4 now, so it's about 3.9.
Full of wicket of Hasaranga slowing things down as Curran in once more, and De Silva making a bit of room and just beats that fielder at short extra cover. Will they come back for 2? They will, and that will be 50 for De Silva. Outstanding innings in the context of this innings. 50 of 58 deliveries, and his 7th in one-day internationals. And you can argue that fewer will have been under greater pressure than this.
This is, going back into the changing room, there's going to be a lot of his teammates giving him an applause because that was a serious recovery that needed. Also, we talked about the counter-attack. Yes. Now playing the situation, it's really meaningful. He's got to kick on, though. I think that's the key here. He's got to dig deep.
Sam Curran in now. It's been pulled by De Silva very fine down to deep fine leg for a single. Yes, he's kind of got I'm sure he's aware of the burden that's on his shoulders in terms of getting Sri Lanka close to that 200 mark. I think that's the first kind of target for them at 98 for 5, still with 25 overs to play. They know this England team is very talented, but they did give them a scare, Ebbs at Durham. They were very, there was a few moments, had they gone one way or another, things could have got a bit dicey for England as Shanaka's on strike, Curran in short. Once more, just played this time to backward point, in fact, and there is no run.
Yeah, it's fair to say, bowling-wise, Sri Lanka have, I think they've been solid, maybe not X-Factor, but they've been solid. You just say the opening bowler, when you've got Fernando and Chameera, Hasaranga coming in, they've caused England some problems. It's just not enough runs on the ball to create any pressure.
Yes.
And we just saw in the last game, like you say, England had a wobble.
Yeah, they did.
Another 50 runs on the board, and it's a very different game.
It was one edge, wasn't it? Sam Curran comes in full ball and smashed high up in the air. It's going to be safe because it's going to clear the long on. In fact, it's going to clear the long off boundary. It's gone for 6. What a shot that is from Dasun Shanaka. 3 off 14, and on his 15th ball, he decides to hit a 6. What a game. 104 for Sri Lanka. The 100 comes up on the final ball of the 25th over. 104 for 5, and this against the run of play, and then there's that, Ebbs.
I did not see that coming. That came out of the blue, but the key for him was that he got the connection and he got the right ball. I can't work out if it was a manufactured sort of I'm going to hit him regardless if it's up there, or whether it's one of those ones. It was just so in the slot, he thought, you know what, but it's good. It all forced Sam Curran to have to think.
Yeah.
If you get in that block hole, Mickey Arthur has got a little smile.
How long has it been since we've seen that? Adil Rashid in now, and a full ball from him has been driven out to fielder and sweeping in the covers, and they will take a single. De Silva on to 52 now. Shanaka. Well.
Also, that was the right end, I was going to say. In terms of the size of the field, yes. We know to the left of the pavilion, it's a big field. If you're going to go for something, go for it with the slightly shorter boundary end.
Yeah. There's an element of safety in that shot as well. As in comes Rashid, once again a sweep shot from Shanaka this time, showing some aggression in between the two fielders in the leg side. And, well, there's been a sliding stop in the deep. We're going to have another look at that as Moeen Ali gets the ball back in. David Willey was the man with the sweep into the advertising sponges. I think they'll take another look at it, but the batsmen have run too. You have a look, Willey just getting his arm to the ball, and he flicked it out. It's hard to tell from the angle we're being
Might have
shown.
done all right.
I think it's been a superb spot. What a piece of commitment that is to fielding from. Yes, absolutely. He's safe.
I think he's good.
Saved 2 runs there. Adil Rashid will be very grateful. 107 for 5. Now then, in comes Adil Rashid. This time the ball's just been worked into the leg side for a single by Shanaka.
It's those little margins, isn't it, where England are just good.
Yes.
There's been a couple he's chased down and cut off. It just keeps the pressure on. You don't get that release when you want it.
It's those 1%ers, isn't it? In comes Adil Rashid. This time down the track comes Shanaka. Just misses it into his pads, and sort of a stifled appeal there from, not really a serious appeal from the England field. Is 107 for 5. Adil Rashid is getting through his overs very quickly. Has to be said, he's always back at the top of his run. Still being aggressive. Eoin Morgan's given Adil Rashid a slip as well, as in he comes, and the googly that time is well read by Shanaka, who defends on the front foot. Very casually read as well, if I may say.
He's churning through this over, isn't he?
107 for 5. Expecting some fireworks in the next few overs, I must say. In comes Adil Rashid once more. Down the track comes Shanaka, and he's hit that. He's shown some aggressive intent on the bounce to Eoin Morgan at mid-off, and that's the end of the over. 107 for 5 after 26 overs. Well, I'm rather jealous to leave you at this point. Simon Mann's going to come in, but I suspect you're going to see some very exciting cricket one way or another. Ebbs, Andy, I'll leave you in a minute. Simon Mann's going to be with you.
Dhananjaya's to Silva's half century, 58 balls with 7 fours, as Atif said, is 7th in one-day international cricket. Second in consecutive innings and 3rd in his last 5 innings. He hadn't had a half century in 24 innings before that, but he'd been batting generally lower in the order. In fact, in the 2019 World Cup in England, he batted at 5, 6, 7 and 8 at various different times for Sri Lanka.
You played nicely. I'm giving you your time, Simon. I'll see you later.
See you, Ebbs. So, yeah, good. Well, partial recovery here from Sri Lanka from 21 for 4, but that's a long, long way to go. But De Silva's playing really well. And Shanaka, but that's 6 down the ground. In the previous over from the far end has livened things up a bit. Here is Mark Wood into the attack. Dabbed away, down towards the boundary. Behind square on the offside. It's gone away for 4. Curran is quite fine down there at deep third. He couldn't get round. And the score goes to 111 for 5 in the 27th over. I was just thinking last night to Jason Roy, and he was saying that during the World Cup, that Nathan Lehman, the analyst for the England team, saved England 15 runs per game, this is what he was saying, by having the field at deep third finer than you normally would expect. Here is Wood bowling, and turned away by De Silva into the onside, forward a square for a single. 112 for 5, because presumably, you know, all that plotting they do, they work out where the ball's going, and it goes fine more often than it goes, you know, it goes quite fine rather than quite square. So you have your deep third fielder finer, and that's what they worked out, that it saved them 15 runs per game, or something like that. So he was talking about the benefit of the analyst behind the scenes. 112 for 5. Anyway, that one went quite square, so he went for 4 when actually you probably might have expected it to have gone straight to the fielder, although it is Wood bowling, so you might expect it to go finer because he's quicker. Short ball to Shanaka, he's up on his toes, guiding it on the pull out towards deep mid-wicket. A through for a single. Throw comes in on the bounce to Bairstow. 113 for 5. Shanaka has 12, and De Silva has 57. Can he come up with his first one-day international 100 this afternoon? The pitch is good, he's got himself in, he's played some fine strokes. His best score in one-day cricket is 84, and I think there'll be a few in the crowd. Hope Sri Lanka do put on a decent score here, so we see the England batting line-up later under a bit of pressure. Here's Wood, bowls himself off his feet there, turned away down towards fine leg, picked up by Curran, and they're through for a single. Curran of the Tom variety. 114 for 5. Also Ben last night was playing for Northampton, did well in the match against Ben Stokes was playing. Jimmy Anderson's alongside me.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw both Currans, or two of the Currans, watching their other brother Ben play for Northants last night on social media, which was nice, cheering him on.
Wood spins round at that far end, a bit like Morning Morkel used to do. Goes in now and bowls outside the off stump. No strike from Shanaka through to Bairstow. Ben Stokes, of course, has returned to playing cricket. It's a bit under the radar, actually. He's sort of feeling his way in quietly. I think you might see him during the Pakistan T20 series.
Yeah, I think he's building up quite nice. He's bowling his allotted overs in the T20s he's played. Not sure he's made many runs yet, but there's obviously going to be some rustiness there, coming back after a bit of a layoff.
Back with Wood. This fellow Durham player goes in and bowls, dabbed away by Shanaka into the offside. Oh, they wanted a single there, but Roy was closing in. A very loud shout of no from the non-striker, De Silva. We saw 2 run-outs at Chester Street, and there could have been more as well. There was some shambolic running at times from Sri Lanka, but not there. They got it right. 114 for 5 at the end of the over. And how many have we had? 27 overs, so 114 for 5 off 27. A recovery, but is it enough?
Yeah, well, they always say double your score from 30 overs, so I think still going to be a little bit shy if they do manage to do that. But there's a lot of pressure on these two, to De Silva and Shanaka, to try and get them up to a competitive score.
It's going to be Rashid to continue. Just having a look at Ben Stokes so far. He was out for naught yesterday, 2 for 37 with the ball. Here is Rashid going into bowl to De Silva. Plays a dab sweep, gets it down fine. This might well go for 4. It does go for 4. Yeah, he's played that really nicely, delicate sweep shot down fine. And very efficiently played by De Silva, who continues to impress. He's on to 62. And Sri Lanka up to 118 for 5. So yeah, 0, 35, 20, 11, 29 with the bat. There was a 4 for 27 against the Birmingham Bears. A 0 for 40, a 0 for 30, and a 1 for 20, and a 2 for 37 so far from Ben Stokes. Those T20 matches he's played for Durham. Here is Rashid bowling, and that's gone down fine as well. It chases on towards the boundary edge. It's an excellent piece of fielding. A dive and a knockback in the distance there in front of the pavilion. And they go through for 2 runs. 120 for 5. Silva to 64. It's really good from De Silva. So he got 64 out of 120. That one is powered down the ground. This is going out towards the straight long on boundary. It's picked up just inside the rope by Sam Curran down beneath us. And he does really well. That's excellent cricket. Good shot and very well fielded. He's kept it to a single. 121 for 5.
Yeah, it's good cricket from De Silva. Just playing nice cricket shots, not taking too many risks. Just keep ticking the board over with 2s on the odd boundary.
Shanaka down the pitch, guides it up towards long off. Billings bends down to pick up one more run. 122 for 5. Rashid, what's he gone for now? And 23 runs in his 6th over. He was dealt with rather harshly at Durham. 45 off 6. Rashid moves in, bowls to De Silva, who works this into the onside, to the edge of the circle. Curran is rushing in. Does what you often see in club cricket, right? Rolls the ball along the ground back to the bowler. You don't see that often in international cricket. Normally you manage to better throw the ball to the player. So if he was playing bowls there. Here is Rashid bowling, powered into the onside with plenty of bottom hand from Shanaka out towards deep mid-wicket. David Willey's out there, sends a return on the bounce to Bairstow, and that's the end of Rashid's over. 124 for 5, 28 overs gone. Sri Lanka put into bat. Shanaka 14 and De Silva 66. It's tootling along, but at least Sri Lanka's, it sounds a bit patronising in a way, but at least they're showing a bit of fight here. I mean, 21 for 4, it could easily have just, all completely gone down, that pack of cards.
Yeah, and they've not just shut up shop either. They're actually trying to keep the scoreboard ticking along. Still trying to show a bit of aggression, put pressure back on the bowlers. England still searching for wickets.
Yeah, Mark Wood yet to take a wicket in this series. Bowls himself off his feet there. It's played defensively by Shanaka into the offside towards Morgan, who's fielding in the covers. And there is no run.
I think they've actually played Wood really well today.
Yeah.
They've used the pace well, guided him down to third man quite a bit, and with his extra pace, if you get it far enough either side of the third man fielder, you know it can beat him to the boundary. So I think they've played him pretty well.
Yeah, Curran's in the firing line down on the boundary there in front of us at third. Here's Wood going wide of the crease, ball short, pulled away by Shanaka towards deep back with square leg. Billings swoops and then hurls the ball over Bairstow's head, and it's backed up by Roy. And they might well have got an overthrow there, although Willey was closing in from the deep cover boundary. One more to the total, 125 for 5. The predict viz says 220 for Sri Lanka. Not normally enough in conditions like these at the Oval, especially against a strong England batting side, with Roy back in it today. Wood charges in and bowls. It's ballooned in the air by Dhananjaya de Silva. Not playing that very convincingly off the back foot, trying to knock it into the leg side, but there was no one there to take the catch. As deep back of square leg, roots on the edge of the circle at mid-wicket. So he got away with that one, he got a bit tucked up.
Yeah, he seemed in two minds whether to try and ride it and took it into the leg side for 1 or 2, or whether to pull it, and in the end did neither, really.
Fortunately for him, he didn't hit it to a fielder. He could so easily have miscued it to one of those fielders on the onside, mid-on or mid-wicket. Back with Wood, who really is steaming and sprinting in like an aeroplane taking off. Bowls to Dhananjaya de Silva, who guides it away straight to Roy at backward point, and there's no run. He's got that long straight run now, Wood.
Yeah, I think I was just going to say about him lengthening his run-up. I think it's done wonders for his game, for his consistency. And I also think it's helped him with his injuries as well. It's taken, he used to have I'd say almost half the distance that he runs in now. And he used to set off so quickly from a standing start and put all that energy in from quite a short starting point, and then it puts a lot of pressure on your body to try and force it out at 95 miles an hour.
Here he comes again to bowl to De Silva, who forces this on the bounce towards Morgan at cover. Good piece of fielding from the England captain, diving away to his right. It was nicely struck off the back foot by De Silva. Nice looking shot. Morgan was equal to it. It really is a proper fast bowler's run up now, isn't it, from Mark Wood? I mean, he goes back quite a long way. Yeah,
he's almost at the 30-yard circle, isn't he, on the advertisement mapped. But yeah, I like it how he has that sort of gradual build-up into it. Like you say, very much Mornay Morkel-esque.
Yeah.
The way he sort of turns around and then just gradually builds it up into a head of steam towards the crease.
It's like a long jumper going in. He bowls there, and that's forced away by De Silva up towards mid-off. There's no run. Goes straight to Moeen Ali, and that is the end of the over. So Wood, that was 90 from Wood. That last ball is 6 overs, 0 for 26, and Sri Lanka 29 overs, 125 for 5. So when you started your career, I seem to remember you had you had a much longer run than the one you had now.
No, I've had the same run up.
Same run, have
since
you?
I was 14 years old.
Really?
Yeah.
Goodness me, that's.
I've tinkered with it throughout the years. I remember when Duncan Fletcher was coach, he encouraged me to try and lengthen it, to try and create more speed. Because around that time, Brett Lee was sort of the quickest bowler in the world, and Shoaib Akhtar as well, and they had really long run-ups. So it was sort of seen as a thing where we were all trying to get quicker at that point, trying to burst through the 90-mile-an-hour barrier. And then again in the West Indies, actually a couple of years ago, I tried lengthening it. I felt out of rhythm, so I just fancied doing something different.
Right. So what did that feel like? It must have felt a bit weird, didn't it?
Yeah, it did feel very strange, but it helped for a bit. But now I'm back to the old sort of shorter one.
Yeah. Well, your run-ups, I mean, is extremely economical, isn't it? I mean,
Yeah.
it's smooth, it's short, not sharp, but it's not that long. Here is Tom Curran, sort of leans forward as he runs in. And first ball of new over is guided away down towards short third. There's a single, 126 for 5.
But for me, the most important part of the run-up is the last 5 or 6 steps. So it's trying to build up enough pace, enough momentum into that sort of last 5 or 6 paces to create the speed. But also you want enough control as well at the crease, so you're not sort of falling over and stay tall and get your wrist behind the ball.
Curran bowls, dabbed away. Down towards, there are 2 short thirds, and it goes to the finer of them, and there's no run. Wood picks up and hurls the ball at stump, just in case they're inclined to go for a run. Actually, it's funny, I was there for your debut against Zimbabwe. I could have sworn you ran in from a bit further. You tried to bowl a bit quicker in those days, didn't you, as well? You sort of...
Yeah, I was less accurate and tried to focus more on pace. I didn't swing it as consistently as I do now. So I was, much more focused on pace.
Yeah. And now it's all grooved and honed and...
Yeah, I think I've still got the pace there in the locker if I need it, but rely more on skill.
Here is Curran bowling, and there's a swipe from De Silva, rather out of keeping with some of the measured, beautiful strokes he's played so far, sort of hoiking to the leg side, flick the pad on the way through to Bairstow, and there's no run. So when you want to bowl quick, what are you looking to bowl at? It's inside edge onto the pad, just over the top of the stumps there, and just short of Bairstow.
Nearly grazed the top of the stump.
Yeah, he was very lucky to get away with that. It was remarkable, actually. Inside edge onto the pad, so nearly close to being a catch, also close to being bowled.
It's the first real swipe we've seen from Silva. He's been good up until now.
Yeah, it was a horrible-looking shot. Here is Curran bowling, and that is a bit of a drag down from Curran. It's swiped away. It was all lifted away with plenty of bottom hand into the onside, out towards the wide long on boundary, deep with the wicket. It's gone away for 4.
Yeah, it's a slow ball from Tom Curran and picked 65 miles an hour, so he's bowled it a little bit too short to deceive the batsman. He's been able to pick it, wait for it on the back foot, and that sort of swipe that we saw last ball, he's actually a very similar shot but connected with it this time and got it through the mid-wicket area for 4.
So he's on to 70. Really has got an opportunity here to produce something significant. There are bags of overs left, still 20 to come. Curran goes in, bowls, goes back and nudges us into the onside, forward a square for a single. Moeen comes in off the boundary to pick up.
It's quite clever cricket that. He's played the big shot, got another fielder push back on the leg side from mid-wicket, which leaves a massive gap in the ring on the leg side, so he can just tuck that one into the big gap and get a single for it and just keep rotating the strike and keep that scoreboard ticking over.
Yeah, 131 for 5. De Silva to 71. Shanaka on 16. And here's the last ball of Curran's over. Moves into bowl to Shanaka now, and Shanaka covers up and plays defensively into the offside, and there's no run. 131 for 5. So there are days when you look, right, I'm going to bowl a bit quicker today. What's that about? Is it, I don't know, I want to hurry the batsman up a bit, or is it a tail ender on strike, or is it just comes out? It just comes out in that way.
Yeah, some days you just hit a rhythm where the ball comes out quicker than you'd expect, and there's sometimes where it's sort of pitch dependent. I think where some pitches, if the quicker you bowl, it can skid on a bit more. And for me, like I might be able to, if I really bend my back, push 88 maybe for a couple of overs, and that might, it's not going to scare the batsman at all at international level. It just might make the ball skid on a bit more. So then I'd want to drag my pace back a little bit, make it hard for them to score. Especially on slow pitches, I think that's the way I'd go. Sometimes you face an 80 mile an hour bowler and it's really tricky. Like today, similar to today, where it's a flat wicket. We've seen Mark Wood and Tom Curran skid onto the back quite nicely, albeit with an older ball. But Curran and Willey with the newer ball up front bowled 80 miles an hour with the skills, and it was really difficult.
Yeah. Right, 131 for 5. Here's Willey with that trotting action, goes in and bowls down the leg side, and De Silva tries to flick it away, misses. and taken by wicketkeeper Bairstow.
Just on Mark Wood's remodelled run-up, and his statistics since he lengthened his run-up are way better than they were before in one-day international cricket since the 2019 series in West Indies. 35 wickets in 22 innings, averaged 28, strike rate of a wicket every 31 balls. Prior to that, in 35 innings, just 34 wickets, average 48, and a strike rate of a wicket every 53 balls.
Willey bowls, turned away by De Silva into the onside. Initially there he was minded to look for two, then realised, no, I'm not going to bother. One of those that go outside the circle. Billings, though, they saw it was Billings. I thought, no, I'm not going to bother, just save our energy. 133 for 5.
And in Test cricket also, before the long run-up came in, he'd taken 30 wickets, average 41, with a wicket every 76 balls. Since the remodel run-up, only 8 Tests, but 29 wickets at 25 and a wicket every 47 balls. So in both long and short form cricket, it's had a hugely beneficial impact.
Yeah, the stats will tell you that, yeah. They're hard to argue with. Here's Willey bowling, played away by Shanaka for 1. Now they will look for 2 this time. Curran, Tom, runs in and around to pick up and sends in a nice return to Bairstow, but he had plenty of time to get back for the second. 135 for 5. Yeah, I mean, you listen to interviews with him, people talk about his pace. Yeah, you're bowling, what did he get the speed gum up to? 92, 94. He said, yeah, it's true. He said, but I want some wickets. I want to get some people out as well. That's not quite working, but the lengthier run up. I mean, and we're talking about where he starts from. He's outside. I was watching him in the previous day. He's outside the circle, quite a long way outside the circle when he starts. Okay, here's a short ball that's guided away by Shanaka down towards fine leg for a single. 136 for 5. Okay, the first bit of his run up is you just pitter pattering into it, but he is a considerable way outside the circle to begin with.
I think a lot of it's about comfort as well, and fear. As a bowler, you're basically aiming for that rhythm that I just talked about a minute ago, where you're building up the pace to the sort of ideal pace when you're getting towards the wicket, building that momentum up if you can.
Willey bowls, and he gives himself some room there to Silva and swats it down towards the third boundary for 4 runs. There were 2 fielders up inside the circle behind square on the offside, and he deliberately played it. He knew no one was at home down there. He wasn't far away from getting 6. It was just inside the rope. 140 for 5. Goodness me, he's played well today, Dhananjaya de Silva.
Yeah, and again, it was a sort of premeditated shot, gave himself room, and they just brought that third fielder up into the circle. David Willey's banged the ball into the pitch quite short, and he's just giving himself room to look for that gap, and he's got the length as well to get underneath it and scoop it over those fielders.
And the ball is being cleaned. I noticed the England fielders, I think Roy kicked it back to the bowler there, to the umpire there, rather than actually handle it. I don't know whether that was deliberate or not.
Yes, when it gets thrown back from the crowd, we're told not to touch it. You've got to kick it back.
Yeah. Willey bowls, and De Silva nudges it off his hip down towards Tom Curran at fine leg, and they trot through for a single. 140 for 5. I mean, if someone does lob it back in, it's quite a long way to get it back to the umpire. He feels might have to pick it up and throw it, but it was. I think it was kicked from one to the other there. I think Sam Curran kicked it to Roy, and Roy kicked it along the ground to the umpire. 141 for 5. 31st over. Shanaka on 19, gets the ball down the leg side, short ball, it's just swatted away, and I think Shanaka wanted a wide there, but umpire Kettleborough said no, that's fine, you gave yourself a bit of room, it was over the top of leg stump, and that's the end of the over. It's 141 for 5. Drinks are coming on to the field, second drinks break. Time to hear from Russell Arnold again, who's watching from afar. 141 for 5. Well, it was 21 for 4, Russell. So I think it's fair to say there's, the last hour and a quarter has belonged to Sri Lanka, and actually it's belonged to Dhananjaya de Silva, who's playing one of his best international innings, certainly with one of his best one-day innings anyway.
Yes, you're right there. So the fight back is very pleasing, and it's been with some quality batting They've looked to absorb pressure, but Dhananjaya De Silva, he's played a real De Silva knock, you'd say. Now, this is where you'd look for these batsmen to be learning and the signs of learning. Because Wanindu Hasaranga, even though he hung in there and built that partnership for the 5th wicket with Dhananjaya De Silva, the way he got out, there's no forgiving that, because it's the same thing he did in the first ODI. The problem with him is when the spinner comes on, he's at home and he starts picking up momentum to his innings, and he tends to continue that whoever bowls at him. He's looking to hit those boundaries and pick that rate up. Now, he's got to learn to change gears. That would help him go on and make bigger scores, and the team as well. But Dhananjaya De Silva, what I'm thinking is 19 overs to go. Here's an opportunity to be 135, 140 not out. And it'll be great for the team if he can do that. That would be the difference.
Yeah, I mean, there's the opportunity for him. There's the challenge for him. His highest score in one-day cricket is 84. Talking about international cricket, he's made 173 in a test match, but he's sort of in uncharted waters here, because there's bags of time left for him, and he's 77 not out, and it's a good pitch, and he's played so well today. Some of his timing has been wonderful.
His options as well, that boundary in the last over, incredible. But the fact is that what you mentioned, it's a good pitch. You will not get an opportunity like this and time. 86 is his highest score, and he's rarely got the time to bat and bat and bat. This is that day, and it certainly will help his team. So it's a lot to look forward to, and hopefully he can get through these uncharted waters, as you're saying.
Yeah, so Shanaka's with him, who is more than capable down the order. But then Karunaratne, Binura Fernando, Dushmantha Chameera and Asitha Fernando. What about what's to come, Russell?
Karunaratne and Fernando, as long as they're not running, they're fine. There'll be some runs. But you can't leave it to them. You'd want them coming into bat, let's say, later in the 40th over, not around this stage or close to the 40th, or rather 40-41. You'd rather have them coming in 45th. So that's where this partnership has to grow, and I think Shanaka is playing it nicely. He's playing it for Dhananjaya De Silva, but of course we all know that he's the man Sri Lanka call their power hitter. So they'd like to have him in the 40th, around the 40th over, still in the middle and well set.
Great, thanks very much, Russell. Players dispersed, ready to resume after the drinks break. Charles Dagnall is going to come in. I think I'll just do one more ball and then we'll swap over. 141 for 5 is the score. 19 overs left. Here's Tom Curran then to bowl to De Silva, who's 77 not out. Curran bowls and De Silva jams down on that. He might have got that on the glove. Goes down fine on the offside. There's no run. Charles is coming in.
Yeah, I think Russell's spot on there. Shanaka's job is to try and hang around, let De Silva do the bulk of the work. And he's got a great opportunity. He could be, if he bats sensibly now until the 40th over, he could be 100 not out before the 40th over comes around, and that'll give him opportunity to kick on from there.
Well, here is Curran. Away from us he goes. That long, shaggy hair, it's just been turned very neatly by Dhananjaya down towards long leg. Moeen is fielding. Interesting the point that Russell makes about not having the opportunity to make. Now he's got this golden opportunity to bat for this period of time. He's already made such a wonderful start at 78 not out, but he's still got another 20 overs to go.
Yeah, absolutely. He's in a great position, and you're not, again, as Russell said, you're not going to get this opportunity very often to be 78 not out with 18.4 overs left.
And maybe just a sense towards Mickey Arthur and the captain, as well as Tom Curran moves away from us, guided down with an open face down towards third man by Shanaka. So to say, well, look, he's got some experience in the one-day international game. Maybe there's an opportunity. This is what I've done in consolidation after we were in the mire at 21 for 4. Not only have I seen a high-class bowling attack off, but I've scored pretty freely. He's going at a runner ball, strike rate of just under 100, 78 off 80, not 80 balls. He's there on strike again as the infield closes and Curran approaches, makes room for himself and plays the most wild hack, which he doesn't connect with, and it goes through to Jonny Bairstow. A back of the hand slower ball by Tom Curran. And after just suggesting how handsome his shots have been and how elegant at times, plays something that is more akin to something on a farmer's field.
Yeah, it's been Sri Lanka's problem throughout the series, though. Even the guys that have got in and played well, they've just picked the wrong shot at the wrong time. Like, there's 143 for 5. You shouldn't be playing that shot.
Curran once more. Pulled neatly. Nice little whip from De Silva down to Moeen. And another single is taken. 144 for 5. How's your coffee?
Lovely, thank you, Charles.
Excellent. I've been promoted or demoted, whichever way you want to look at it, to James Anderson's coffee boy. Although you sending me down for coffee did provide me with a lovely meeting. Just bumped into Graham Gooch.
Lovely.
Downstairs. He seemed on very good form in his blue suit. There's Curran. Away from us, bowls a slower ball again, and that's just played with lovely soft hands by Shanaka, just in front of square, and he'll pick up a single, well run as well, and that will conclude the Tom Curran over. He just adjusts his black headband, and Sri Lanka move to 145 for 5. Yes, he's in good nick, Graham Gooch.
Good. And just to clear up a bit of that detail, Charles, around the coffee run,
yes,
you did offer. Does anyone want a drink? So,
well, I said,
rather than me sending you for a coffee, there's a bit of a difference.
You say potato. I asked if anyone would like a soft drink, and then you suggested that I get you a hot caffeinated drink, which wasn't on the agenda to start with. As David Willey's comes in from the pavilion end, bowls back of a length and turned neatly down towards fine leg, where Curran T does the fielding. And Shanaka back on strike now. Shanaka moves to 22 and De Silva now on 79 not out. So actually, it was more of a suggestion, a loaded suggestion from you that I get you coffee.
Well, thank you anyway.
Apparently, the coffee will change your life. So it said on the banner above the shop.
Great.
Has it done?
Not yet.
Okay. Keep us up to date.
Halfway.
Willey bowls, short of a length, and flicked away. A great deal of insouciance by De Silva.
How do they define change in that sentence?
Well, it could go horribly wrong for you, I suppose. It might not improve you. It'll change your life, but not for the better.
We'll see.
Oh, well.
Not sure my commentary's got any better, but...
Oh, but it has. There's Willey. Left arm over, just wraps Shanaka on the pad. It trickles out square of the wicket on the onside, and Joe Root trots round with his bright orange sunglasses on the peak of his cap, and then, in so doing, goes to his position at deep backward square, 148 for 5. Quiet period at the moment. Sri Lanka just content to pick up singles.
I quite like this, though. I like it's sensible batting. Yes, it's a little bit subdued, but rotating the strike, getting themselves into a position to accelerate, 5 or 6 overs later down the line.
Willey again, that jerky kind of action that he has. It's turned around again down towards deep backward square. Another single picked up. What was the last boundary that we had, please, Andy? It was a couple of overs, was it?
Yeah, just before the drinks break. Dhananjaya, that boundary to third man off.
That's right. And just accumulating nicely. There's a bit of a bulb problem on the scoreboard, just in front of the Archbishop Tennyson School as we look over to our right-hand side, especially with De Silva. And the 10s bulbs aren't working properly. A bouncer really short, should be called wide, and will be, as umpire Kettleborough turns towards the scorers and signals so. It's the one for the over as well. 150 up for Sri Lanka, 150 for 5. But you can't quite tell what Dhananjaya's on. The units rotate as per normal, and you can see those perfectly, but the 10s are a struggle. I can tell he was 81 though. Willey once more, cut away. And quite a straight bat by Shanaka out to Moeen, who we've yet to see bowl, which is a little surprise to me. Just an over or two.
Yeah, potentially. It is not been much spin for Rashid, so maybe that's been in Eoin Morgan's thinking.
And he's there, just patrolling the deep cover boundary. Willey once more, short of a length. That's kind of been his stock length in this particular over. Turned by Dhananjaya down towards fine leg for a single, and it's the end of the 33rd over. 152 for 5. Shanaka's 23 not out. De Silva 82 not out. Here on Test Match Special, some podcasts for you to try out. Cricket-related podcasts on BBC Sounds. There's a new Toughers and Vaughan with special guests Joe Root and Sir Alistair Cook. And look out for No Balls with Alex Hartley and 5-wicket hauler Kate Cross yesterday. I watched that down at Taunton. She bowled brilliantly, did Kate Cross, and a thoroughly deserved fifer in that second one-day international against India. She bowled really well in the test and the first one-day without a great deal of reward. Picked up 5 yesterday, did Lancashire's Kate Cross. So No Balls with her and Alex Hartley. She was on commentary too, was Alex. Go to the TMS stream on BBC Sounds, you'll find them there. Here's Curran, and gets one to leap off a length and just wraps the waistline of De Silva. Trickles out to Jason Roy at backward point. When's your podcast?
Yeah, I was just going to mention there is another cricket-related podcast who's recorded yesterday.
Oh, right.
And we had a very special guest on yesterday.
Really? Are you allowed to tell us?
I'm not going to tell you.
Okay, good. Well trailed, Jimmy. Get me to the podcast button there as a short delivery from Curran is swayed out the way by Dhananjaya De Silva. Through it goes to Jonny Bairstow, 152 for 5. This is, of course, tail enders.
Yeah.
Trail finders. And Felix White, Greg James, and yourself. And Matchin and a special guest.
Very special
is it
guest from the world of international cricket.
Really? Currently playing? No. Curran bowls a slower ball out of the back of the hand. It's signalled wide as it just trickles down the leg side, goes on the one hop to Jonny Bairstow, 153 for 5. So I
just realised I shook my head there. It doesn't really work on radio.
That's why I said no.
Yeah, so he'd have a vested interest in this series.
Okay.
Let's just say that. A former international cricketer.
West Indian? Curran, 59 on his back. His sky blue sweatband on the left hand and left arm, and a quick single taken to short third man. And De Silva moves to 83 and Sri Lanka 154 for 5. Just playing nicely here, just before the explosion towards the back end, getting Shanaka more accustomed to conditions out there. It does look a very nice pitch to bat on. By the way, we'll let you know when that new tail enders with the special guest is available. Basically, as soon as Mark Sharman has edited it, apparently.
Yeah, which could take longer than normal because he put his back out playing cricket last weekend.
Did he?
And he's struggling at home, yeah.
Oh, bless him.
Send him his best wishes.
Which you have done.
Yeah.
He'll be listening. Perfect time to edit, you would have thought. As Curran bowls another slower ball, which is just defended straight in front of him by Shanaka with soft hands. So is it an England cricketer or no? It's a Sri Lankan cricketer. Okay.
I've said too much already.
Goodness me, this is some strong radio. This
alive or dead? Is there a Ouija board involved?
Goodness, I'm chomping at the bit. Curran past the umpire and forward. In defence comes Shanaka. And it's just slight misfield at backward point, an unusual slip. And Jason Roy looks quizzically at his hands, wondering how that squeezed through, but another single collected. Just dealt in singles predominantly over recent overs. Shanaka now to 24. And Sri Lanka 155 for 5, and this, the 34th over, almost due to be completed. Tom Curran amongst lots of blue spray marks where people have marked their run-ups out. Runs away from us. Another slow ball. It's been hit high in the air. It's going to evade Joe Root at long off. Mid-off, sorry. It's gone over his head and gone to long off. And that's a smart Looking shot from Dhananjaya de Silva. He moves to 87. A nice way to finish the over for Sri Lanka. 159 for 4 on the completion of 34 overs. Andy Saltzman.
That's now Dhananjaya de Silva's highest score in one-day international cricket. Previously it was 84 against South Africa back in August 2018.
He really is taking the opportunity. Seen him play some really good test knocks as well, Dhananjaya de Silva. He is a talent. And there was, I have to say, when Sri Lanka were 21 for 4, there was a little bit of a oh no, not again element to the crowd, and I suppose all of us who were watching on, because the first one-day international was a little lopsided, even though Sri Lanka did have a good period. Had England 4 down, bit of tension. Joe Root seeing England home, but has been a golfing class in these limited overs games. Willey to continue from the pavilion end. A short delivery, attempted pull by Shanaka. He gets hit on the gloves, I fancy, and it trickles out to the leg side. And Joe Root fields, but not before Sri Lanka pick up a single. 160 for 5. Ebony Rain from Brent is back.
Hello, I think I know who's on tail enders. I won't say.
Oh, great, that's fantastic. That's two of you who won't say who's on tail enders.
No, I don't know. I just heard the clues and I thought, it's pretty obvious, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that wasn't
absolutely clueless. My face is blank. Mid-off and mid-on are up inside the circle as Willey bowls, and that's edged between Jonny Bairstow and short third, and away to the boundary it goes, and De Silva into the 90s. 91 not out he is. And I fancy that he played that. It looked like a genuine edge. A first slip would have caught it. But I just think he opened the face and played that very delicately through the gap.
Yeah, that very intent and deliberate there. An outside edge, you kind of see a full shot where they're going to play. That was guided, late connection and right in between the gap. Perfectly played.
Short delivery, pulled away, opportunity of a catch. Root is underneath it, and he's going to be denied. 3 figures, Dhananjaya de Silva. A short delivery from David Willey. He caught it high on the bat. It was in the air for a long time, but just enough time for Root to get himself set at deep backward square. And Dhananjaya de Silva understandably punches his bat in frustration after 3 figures were there begging for him. And he has perished. And the ball just got big on him a little bit from David Willey over the wicket. And, well, deserved applause ringing round the oval. But so disappointing for Dhananjaya de Silva. He goes for 91 and Sri Lanka are 164 for 6.
Yeah, look, brilliant innings, first of all. I think that's the most important part, that he's dug his team out of a massive hole. And I like the way he went about it with the counter-attack at times and being prepared to play his shots. There he just got undone. You know, England have been smart. When the pitch is not offering a huge amount now, it's nice, true bounce. They have, from that end, put in a couple of bounces, knowing that it's such a big boundary, you have to get hold of it. So it was a good bouncer. But overall, I just think what an innings for him. That gutted he didn't get the 3 figures, but arguably it's still a very good performance that his team should remember in the context of this series. It's maybe going to be one of the best because of the situation he's come in and how he's handled it. So well done to him.
Yeah, he batted so well. And of course there's a partisan England crowd, but there are pockets of Sri Lanka, but I don't think anyone in the stadium would begrudge De Silva getting to 3 figures, considering when he came in.
The danger, though, we look at the last game where Hasaranga was in a good partnership with Perera, I think it was, and as soon as that fell, Sri Lanka wrapped up very quickly. So what they can't afford to do now is, because this partnership has been broken, just let it all peter out and they're all bowled out.
Agreed.
For 40 overs. So they do need to dig deep. They really, really do.
Well, Chamika Karunaratne is the new man at the crease. First batsman crossed whilst the ball was in the air, so Shanaka is there. We saw him score a very accomplished half-century in the first T20 international down at Cardiff. Shanaka has not been as successful since. 8-7 in the second and third T20s, and he made 7 off 15 in the first one-day international, but he can play. He's got a new partner at the opposite end. They've still got plenty of overs to bat. As Willey bowls on, feeling for it outside of the off-stump, trying to late dab it down towards third man, and doesn't connect, and through to Bairstow it goes. 164 for 6. Coming towards the back end of the 35th over, so it's so much time. And Shanaka and Dhananjaya really could have just worked, even if they were going at 4s, 5s and over for 6 or 7. That would have got them towards 200 and then even looking at 270, 280 perhaps. But anyway, that's not to be, as Willey bowls on a good length on and around off stump, and defended by Shanaka to backward points, and it concludes the 35th over. So 15 overs to go, 164 for 6. And Tom Moody deep in conversation with Chamika, I think it is, over near the dressing rooms, along with Mickey Arthur as well, whose face is a little brighter than it was at 21 for 4. Goodness, he had a face like thunder, didn't he, the Sri Lankan coach?
He gave a strong interview after, I think it was the final T20, when there was a lot of plays and whooshes. And it's not often you hear a coach nail their team. He was like, this is shocking, he's disappointed that they lost their heads. You know, he put some strong words forward. I don't know, with coaches you kind of, you need someone who's going to give you a rocket every now and then, and I feel that he might have gone in and done that.
Did you ever get a rocket from a coach?
I mean, quite often, to be honest.
Okay. But for stuff on the field?
Yeah. I wasn't wild.
Curran continues from the Vauxhall end. His first delivery is good pace delivery on about middle and off. Defended out into the offside. Hasn't got a wicket yet, Tom Curran. His brother's got 4. He's bowled quite beautifully, especially with the new ball, did Sam Curran. What about a team rocket?
Yeah, I remember the worst. I mean, I won't go into too much detail, but was... and I'll give a bit of overview.
Come on!
I'll give you a little bit, but I'll tell you after this ball.
Curran strides away, slightly angled run, and once more bowls on a good line and length. On about middle stump, defending. Is Karunaratne just making his way into the game?
So it's the year we had a good year, 2009, 50 over World Cup win in Sydney, T20 World Cup win, Ashes win. And then we went to West Indies, who at that time they were quite poor. They were on the kind of coming out of nowhere, but they didn't have an infrastructure. And we went thinking we were going to clean up. We're world champions, right?
Curran pumps his arms and runs away from us. Once more, it's back of a length. Just a little wider outside the off stump, but Karunaratne covers up again. 164 for 6.
We were getting hammered, basically. Claire Taylor and Sarah Taylor weren't. I think they were both resting or something like that on that tour. And we were just getting hammered. Like, when you're getting hammered by a team who argue, it would be like Sri Lanka at the moment hammering England. You wouldn't expect it. So by the final game, it was kicking off in the changing room. A few things, kicking off. Words exchanged, stuff flying around, it was lively.
Ooh, as Curran, once more, exactly the same delivery, carbon copy, just settling into a groove on an awkward length to do anything with. Karunaratne defends again. So there were the teacups flying, the hairdryer treatment.
It was all going, and then I also remember my first ever tour where we got hammered. Like, basically what happens at Bills, right? So the coaches try and keep it in check, the players everyone tries to keep it in check. And then by the end, it just, everyone lets rip.
Short delivery from Curran, very short delivery. They're just going to call that the 1 for the over. I thought he might have been in danger of being wided, but no damage, and through it goes to Bairstow. Remains 164 for 6. Were you scared?
No. I think it's just frustration, isn't it? And then you just start blaming everyone. That's when it goes bad.
Who was the coach then?
Oh, good old Lottie was our captain those days. Remember, Laney was around, Mark Lane?
Mark Lane, yes, that's right.
Yeah, so...
Slower delivery from Curran, just brushes the thigh pad, I think, of Karunaratne, and Jonny Bairstow, diving to his left-hand side, mishandles it. Goes through for a single. Did he hit that? Andy? Yes, he did. So just a single to finish the over. A tidy one from Tom Curran. His 8 overs have cost 27 runs. 165 for 6 at the end of the over. 14 overs remain. And he could get a little het up, could Mark Lane?
It was lively. I think you get different styles of people, right? You get calm, and then you get scared when they let rip.
Yeah.
Then you get your kind of emotional coach. They're always feeling it, and you're feeling it with them. There's all these different sorts of characters.
particularly ride their ups and downs as well. It can be a little difficult, that one, can't it?
Yeah. What about you? You ever get nailed or give out a nailing?
No, I never gave one out.
I can imagine you having a few words to say in a change room.
Yeah, but they were never forceful. I had ideas.
Were you always winning? Is that what it was?
No, but I was definitely not that. I was playing. 165 for 6, and Mark Wood comes back into the attack. As comes towards us and just gets turned into the onside. Karunaratne. No, I remember receiving one or two. Alan Hill, Bud Hill, a former Derbyshire second 11 coach. He was foaming at the mouth. He was so annoyed with us all. He was, I remember that one. Phil Whittaker used to give one or two. And again, it was calm, and then it was only a little man wit. He's now an ECB match referee. His face would go a colour purple. He looked like an unstruck match. There's Wood towards us, wide of the crease, bowls and defending out into the offside. And there is no run. Aberdeen, some more from you. I've outstayed my welcome. Atif now is coming in.
Yeah, Mark Wood has been bowling from the pavilion end. Bowled a reasonable pace here today, mid-80s to 90. At the moment, the wicket hasn't offered him enough. It's been coming on at true bounce. It's not really seaming for him at the moment. So this second spell, I think, will be important for him to just see if he can get that breakthrough, shake up some of the now towards the lower order batters. Karunaratne in now. As
Mark Wood has been defended into the covers by Karunaratne for no run. Hello, Ebbs.
Hello.
165 for 6. Well, I mean, De Silva, what an innings. It's kind of heartbreaking, wasn't it? Just 9 short of his maiden ODI century, and some very disappointed Sri Lankan fans. I was just taking a little look outside, and I overheard some Sri Lankan fans in between who were feeling kind of optimistic about the game as well while that partnership was ongoing. Because we know, obviously, Dasun Shanaka is a very good batsman. He's 25 or 43. He's looking good. And Karunaratne, he's not renowned for his batting, but he can hit the ball a long ways. In comes Mark Wood this time. Another full ball. It's just been driven to long on by Karunaratne for no run. He's got 1 off 10 so far, just biding his time. He's got plenty of it, to be fair. 13 overs after this. 165 for 6.
It was a good innings. It was a really good innings. If he'd have got those 3 figures, I don't know if he's had a century before, but would that have been a career? That would have been his first century in ODI. So that might have been a career-defining moment, especially if Sri Lanka would have batted 50 overs, which we don't know what they'll do now. Get to a decent score. It would have been. So you almost feel like it's going to be one of those that you remember he'd had a good stay, but he's not banged down the door in that moment.
Absolutely. Mark Wood in once again, short outside the off stump, and bottom edge just bounces to the first slip fielder for no run. I know he's got runs in Test cricket. He's got centuries in Test cricket. I think 170 was quite memorable, but I think as a batter to score a century in every format, or at least one day international. One T20 is trickier, but if you've got a century next to your name in one day cricket and in Test cricket, you just have more gravitas as a batter. And I feel like this Sri Lanka team needs more batters with gravitas, names that people know and fear. As in comes Mark Wood again, this time short outside the off stump and pushed nicely into the covers by Karunaratne, who will take another single. He moves on to 2. Sri Lanka 166 for 6 after 37 overs. England very much in control, but Sri Lanka mounting some resistance here, putting a total on the board. It's not unlike Durham. They'll get more than they got at Durham, you imagine, today, but it's not unlike that. England will, at the back of their minds, be aware that Sri Lanka did cause them a little wobble in Durham. If that, we talk about it, but if Moeen had been caught first ball by Perera, it could have been a different game.
Well, a couple of catches, weren't there? There was Joe Root, wasn't it? And then,
yes, of course.
Yeah, and then Ali, and it was one of those moments you just thought, they could have squeezed in, they could have closed the door, 1 or 2 misfields, and how that could have changed the whole dynamic. That's the thing is, we say it's a small margin, but actually that is the difference between big and or teams that are ruthless and not. They don't mess about in those moments. They hold on at the critical ones.
Yes.
They'll look back at that with a lot of regret.
Now then, Adil Rashid is back into the attack. He's bowled 6 overs, 0 for 25 so far. He's got a slip in place attacking field. As in he comes now to Karunaratne. Thick outside edge, beats the diving fielder at slip. Wasn't really a chance, quite wide of him. It's racing away to that third boundary, but it will be picked up by Mark Wood, who ran back from gully. That was a long chase. 3 runs to Karunaratne. They're good running by the Sri Lankans. They'll take him 169 for 6.
They're trying to be a little bit more dominant, aren't they, towards Karunaratne? They've put in a slip to him as a newer batter at both ends. Both Mark Wood and Rashid has bowled. Done well, though, in the end there, getting a couple.
They just played it with soft enough hands that had it carried to first slip or gone in that general vicinity, probably just dropped short. The angle helped him in the end. And as you say, Abs, the slip has come out for Shanaka. Do you expect 25 or 43? So it's been a better innings than those numbers tell. As in comes Rashid, and the ball's just been blocked on the front foot, and there is no run. Andy.
Before that 3, there'd just been 2 runs from 15 balls since the wicket of Dhananjaya to Silva. Sri Lanka had accelerated prior to that with 38 in the previous 5 overs.
Rashid in now, slightly back of a length this time as Shanaka defends on the front foot, and there is no run. Adil Rashid gets through his overs so quickly. These first 3 balls have taken a minute, maybe. 169 for 6. Adil Rashid ready again to go. He's at the top of his run. The batsman awaits as in comes Adil Rashid. This time a bit more flight given, and down the track comes Shanaka. Just works this wristily into the leg side for a single. 170 for 6 now.
Yeah, he just looks so good, doesn't he? In the sense, you know, his field. It's often quite obvious that he's going to usually have, well, someone who's in is going to be a ring field more on the leg side here. To Karunaratne, he's tempting him to go for the.
As Rashid in this time, the ball takes a thick inside edge and goes between bat and pad and between batsman and stumps as it trickles down to fine leg. The batsman run back for 2. Little moment of jeopardy there from Adil Rashid, who quizzically scratches his ears.
Oof.
Doesn't know how he missed that.
Well, he's got both sides of the edges now.
Yeah.
A couple of balls, the outside edge, and then this one, the inside edge with the googly.
We'll see a leg slipping soon as well before you know it. 172 for 6. Adil Rashid in for the final ball of his 7th over. Back of a length. The ball's defended back to him. There is no run. And 172 for 6. The score remains 38 overs gone. 12 overs to go. At this point, Sri Lanka, should they go at 6 and over, would end up with a pretty sort of middle of the road score of 240. I mean, by recent standards, they'd be really pleased with 240.
Yeah, I think they would. I think the number one thing is, can they get to 50 overs?
Yes.
And give themselves a chance to have a dart at 46, say 45, 46. And to do that, I think that's a bit of rotating the strike, but they might have to play risk-free cricket for a little while, you know, not taking anything too wild as an option and just playing the smart risk-free option, and then get themselves to a point where then they can have a charge and see how far they can get.
Yes, absolutely.
I think 50 overs has got to be
the first target.
Yeah. They can't afford to be bowled out early from this position.
Indeed. Now then, Mark Wood continuing for his 8th over. Full ball onto the pads of Shanaka, who works that away to deep square leg for a single. Very comfortable on that length all day long. Now then, of course, after this Sri Lanka tour, England have more international commitments against Pakistan. We'll be visiting for 3 one-day internationals and 3 T20s. Pakistan team are in Derby right now, practicing, playing an inter-squad match. The Shadab Khan 11 versus the Babar Azam 11. Who have you got, Ebbs?
Well, Babar Azam is, well, he's up there as,
yeah,
just, he's in that Kohli root club, right? So,
yeah. But I don't know what his 11's like, to be fair.
Who have they? Is the team out there?
It is. I haven't got access to it just yet, but I hear that they've split them quite equitably. As in comes Wood, and this time the ball's been fended off into the leg side for a run.
I'd be going for Babar Azam.
There's something about Shadab, you know. I think he's got a point to prove.
Yes, he's a good cricketer, but he's just not Babar Azam. Though,
he's not Babar Azam, no. He's probably a better leg spinner than Babar Azam, but you know, overall value, I think right now you're going Babar Azam.
Yeah, Shadab Khan bowled all right last summer. It was last summer, wasn't it? During the bubble. Yeah. Time seems a bit quite quick, isn't he?
Yeah, he had a very good winter as well in New Zealand. Difficult tour for Pakistan to New Zealand over the winter, but Shadab showed a lot of skill and guile and was very impressive. As in comes Mark Wood now to Karunaratne, full ball and driven into the mid-off region. They'll run through for a quick single and make it comfortably.
Are we going to see the youngster? Was it Nadeem?
Naseem Shah is not part of the touring squad this year, so we won't see him
on everything. He was.
There will be some exciting youngsters. I mean, whether they play or not, the squad that Pakistan have announced, because straight after this they go to the West Indies.
Mm-hmm.
So this squad has got to suffice for both the England tour and then the West Indies tour. With a big emphasis on T20 cricket, as you expect in a World T20 year. But there are some very exciting names that popped up from the PSL this year, and Shahnawaz Dhani is the guy to look out for. He's a Multan Sultan's fast bowler. Here comes another fast bowler, Mark Wood, short ball and ducked underneath a bouncer that time. Shanaka. A bit of pace and aggression from Mark Wood. That's what you like to see. Yes, this young man was discovered in a training camp.
Young?
I think he's early 20s.
Yeah.
And was very impressive. Ended up as a top wicket taker in this year's PSL. And looked very impressive. And Pakistan do this unusual thing where sometimes they'll take a cricketer who performs well in a T20 competition and think, right, I reckon he's got test match credentials. And so he's managed to make it into both squads. Whether he gets a game or not, we're not quite sure, but it'll be very exciting to see him in action. Very exciting bowler. And the other player to look out for, I'll give you one more after this ball from Mark Wood. Steams in now to Shanaka. Outside the off stump, big swing, big miss from Shanaka. Looking to drive that through the covers, didn't really quite get to the pitch of it. Lucky to avoid an outside edge through to the keeper. Yeah, and the other one is Azam Khan, who is the son of the great Pakistani wicketkeeper Moeen Khan. And Azam, he's had a couple of very eye-catching seasons in the PSL as well. Quite an aggressive, destructive T20 wicketkeeper batsman. So, perhaps, again, we're not sure he's going to get a game because it's hard to displace Mohammad Rizwan at the moment in that side. But it'd be exciting to see him in action if he does get the nod. So it'll be a very exciting tour. And Pakistan playing some good cricket. I imagine they'll push England very hard over those 6 games. Right now, Sri Lanka pushing England harder than they were expected to at the Oval. There's another short ball from Mark Wood's been pulled down to deep backward square leg for a single. That completes the 39th over. Sri Lanka 175 for 6. And put in a very spirited effort today. A couple of good partnerships. Took Sri Lanka from a very, very precarious situation. 20 for 4 they were at one stage. And they were running amok as Mark Wood has done, as he so often does, fallen away in his run up there on the last ball and his follow through.
I think I sense he's a bit frustrated today. He just he fell on the floor, but he also then, a bit of frustration and banged his hand in. I just wonder if it's one of those days where he's clearly he's charging in.
Yes.
The surface it's not beating the batter or outskilling them at the moment. So I think it's one of those days he wants wickets, but it's not happening for him.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Adil Rashid wants wickets too. He's in now, and this time sort of a shorter ball's been worked into the leg side. Batsman will take a single. 176 for 6. Yeah, it's been difficult, hasn't it? I mean, other than Sam Curran, nobody's got a lot of swing, or an appreciable amount of swing anyway, noticeable. He was really troubling the batsman on his side. And I noticed David Willey was bowling really well as well, but he didn't create that sense of danger that Sam Curran was creating. To be fair, none of the other England bowlers have. I mean, there's been wickets here and there, but what Sam Curran was doing felt distinctly different. As in comes Adil Rashid, and Karunaratne very neatly gets on the front foot, plays the ball into the covers with soft hands and runs through for a single. Andy Zaltzman.
Well, England's opening bowlers in this series have taken between them 13 of the 14 wickets taken by the bowlers. There were 2 run-outs in the first game as well. The other was taken by Moeen Ali, just bowled 2 overs, picked up a late wicket the other day. So Tom Curran, Mark Wood and Adil Rashid between them currently bowled 43 overs without a wicket.
And there we go. Adil Rashid in now. Lots of flight given. That ball went uppish and just dropped short of the fielder at backward point. Well, nearly threatened the statistics there. Nearly a statistical jinx from Andy Zaltzman. It is quite extraordinary to think, really, isn't it? I mean, it's one of those things that's sort of camouflaged in England's dominance against Sri Lanka, but not all the bowlers have fired. Not in the way that we've expected them to anyway. Adil Rashid in now. This time the ball's been turned into the leg side by Shanaka for a single. He moves on to 30. Sri Lanka 178 for 6.
Yeah, it's an interesting stat, actually. I think you're right. It could have been something that goes missing. I mean, England have been dominant with the new ball. You look at Wokes, you look at Sam Curran. Yeah, it's surprising to see that. There hasn't been a huge amount of turn for Adil Rashid, I wouldn't say, over the last couple of games.
Not yet, anyway. Fuller one from Adil Rashid, and blocked out by Karunaratne, a sort of half appeal from Jonny Bairstow behind the stumps. I thought it might be foot first, but I think he was pretty safe. 178 for 6. One ball to come in the 40th over. Adil Rashid getting into his action. He bowls a good length ball again. Karunaratne nice and correct in defence, getting ahead, and 178 for 6 after 40 overs. Sri Lanka. Okay, we're going to give Ebony Rainford Brent a little break. Maybe she'll find herself a little snack or something around the oval somewhere.
I've already done that.
You've already... Oh, well done you. Well done you. And we shan't speculate any further. 178 for 6 after 40 overs. With 10 overs to go, 60 balls, and the last power play to come. Sri Lanka will be looking for another 60 runs minimum here. But maybe with 4 wickets in hand, maybe they can push for 70 or 80. A total of 240 plus would really give England a bit of a challenge here. Certainly more than the challenge 180 in Durham posed, as Jimmy Anderson has joined me alongside me again. And Jimmy, at this point, Sri Lanka, last 10 overs to go, 4 wickets in hand. What's the upside?
Well, Shanaka's still there.
Yes.
So as long as he's there, we saw in the T20s, he can clear the ropes at the end of an innings. I think he's got to try and take it as deep as possible. Maybe give himself 5 overs at the end to try and whack a few.
In comes Mark Wood now to Shanaka. The ball takes a thick outside edge and floats out to deep third, where the batsmen take another single. Yeah, I think a runner ball right now for Sri Lanka. Do you think maybe a little bit more than that?
Well, I think they'll probably be happy with that. I think they need more than that.
Yes.
250 I think is a bare minimum on this surface. I still think it's a good pitch. We did see a little bit of spin from Adil Rashid his last over.
Yes.
That googly's starting to spin, but I still think England will fancy themselves on this wicket.
Absolutely, he does look very, very good. A great pitch. Not particularly any demons in there, but a bit of swing. We did see a bit of swing from Sam Curran early doors. We know these Sri Lankan bowlers can swing the ball as well. We've seen Chameera and Fernando bowl very well in this series. As in comes Mark Wood again, short one. Just been fended off into the short leg area. They run through for a quick single. That's very good running by the Sri Lankan pair. Spotted that opening. Fielder a little bit slow to it, and they make it through for a single. 180 for 6.
Yeah, I think 250. I think they've got to set their sights on that. The issue is at the minute they've got 4 wickets left,
yes.
6 down at this point. If they're 180 for 3 or 4, gives them a great chance, great sort of starting point to then really kick on this last 10 overs.
Everything feels like a recovery after 20 for 4, doesn't it? In comes Mark Wood. This time the ball's been pushed into the deep backward square leg region for another single. And even if they were sort of 190 all out at this point, if something happened to have a collapse over the next 10 overs or next few overs, they'll look back and think, we were 20 for 4. This game could have been done and dusted in 2.5 hours. We've done really well to dig ourselves out. But of course, a lot of that is on Dhananjaya de Silva. But as a team, they've shown a lot of bottle here. Yeah,
I mean, they've definitely got fight, because they've got themselves into really tricky positions throughout the T20s and the first one-dayer and this one.
Mark Wood in again. He bowls a good length ball. It's been driven back to him, and he's fielded in his follow-through, falling over as he often does. No run scored.
So they've got themselves into trouble, and then they've always managed to just keep themselves in the game for that little bit longer. We saw at Durham they didn't get enough runs on the board, but that opening spell from Fernando and Chameera, when they were 80 for 4, could have been 80 for 5 with a drop chance. They're fighting all the time to get back in the game, so they've got that fight. We know that they've got that fight. It's just about having the skill and the nous to be able to do it for a whole innings.
Mark Wood in once again, short ball, thick outside edge, down to deep third for a single. Getting these singles with relative ease at the moment, the Sri Lankan batsman. 182 for 6 the score now. Dasun Shanaka on 32, and Chamika Karunaratne has very quickly managed to get himself to 11 as well. Very quietly he's managed to get himself to 11 without causing too much trouble. How do you feel about the way Eoin Morgan's used his bowlers today? Do you think he could have done anything slightly differently? At 20 for 4, capitalising on that? Do you think he'll feel like he missed an opportunity?
I don't think so. I think it is a good wicket. They bowled really well up front, Willey and Curran. Got plenty of swing through the air, caused the batsman a lot of trouble.
Mark put it in once again, short outside the off stump and guided off the face of the bat down to deep third. Once again for a single. That's the end of the 41st over. Sri Lanka 183 for 6. I'm going to take a little break. Simon Mann's going to replace me. A few thoughts from you, Jimmy Anderson, and you guys can take it through to the end of the innings.
So, yeah, just talking about could Eoin Morgan have done anything different? I think the pitch is good. Rotated his seamers as much as he could at the start, and then brought Adil Rashid into the attack. The obvious omission from the bowling attack so far today has been Moeen Ali, and I just wonder whether if that could have been the option for Eoin Morgan to bring Moeen into the attack at some point, but he's not done that just yet.
So Rashid bowls his ball, is swept aerially down to deep backward square leg by Shanaka, who moves to 34 and scored a 184 for 6, and Simon Mann's done it again.
Shall I do the stats joke again, Andy, or not? It's a bit old hat now, is it? Yeah, okay. 184 for 6 then. Start of the 42nd. There's still quite a lot of overs to get through in the time available. We did have that injury, didn't we, to Bairstow. That took some time out of the game. And we had some reviews as well. Plenty of reviews in the opening 2 overs. 3 LBW reviews. 2 of them were out. Here is Rashid bowling, very full powered back past the bowler. He stretches out his right hand, can't get there, goes up to Billings. Billings runs around, sends in the return, and they're through for a single. 185 for 6. Russell Arnold was on earlier saying 275 Sri Lanka need on this surface to be competitive. Well, they're a long way from that at the moment, a long way. It's not impossible from here, but you'd say it was unlikely. 185 for 6 in the 42nd. Rashid bowls, clipped away by Shanaka out towards deep mid-wicket, takes his 35th run, lobbed in underarm by David Willey. Twiddle of the bat from Karunaratne. Eoin Morgan's got a slip in for him, for Karunaratne, the number 8. Another twiddle of the bat. And here is Rashid to bowl to him in the afternoon sunshine. And it's forced away by Karunaratne off the back foot up towards wideish mid-on. Curran picks up and lobs in the returning. Look, they're trying to get through these overs quickly. You can see that. Curran rushing back. But there's a very different field for the two batters out there, as you'd expect, with one in and one trying to get himself in. Rashid bowls, turned away into the onside off the back foot by Shanaka for 1. They look for 2. They're coming back for the second. Willey's onto it, hurls the ball in at the non-striker's end. Rashid lets it go, and it's backed up by Roy. And they do get those 2. 189 for 6. Rashid's 9th over. He's gone for 40 so far. And Shanaka on to 37. Rashid spins himself a catch. I think the non-striker dropped his bat there. That's why umpire Bailey held up Rashid for a moment. He was about to go in and bowl. Just making a slight adjustment to the field. The backward point field has come in. Tight on the 1. Rashid bowls. Oh, that's a beauty. It's a leg break that spins past the outside edge of Shanaka's bat, taken by Bairstow. And that's the end of Rashid's over. So we've had 42 overs in this Sri Lanka innings. They're 189 for 6. And that predict-viz has them scoring 50 fewer than Russell Arnold says they needed. Has them 225.
2 balls there from Rashid, really spinning quite fiercely away from the right-hander. So that will really encourage the Sri Lankans, I think. Yeah. And something Eoin Morgan touched on at the toss was he didn't think this pitch was going to deteriorate, because generally here they stay, if it's a good wicket, it stays good for the duration of the game, but it looks like it might just be wearing a little bit. So that'll encourage the Sri Lankan spinners when they do get the opportunity. Yeah, just having a go at their options, their spin options. Hasaranga, obviously, is a talented young spinner.
Dhananjaya to Silva. Here's Wood bowling. Played away into the onside by Karunaratne towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. But Shanaka's pace, Karunaratne's pace, Fernando's pace, Chameera's pace. So they perhaps haven't got quite as many spin options as they might have had in the past. Dhananjaya to Silva. He's a bit flaky, but he does have some mystery about him. But Hasaranga is the one, I suppose. Can he cause some problems later? 189 for 6. Karunaratne waits for Wood and played forcefully up towards mid-off. He wanted the single, it wasn't there. Wood still wicketless, but definitely tidy. He's in his 10th over. He's only conceded 35.
Yeah, they might not have the spin options, but even as a seam bowler, I'd be looking at the way Rashid's going about it and thinking if it's taking that much spin, then the variations, your cutters and your slow balls will really come into play at the sort of second half of the England innings.
Wood spins round outside the circle, sprints in to bowl to Karunaratne. He gets a short ball and he just evades that. Not particularly convincing, but he got out the line of it. Wood steaming in at the lower order, taken by Bairstow. So they'll think they've seen that and they'll go, right, let's lots of cutters and slower ball, that sort of thing.
That's the way I'd be looking at it. Yeah. I think since that early swing, and I'm sure they'll try and swing it up front. We've seen both opening bowlers, Fernando and Chameera, swinging the ball pretty well throughout since they've been over here. But after that, once the ball gets a little bit older, sort of last 25 overs, I'd be looking to take the pace off.
Wood passed on by Kettleborough. Bowls a short ball that's sort of just about kept out of his body by Karunaratne. He was following him, he pushed at it, almost kept it away from his face into the offside. And Wood with the extra pace of his, it's not easy for the lower order.
We've seen a lot of that today as well. He's bowled some really good bouncers, but just not got the reward for it. They've not tried to take him on. Really, they've played pull shots against the other seamers, but not against Wood. They've just looked to stand up and try and get on top of the bounce.
Man's gone out to deep backwards square leg now. 189 for 6. Wood goes wide of the crease, bowls to Karunaratne, guides it away. Back with a square on the offside. There is no run. 189 for 6. Josh in Exeter has emailed, and many others have apparently. Contacted us with the same question, and this goes back to Lords. I did actually put something out on Twitter about this the day afterwards. Did you ever sort the rustic brown paint for your mum? Jimmy's looking at me wondering what the heck this was about.
Rustic Brown played for Gloucestershire in the 1930s.
Yeah, Rustic Brown played for Gloucestershire in the 1930s, Jimmy. He's even more confused now. You've totally confused him. Here's Wood bowling short ball. He ducks underneath it. And the batter there wanted a wide, but umpire Kettleborough said no, it was over the stumps. Over the leg stump. The answer to the question is yes. The next day I managed to find some, and it turned up at my mum's house later in the week, and she said, it's a very small pot of paint. Is this going to be enough? I might have to get another one. At which point I was like, oh no. Anyway, I'm going down to it's the Bristol One Day International on Sunday. I'm going down to see her at the weekend. I will see how she's got. I'll report back how she's got on with the fence. I might take a photograph of it, and we'll see. Anyway, yeah, it wasn't very exciting, the Lord's Test match, Jimmy, that last day.
Clearly.
Rashid bowls, sweep shot employed by Shanaka. It's gone away for 4. Moeen can't get round. Very well struck by Shanaka. And Sri Lanka go to 193 for 6. Shanaka to 41.
It's their first boundary in this partnership. She has now lasted 8.4 overs.
Yeah, it got him on the full, actually.
Yeah, the shortest part of the ground, that as well. There's some really big boundaries here at the Oval today. That's the shortest part of the ground he's picked there.
Here is Rashid bowling. Big drive from Shanaka up towards long on. 194 for 6. There were a few people making comparisons about paint drying and the last day of the Lord's Test match, but you can You can let that one go by outside the off stump.
I thought it was all right. Slept for most of it. So,
so did we. 194 for 6. Karunaratne on 13, and that balloon's in the air. Bairstow tries to take what he hoped would be a catch, leaning forward, but he couldn't quite get to it. Not sure where that came off, inside edge or just the pad. It's quite a long way from Bairstow. Let's have a look. Not obviously so. A dot ball though. Rashid tosses that right up and it's smashed down the ground out towards the long off boundary. A low skimmer for 4. Billings can't get round. He's quick, but he can't get round to that. Very well struck by Karunaratne. That's his first boundary. Takes him to 7. It was tossed up there invitingly by Rashid, and it really was thrown up high. And Karunaratne says, "I'll have a bit of this."
yeah, almost trying to buy a wicket. He's into his last over. Rashid, wicketless so far. Just trying to get it above the eye line and tempt the batsman to make a mistake, but struck it really well.
198 for 6. Rashid bowls, dabbed away into the offside. They're off a quick single, shut the stumps. The non-strikers in. They might get an overthrow. They don't, because the non-striker ran well past the stumps at Bairstow's end. It was backed up by Sam Curran coming in from long on. 199 for 6. Karunaratne 18. Shanaka on 42. Rashid bowls to him and he dead bats that into the offside. Couldn't do anything with that at all. End of the over, 6 to go. And Sri Lanka, who were 21 for 4, are 199 for 6.
Another wicketless day for Adil Rashid. Finished with 0 for 50 from his 10 overs. And it's only the second time since late 2015 that he's gone back-to-back matches without taking a wicket. In his last 8 one-day internationals, just 7 wickets, average 75, and an economy rate of 6.8. So his superb form of the last few years, slightly dented in the last 12 months or so.
Right, David Willey back into the attack. He certainly hasn't gone wicketless today. He's picked up a couple. 8 overs, 2 for 45.
He is bowled well today. Bowled well with the new ball, swung it early on, and picked up a crucial wicket. Middle of the innings.
Yeah, he got rid of
bouncer.
Dhananjaya to Silva, yeah. Caught a deep backward square leg for 91. Here's Willey jogging into bowl. And, his first ball is forced back past him up towards straight mid-off. They're through for a single. There we are. Sri Lanka's 200 up. Yeah, polite applause around the ground. I think the spectators have come today. They want to see Sri Lanka get a few to challenge England's batting. Now they might well find that Sri Lanka win the game. That's what happened at Headingley. It didn't feel as though Sri Lanka had enough in that World Cup match, but it did prove to be, and it really was a problem for England. They stumbled their way towards that total. Short from Willey, pulled away by Shanaka. Are they going to come back for the second? No, they don't. Throw into the base of the stumps from Billings. 201 for 6. But you feel this on this surface that England have this game under control at the moment, but things can change. We saw them slip to 80 for 4 on Tuesday. It should have been 80 for 5 as well. 201 for 6 feels a bit skinny at the moment. Here's Willey going into bowl, knocked into the leg side by Karunaratne for 1. Again, Billings is onto it, sending in return on the bounce this time to Bairstow. And they're restricted to a single again. 202 for 6. That's the upper limit here for Sri Lanka. Realistically from here, could they get 250? Probably feels a long way off that, doesn't it?
It does, but I think they need to. They need to get as close to that as possible.
Willey into bowl to Shanaka, plays a guided pull shot down towards the boundary. Oh, he's found the gap really nicely between deep backward square leg and fine leg. A route running round, couldn't get there. He was one of those, he thought he was going to get there, and ball just seemed to keep going. And nicely played by Shanaka, who's on to 47. You can hear some Sri Lanka supporters in the crowd who enjoyed that. Have liked their recovery from 21 for 4. At that stage, it looked as though we could be done by 4:30, but 206 for 6 now. Willey bowls. And Shanaka chases a ball that's across him. It doesn't make contact. It's through to Bairstow. It felt like a similar sort of story, but that 91 from Dhananjaya to Silva and the 47 not out from Shanaka has given them some respectability. Whether it will challenge this England side, well, we'll find out. Roy back in the side today in place of Livingston. And then Root Morgan, Billings, Moeen, Ali, as well as Bairstow in England's top 6. Willey bowls. So flat batted away, going to be caught on the cover boundary. Willey's got his third. Shanaka hit that pretty well, but he picked out the man. And it's 206 for 7. And a third wicket for David Willey. Shanaka gone for 47.
Yeah, and that's not what Sri Lanka needed at this point. Shanaka was their hope of getting up to that 250 mark that we've talked about. Got himself set, got himself in, used to the pace of the wicket, but he's just chosen the wrong shot there. He's gone aerial through sort of cover point, straight to Sam Curran on the boundary. And again, it just feels like a sloppy mistake where they've already got, 7 off the over already, 6 or 7. Did he need to do that? Got to try and take it as deep as possible, and now Sri Lanka in a bit of bother.
Yeah, Binura Fernando is on his way out. He's a very tall man in at number 9, and about 6'5", 6'6". I'm looking forward to the running between these two. These two the other day, wasn't it? Yeah. Entertained us. I'm not sure it didn't entertain Mickey Arthur very much.
Like there was a run out on the cards every ball. Yeah. So I wonder if they've worked on it in the week or in the last day.
I mean, for neutrals, and if you're the opposition, it's one of the best things in cricket to see 2 batters at the same end. It's hilarious, but not if you're the coach of the side, not if you're the players involved.
Not if you're batting next.
No. Mind you, the 10 and 11 got themselves run out as well, didn't they? Chameera was run out, and Jaya Wickrama was run out the other day. Chameera is playing today. Jaya Wickrama, the left-arm spinner, left out after his debut match. 206 for 7. Just wonder, actually seeing the pitch, whether Jaya Wickrama might have been a better option.
Yeah, could well have been.
Here is Tom Curran to bowl to Karunaratne. Slower ball turned into the onside. They're off for 1. And, Willey comes in, his hat falls off, picks it up, lobs in the return. So we're coming to 4:30. Still nearly 5 overs to be bowled. So England in overtime. Whether they'll be in points deduction territory remains to be seen. Chris Broad is the match referee. There have been delays for various things, not least that Bairstow injury. 207 for 7. He's out there. He's just got one on the end of the glove. It took a while to sort out. Knocks minutes out of the innings. Curran, Tom Curran bowls, and that's hit really nicely by Fernando over extra cover. It's going out towards the boundary. The chase is on. I think it's going to be unsuccessful. The ball wins. Oh, what a shot that is! First ball from Binura Fernando.
Yeah, great shot. Over pitch by Tom Curran. Still, you've got to put it away. He's gone aerial over extra cover. Timed it to absolute perfection. Really good shot. Like you say, first ball to be able to do that.
Yeah.
Look, Sri Lanka need a few more of them from Fernando.
Yeah. See if they can get something here, some impetus at the end. Play a few shots, get up to 250. Curran bowls another slower ball. Fernando dead bats it in the end. Couldn't manoeuvre it into a gap, played it out towards cover. And that is no run. 211 for 7. Very different feel about today's game here at the Oval, with a decent sized crowd in. 14,000 is the official capacity today. Doesn't sound a lot, but it's a lot when you consider what we've been having. A real atmosphere around the ground. Here is Curran bowling, guided away, but straight to backward point from the bat of Fernando, and there's no run. And we've got that new stand opened on the far side of the ground as well, in use for an international match for the first time. And the top balcony there, you really are really up in the gods looking down. A different perspective. Because most of the stands here are quite low, so you get a low perspective of the cricket here, but the chance there to really watch from on high. Curran bowls another slower ball and he gets an inside edge to chase for Bairstow down towards the fine leg boundary. It's gone for 4. Well, that was a streaky one, but effective. It was one of those moral victories for the bowlers, but right 4 next to the batsman's name in the scorebook.
Yeah, it's a backhand slow ball from Tom Curran. He's just tried to cut it down to third man for 1, and he's got an inside edge. And there's no fielders down there, pretty well played shot in the end.
Yeah, perfect. Fine leg up inside the circle. 2:15 for 7. So Fernando's hit 2 4s already. This is Curran. No wicket for 36. Last ball of his 9th. Short ball. Fernando's tall man ducks underneath it. And wide is signalled. Umpire Bailey with a consultation with Richard Kettleborough at square leg. But he did get underneath that. I suppose you've got to make that judgment. He's a tall man. It has to be a pretty short ball to be a wide to him. Curran, no complaints though. Bowls, that one seems to come cutting back into Fernando. Trying to force it into the offside. It was far too close to him. Hit it into the pitch. Rolled up towards Curran, who picked up. End of the over. 2:16 for 7. We're going to have a change here. We've got 4 overs left of Sri Lanka's innings. More from you, Jimmy, and then it will be Charles Dagnall until the end.
Yeah, it's England in a strong position here. Sri Lanka, if they carry on at this run rate, will get up to 235, which I feel is not enough. So they'll be looking for a few boundaries towards the end of this innings to try and get them up to 250 and beyond to try and make it competitive. But England bringing back Sam Curran to try and, I'm sure, bowling his changes of pace and death bowling to try and make it really hard for these 2 Sri Lankan batsmen.
Hello, Jim. Hello, everybody. It's the last 4 overs. Sri Lanka 2:16 for 7. A short delivery, a slow ball bouncer attempted by Sam Curran. It's down the leg side. It's signalled wide by umpire Kettleborough. What's the wide situation today, Andy?
I was just going to say that. I feel like there's been a lot of wides today.
I think that was the 12th.
2 extra overs. Something England, even though they've been hugely impressive with the ball and in the field today, something they just want to tidy up perhaps. Curran towards as he comes from the pavilion end. Another short delivery, gloved and caught, and it's his 5th. And he stretches his arms out, looks to the sky and envelops Jonny Bairstow in an enormous bear hug. And Sam Curran, who picked up those 3 early wickets, has had to wait for numbers 4 and 5. But a fantastic return on his home ground for the Surrey all-rounder. Just got a little bit big on Karunaratne, and through it goes to Jonny Bairstow, and Sri Lanka lose that 8th wicket with the score on 217.
Yeah, that's really, really nice to see his reaction to that, Sam Curran. Absolutely delighted with his 5 for on his home ground, in front of his home fans, celebrating with his brother as well, who's back in the team today. It's a really nice moment for him. Bowled beautifully with a new ball up front, and he's come back here now holding the ball up to the crowd, receiving the applause, deservedly so. Yeah, he's come back, bowled brilliantly throughout. And we're talking about the wides. England have used that short ball quite a lot today. And, I thought Mark Wood was the pick of the bowlers bowling it. He used it really well, just didn't get the look that he needed. Had a drop chance by Bairstow behind. We've seen a couple of wickets fall to it now, the short ball. David Willey got the important one of Dhananjaya, and now Sam Curran getting a little glove on one behind.
Yep.
Really well bowled.
And as you said, it's the nature of the actual bouncer. He's not express, he's not quick, but the height was right, the direction was right, it got big on Karunaratne. That's the all-important thing. 217 for 8 then. Another bouncer. as it goes through to the keeper, Dushmantha. Chameera, a new man at the crease, who's been hugely impressive, the standout with the ball for Sri Lanka. I think you might enjoy bowling on the oval today. Andy, you were going to give us something.
It's Sam Curran's first 5-wicket haul for England in any format. He's had a couple of forfers in Test cricket, never taken 4 in one day as before, and in fact only one forfer for Surrey, and this is his first 5fer in List A one-day cricket.
And well done him, really deserved it today. He scuttles in from the pavilion end, a big swing and a miss, almost number 6 for Sam Curran. Goes through to Bairstow, and now Sri Lanka in these final overs, stuttering their way to a total which you fancy, being honest, is probably going to be about 100 short. With the way that the pitch looks and the way it's playing, that's the gut feel anyway.
Yeah, I'd say so. I think, 300 we've talked about. You know, the stats say that batting first at the Oval in international cricket, 300 is about par. And I do feel that's the case here today as well, and England will really fancy their chances. Looking forward to batting on it.
Infield closes in as Curran approaches, and it's down on the leg stump, and Dushmantha Chameera stands up, uses all of his height. He's quite a wiry kind of cricketer, tall, lean, turns it down towards Tom Curran at fine leg, and a single is taken. 218 for 8. Was there a little flick of an edge? We're just having a look at ultra edge with that Chameera swipe. Didn't see any wiggly lines, fairly flat as the ball rolled through. Curran again over the wicket, another little cutter, rolling the fingers over the side of the ball. It gets turned by Fernando down towards long leg, another single. 219 for 8.
Yeah, just talking about the use of the bouncer, and Curran and Willey have been bowling 80 miles an hour today, but it just shows that it's not necessarily the pace of the bouncer that's the issue for the batsman. I've seen that with Neil Wagner as well in Test cricket. It's the direction and the intent that you bowl it with.
Curran again, another short ball, and gets in a bit of a tangle. Chameera just plays it out into the offside and thinks about a single, gets sent back by Fernando, and at conclusion of the over, Sam Curran has bowled 9 overs, 5 for 44, and with 3 overs remaining, Sri Lanka 219 for 8. It's an interesting one, Wagner, actually. He's almost a 2-lengths bowler. He comes in, bowls first couple of overs in an orthodox fashion, and then it really is bumper Yorker. I mean, he really does bowl a lot of them for New Zealand. Yeah. Is it the angle? Is it the left-hander's angle, perhaps, that might be awkward?
Well, he does bowl round the wicket quite a lot as well,
yeah,
so he changes it up. I honestly think it's just the direction and the actual uncomfortable nature of a bouncer, even if it's at 80 miles an hour. Still, I don't think there's not many batters in the world that actually like it there.
Yeah.
And if you set the field for it, which he does, he sets fields where you don't feel like you've got a scoring option. And the only thing you've got is a catching opportunity, so he does it really well.
Tom Curran bowls, and it just evades Jason Roy at backward point. It was lofted by Fernando. It's actually going to run away for 4. It was a slower delivery. Fernando waved the bat at it, and it just looped over backward point, agonisingly close to the fingertips of Jason Roy, and away to the deep point boundary, and a shake of the head from Tom Curran, but a welcome boundary for Sri Lanka to 23 for 8.
Yeah, strange looking shot. I don't know how he's scooped it like that over. It was a slower ball, sort of played like a cut shot. It was quite wide, but very close to Jason Roy at backward point.
Third man, fine leg up inside the ring. There's another slower delivery from Tom Curran. He's hacked it down into the turf. And Curran fields off his own bowling. Let's look at this field. There's a deep cover, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, and deep backward square. Or long leg, whichever. But that's where the 5th fielder outside the circle is. Inside the circle, third and fine. Backward point and extra cover with the captain, Eoin Morgan, and he puts a bit of moisture on the fingers, rubs his hands together and walks in as Curran approaches, and a Yorker was dug out well by Fernando. He squeezed it between turf and bat, and out it goes to Billings, and those bright blue boots of his to long on. Single collected, 224 for 8.
They're just showing replays of Tom Curran's slower ball, and I'm always amazed at how perfect the seam comes out. It's better than most people's normal seam. And it reminds me a bit of Jay Dernbach, who played at Surrey and for England a bit as well. Both very similar back of the hand slow balls.
Wide of the crease, Curran, another slow ball, missed by Chameera, bobbles through to Jonny Bairstow, who does well. He's capped well today, Jonny Bairstow. Difficult chance he shelled earlier off Mark Wood. I mean, half chance, really.
Well,
quarter.
Should have took it. For me, he's got gloves on. Should have took it.
Speaks England's all-time leading wicket taker as a full delivery from Curran gets nurdled out into the offside for another single. 225 for 8. This back end of the Sri Lankan innings is more of a whimper, really. Hard taskmaster, you, Jim.
Oh yeah, to be fair, it was a 90-mile-an-hour bouncer at full stretch for him, so
should have got
maybe let him off the hook just this once.
Curran away from us, slightly pigeon-toed in his run, and this has been played away through the offside straight to Eoin Morgan at cover, and it's the end of the over. So Fernando 14 made an enterprising 20 in the third T20 international. Chameera is 2 not out. Sri Lanka 225 for 8. You mentioned about Jane Dernbach. I wonder how much of that sort of information got passed down through the ranks in the Surrey dressing room from one to another. Adaptation of slower balls.
Yeah, I imagine quite a bit.
I mean, do you do that? Do you do that within the Lancs dressing room? Young bowlers coming through and just give them little pointers, indications, technique?
Nah.
Good.
Of course, of course. I think it's your responsibility as a senior player to try and pass information on, help where you can. So I'm more of a person, if I get asked, I'll help. I won't force myself on them.
Curran bowls his last over, Sam Curran that is, and flayed away by Chameera, just a backward point. Jason Roy dives to his right-hand side, a single taken. 226 for 8. And I think that's an important point to make, that I think young cricketers should approach those. You should be asked, as opposed to vice versa. And not also to be afraid. It's not as though you're going to turn around and genuinely say no.
Of course.
You know, you've got the information. As a short delivery is pulled by Fernando into space on the onside between long on and deep mid-wicket. Billings is quickly round. The throw comes in, but Chameera comfortably picks up the second run. 228 for 8.
Yeah, I think it's really important in a team that you communicate well as a group, and something we do, I think, well as a bowling unit with England is do that. We talk a lot, chat in the nets. And it's not just them learning from the younger guys learning from the senior players. Curran, another bouncer, and through it goes after a wild swing from Fernando to Jonny Bairstow. 228 for 8. You know, I feel like the more you talk, I actually pick things up from other bowlers as well that might help my game. So it's really important that you just keep talking it through, because certainly if things aren't going well, it can feel a very lonely place as a bowler at the end of your mark. But if you've got that sort of communication going, it makes it a lot easier. Curran close to the stumps, a Yorker, a good one. And it goes through under the bat of Fernando and to Jonny Bairstow. 228 for 8. I remember genuinely a time where we played against the touring New Zealand side. Chris Cairns was overseas and at the time had the best slower ball in the world. And I took him to one side. I said, look, you've got a minute at tea time. He went, yeah, of course I have. And I asked him how he bowled it. And he told me the techniques and the like as Curran bowls, and this is scythed away by Fernando through the offside just for a single to David Willey, who's got a floppy hat on at the cover boundary. Another single, 229 for 8. But the thing that made my jaw drop was this was the best slower ball in the world. It's one that undid Chris Reed so famously at Lord's and really dipped. He said, no one's ever asked me before. Now Chris Cairns was 36 years old at the time. I was astonished that no one had sought him out to find out. There's a short delivery from Curran. Tries to uppercut it, does Chameera. Not good enough, I'm afraid, and through it goes to Bairstow for no run. So the end of the 49th over. Sri Lanka 229 for 8. Sam Curran has finished
his analysis and what a day he's had. 5 for 48 of his 10 overs on his home ground, and England supporters rise to applaud their local hero, Andy Saltzman.
Just a couple of things about England's opening bowlers today. Between them now, with David Willey having 1 over left, they have 8 wickets for 101. That's the most taken by left-handed bowlers for England in a one-day international. Previously, there'd never even been more than 5 by left-handers in a single innings. So 8 today is previously unprecedented riches for fans of left-arm bowling, and 8 by England's opening bowlers is also the most that England's openers have ever taken in a one-day international between them.
All right. I'm dying to know who the other left-handed bowlers were that took 5. Unfortunately, we're going to run out of time. Here's the last over. Willey over the wicket. Bowls a short delivery, swatted away by Fernando. It's gone high in the air and caught very, very well by Adil Rashid, running in from the fine leg boundary. And that tally of 8 has gone to 9 as David Willey picks up his 4th wicket. Really fine catch from Rashid. He had to run in probably 20 yards or so. Ball wasn't in the air for that long, but the ground he made, he just caught the ball on the tips of the blades of grass, just sliding as he did, and did really well to hang on to it as he tumbled forward. Big wide smile and a bow from David Willey as he took the catch, and the 9th Sri Lankan wicket falls to 29 for 9.
Yeah, another short ball.
Yeah.
Brilliant from David Willey, and what a catch by Adil Rashid. Really impressive. Had to cover a lot of ground actually coming in. Never easy when you're running forward, keeping your eye on the ball, and a little dive at the end just to make sure he got there. Really impressive.
Yeah, excellent catch. England have been very, very good, as they have been for a long time now with the ball and in the field. I can see Andy to my right-hand side is sort of beavering away, and so that's another left-handed stat. There's 9 wickets. What about 2 opening bowlers taking all of the wickets?
That's happened only once.
Hat-trick ball it is for David Willey. Wicket off the last ball of his last over. Wicket off the first one of this over, and his hat-trick ball. He comes over the wicket, clattered down the ground. It wasn't quite timed by Chameera, and it finds its way to Sam Billings at long on. So a single taken, Chameera to 4, and it's 230 for 9.
It's the 10th time 2 left-arm bowlers between them. Well, I'd say left-arm bowlers collectively have taken 9 or more wickets in a one-day international. Only the 5th that 9 wickets have been taken by left-arm seamers. There's never been all 10 by left-arm seamers in ODI cricket.
Here we go. Here's Willey, and it's defended by Asitha Fernando down to backward point. A single. He's off the mark. Asitha Fernando, number 11 for Sri Lanka. 3 balls remain. Andy Saltzman is practically puce at the thought.
Look, his fingers go.
Oh, it's never seen anything like it. Lips pursed. Many a screen in front of him as Willey moves away from us, and this has been hacked down the ground. Has it gone all the way for 6, or will it be caught? Oh, it's just beyond the outstretched hands of Sam Billings. He went reverse hands as he tried to grab the ball and pluck it from thin air. Made about 7 or 8 yards to his left-hand side, and just beyond him, the ball clatters into the advertising hoardings. I think he might have hurt himself a little bit. He's on his haunches, but no matter. 6 runs to Sri Lanka, and Chameera into double figures. 10 from 10 to 37 for 9. 2 balls remain. Willey, kicking his heels, runs away from us. Another short ball has been slapped away. Will it be caught by Joe Root? No, just beyond him as it goes out towards long off. Root hares after it. A couple of runs to Sri Lanka. 239 for 9. We've got 1 left-arm fifer. Could there be another? 1 more ball to do it. David Willey tosses the ball from hand to hand. Blonde hair swept over to one side, shirt untucked. Turns at the top of his mark. 4 in the offside ring as he approaches. Another short delivery. It's gone high in the air. Who's underneath it? 3 fielders converging, and it lands perfectly in the middle of all 3. Bairstow, Moeen and Adil Rashid. He almost had it, David Willey, but Sri Lanka managed to pick up 2 off the final delivery of the 50th over, and an entertaining final one it was. from both the Sri Lankan and England perspective. 241 for 9 they finish in their 50 overs. Sam Curran, 5 wickets. David Willey, 4. But overall, James Anderson, judging by what we've seen and how the pitch has played, I think Eoin Morgan will be delighted with the work that his bowlers and fielders have done out there in the last 50 overs.
Yeah, definitely. I think England have shown their class throughout this series with Sri Lanka, both with the ball and in the field. Again, today the fielding was excellent. The bowling has been really, really good. That's right from the start. That swinging ball from Curran and Willey. But you have to give credit to Sri Lanka. They were 21 for 4 to pull it back to 241 for 9. I think they'll be pretty happy with that. It gives them a target to bowl at. They have had England in trouble in the first game of this series, so it's not all doom and gloom for them. If they get a good start with the ball, which they know that they can through Chameera and Fernando, then a few early wickets could put England under pressure. And we have seen some spin for Adil Rashid, which, again, Hasaranga being one of their key bowlers, might just give him some encouragement for the middle overs.
Yeah, there was a time, wasn't there? Obviously at 21 for 4 and it was, oh no, not again kind of thing, and there was a little bit of energy. But the way that Dhananjaya de Silva played, firstly in partnership with Hasaranga, he then put a good partnership with Dasun Shanaka as well, and that's what you want to see from an international side, albeit, there's talk of transition or how, inexperience, etc. But you want to see a bit of character, a little bit of pluck, and that's what they showed.
Yeah, but to be fair to them, I think they've fought all the way through the T20s and the first game. They've been up against it, but they've always kept fighting, whether it's with the ball in the field or with the bat. And I think they've got that fight in them. You can see it. It's more about trying to be a little bit more smart, and they've clearly got skill. It's just about using it at the right times. And Dhananjaya, for example, I thought he played brilliantly. He's a runner ball all the way through his innings without taking many risks. And then he got to a point about 75 where he just started playing these loose shots a little bit, trying to play big shots down the ground, and he ended up getting out with a big hook that went top edge to deep square leg. You just thought at that point, if he could have just gone through another few overs, got to his 100 and then expanded in the last 10, then Sri Lanka would have had a chance of getting to that 275, 300 mark.
Just a quick word on England's opening bowlers, though. I mean, goodness me. Everybody is staking a claim, and that is exactly what Eoin Morgan wants to see, of course. But they have bowled superbly well today, especially with the new ball. Yeah,
definitely. And I think chances aren't always readily available in this one-day side, especially with Jofra Archer, the likes of Chris Wokes, who normally take the new ball. So to take their chance like they have, I thought they pitch the ball up to find that swing, attack the stumps, bowl good areas, really put pressure on the batsman early on what was a good pitch. That's exactly what you want from your new ball bowlers. You want them to be brave, pitch it up. Even in one-day cricket, if there's movement through the air, you've got to be brave with your length and pitch it up as much as you can.
Lovely. Thank you, James. James Anderson with us here on Test Match Special throughout the course of England's white ball series, and we'll have more thoughts from him in the second innings. Very quickly, 5 wickets for Sam Curran, 4 for David Willey. As for Sri Lanka, Nissanka made 5, Perera 0, Avishka Fernando 2. Dhananjaya de Silva made 91 off 91 deliveries, including 13 fours. Asalanka made 3, Hasaranga made 26, Shanaka 47, and Karunaratne 21. And Chameera not out 14. Fernando was not out 14. In total, 1 leg by and 13 wide, something England might want to tidy up just a little bit in the 241 for 9. The bowling figures: 4 for 64 for David Willey off his 10 overs, just the 5 bowlers used by England. Sam Curran 5 for 48 off 10 with 1 maiden for Willey as well. Tom Curran 0 for 43 from his 10. Mark Wood thought he bowled really well but was wicketless, 0 for 35 off 10 including a maiden. And Adil Rashid 10 overs, no maidens, 0 for 50. So England will be in pursuit of 242 to win in due course, and for now it will be Simon Mann.
Thanks, Charles. You were getting very excited, weren't you, Andy Zaltzman, towards the end there? I know what you were getting excited about. You wanted 2 fifers, didn't you? Would that have been the first time it's ever happened in a in a one-day international? I thought you would have that at your fingertips, Andy, but
I was just in the process of looking it up, Simon. So here it comes. Here comes the stat. It would have been the second time.
Second time.
Australia against England at Edgbaston in 1977. There were 2 5-wicket hauls. England skittled. Not the Australians you'd think. Greg Chappell and Gary Cozier took 5 each.
Wow, right. I knew we were getting excited towards the end, and Willey was so close to a 5 as well. Sam Curran took a 5 for 48, and Willey 4 for 64. So 2:42 to win, and play will resume at around about 5:20. Half an hour the interval in these one-day internationals. Now the lights are on, and some of the England bowlers, some of the backups are out there, but the Sri Lankans are out there as well, going through their bowling paces. To come during the interval, we'll hear a very special version of our TMS theme in a few minutes, and we'll get more on the ACE programme, which is part of the official name of this one-day international today. But let's catch up with Russell Arnold, who's watching from afar. So Russell, when I last spoke to you, you said 275 for Sri Lanka. It's 241 for 9, 242 to win for England. What do you think about that?
Well, a lot more than they've had right throughout this tour. If you compare the T20s in that circle as well, 241 is a good score. 21 for 4 to get there, that's a great effort. But looking at this pitch, I doubt they are still 30-40 runs short though. But good effort after fighting back through all these troubles that they've had.
Yeah, it's been difficult for them, and they've lost 4 matches so far. England have steamrolled them really in the 4 matches that we've seen so far, the 3 T20s and the first one-day international. Actually 5 wickets, but it was 15 overs to spare, and once Root got control of the game, then there was only going to go one way. But 241, we think back to Headingley. I know we hark back to that a little bit because it really put the skids under England's World Cup campaign, or threatened to do so, and that day I think Sri Lanka made 232 and won the game, but they had a bit more experience in their side. They had Malinga that day. What about the bowling attack for this pitch? We saw Rashid spin a couple. The light roll has gone on there at the moment from the ground staff. Sri Lanka's spinners, there is Hasaranga, of course, and then there's Dhananjaya to Silva. You described earlier sort of bowls, sort of a few odd ones.
Yeah, he's got a floater. He'll float one from the front of the hand, something like a in-swinger. He'll bowl some off spin, but he's handy in the shorter format, but not really a frontliner. Yes, Adil Rashid did spin a couple, but I didn't see enough to trouble the English batsmen unless they play themselves into a hole. Sri Lanka's attack is a lot better with Asitha Fernando there, along with Binura Fernando and Chameera, but yet it's still great conditions, isn't it? And the Oval, always a very difficult ground to defend runs on. You need to have some sort of experience to cover the angles and the speed the ball comes at you on this big square.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem, isn't it? The stats all say that this should be difficult for Sri Lanka, and that England should go out there and knock the runs off they need to win this game. But there's a score on the board. I suppose what we saw the other day at Durham was, in a way, England play this a very aggressive way, but because they do, there is risk attached. So that might be, a decent avenue for Sri Lanka. England actually make mistakes first up, and we've seen in matches where if Bairstow and Roy go early, then sometimes it can be difficult for England to get the momentum into their innings as well.
Yeah, innings have been up and down really, and somehow wickets have fallen. And even in the first ODI, we spoke later on that England could have been in a lot more trouble if Sri Lanka had taken those catches. So it's a case of belief. It's a case of hanging in there and hoping things go your way. And unfortunately, Simon, when the game started, I said Sri Lanka have kind of 2 game breakers. Both got ducks.
Well, yeah, Kusal Perera out for naught early on for Sam Curran. What about Dhananjaya de Silva? He had the opportunity. It was all there for him for his first one-day 100. Didn't quite take it, but he plays so well, especially in that sort of first part of the innings when he was under pressure, because Sri Lanka had made a real mess of the start.
Yeah, brilliant knock. Timing all round, options, the way he maneuvered the ball into gaps, it was very, very good. He deserved 100. It's hard to be critical about his dismissal because the pull shot is what got him going. The pull shot is what got Sri Lanka some runs early in that innings. And he got out playing that to one that Willey did dig in. But all in all, very well played, and I do feel for him.
Yeah, I think everyone who was on the ground today would not have begrudged him 100, and actually probably were willing him on, but he got a short ball from David Willey, and he pulled it out towards deep back with square leg. And I don't know, you might not be able to tell just watching on the television today, Russell, as you look on from afar, but it is a huge boundary out there on the leg side from one end, as big as I've seen in an English ground for a long time. Since they had the boundary ropes back in the old days in some of the bigger grounds, notably this one actually, when they used to have the boundary rope back. It is a massive boundary out there today, and he fell into the trap with 3 players back. What about Shanaka? 47 from him, and some resistance. You predicted this, some resistance from the tell, not necessarily the real impetus that Sri Lanka needed, but Shanaka 47, Karunaratne 21, Fernando 17, Chameera 14 not out. There was a bit of fight in the tail.
Yeah, they found the middle of the bat on a few occasions and some useful runs, but Shanaka was good once again. He's showing that he can look to construct runs and bat under pressure, which he hasn't in the past. So these are signs that there's something to work with. Now it's about going on to convert these starts and really making it count, because that's what will make the difference. Not the 30 or the 40, is it? Not a well-played 60. It's the bigger score that will actually bring the confidence back into this team and to all the players around them.
Do you feel, though, you look at the Sri Lanka side, that their bowling is a much stronger suit than their batting?
Yes. I'm saying that because of the performances in this series and also the previous ones. The batting's the one that's been letting them down, but traditionally our batting's been stronger. And without the likes of Malinga or someone, it's really pleasing to see what Chameera is doing. They needed someone to actually run in and make a difference, and he's really looking special.
Great, thanks very much for now, Russell. That's former Sri Lanka batsman Russell Arnold, who can't be with us today, but he is watching on from afar. If you have just joined us, Sri Lanka 241 for 9 from their 50 overs, with Dhananjaya Silva making his best one-day international score, out for 91. Really fine innings, and he deserved 100. He had time to really go on as well, but he was dismissed from that short ball from Willey, who took 4 for 64, and Sam Curran on his home ground 5 for 48, including 2 wickets in his first over, and Sri Lanka recovering from 21 for 4, but they've got a score on the board. And I think that spectators who've turned up today at the Oval will relish the fact that England have got a challenge. It's not a thin score to chase, it's a score of some substance, and they want to see some of those batting skills that they've become used to watching from the England players in the last 4 or 5 years. Now, today's game is officially known as the Royal London Ace One-Day International. This is to mark the sponsors donating £100,000 to the ACE programme, which was originally launched here by Surrey County Cricket Club in 2020. It aims to address a 75% decline, 75% decline in cricket participation among the black community. And after programmes were launched in London and Birmingham, a new one is set to start in the location of the third one-day on Sunday, which is Bristol. We can talk to the head of media for Surrey and ACE, John Surtees. We were actually going to speak to Chevy Green, who's the programme director, but he's actually tied up coaching kids today in Kennington Park, John.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Chevy was going to do this interview, but I was calling him to find out where he was, because I was aware that the producer of Test Match Special was sort of nervously pacing around the back of the box, and then Chevy is caught up in the middle of a session in Kennington Park with the kids, and so I'm stepping into the breach at the last minute.
Well, it's great to have you, and you know all about this programme. I mean, just remind us what ACE is and what you're trying to do. do?
Sure. Well, ACE is a handy acronym, stands for African Caribbean Engagement. It was something that we launched at Surrey at the start of last year, prior to the lockdown period starting. The phrase, the chair of ACE is Ebony Rainford Brent of this parish and of our parish, Ebony Rainford Brent MBE, to give her full nomenclature. And the phrase that Ebony uses and she loves to use, and is something which is so key to ACE, is accelerate change. That's what we're trying to do here. Ebony's identified a problem. Everyone knows that there's a problem with this. The Oval used to be people talk about 1976, people talk about 1984 in the Blackwash, 1976 and Viv Richards 291, Mikey Holding taking 16 wickets in that game, and people talk about the sound of the ground and the smell of the ground and the very natural connection the ground had with a very, very large local African Caribbean population, and that connection has clearly not there like it used to be anymore, and because of that the participation in the game has struggled, and now actually it's far less, there are far fewer black players in the game even than there were in the 1980s and the 1990s, and so something needs to be done about that, and ACE is looking to accelerate change in that area.
And what exactly is it you're doing? How does that engagement work, and what's the goal of the programme?
Sure, the goal of the programme is talent ID. So the goal of the programme is to find very talented young cricketers and to give them opportunities that they wouldn't have otherwise received. So we're very keen to work with many organisations, and in fact are working with many great cricketing organisations like Chance to Shine and county cricket boards. But the idea is to identify talent, recruit them into what we're calling the ACE Academy. We've got 64 young cricketers now in the ACE Academy. There's been another 39 cricketers recruited into that quite recently, and to give them opportunities that they wouldn't otherwise have received. And we've seen success in this at Surrey so far. There's a guy called Idris Otto Moeen who was recruited into the ACE Academy last year, just after a few short months of training, received an opportunity to go and play for the Surrey under-17s, and there he was last summer, and it was amazing to see, and 3 other players now have done that in other age groups with Surrey, and now there's a programme in Birmingham which is just getting started up, and as we say, thanks to Royal London very kindly agreeing to sponsor the programme as part of their commitment to cricket, then we're now looking to roll the programme out in Bristol as well, and there are further and greater ambitions ahead than that.
Why did you choose Bristol?
So there's a number of statistics. I can't quote them to you right now, having been parachuted into this interview at the very last minute. I'm sadly not as prepared as I would otherwise be. But there's statistics that Ebony bases her decisions on that have come out of organisations such as Sport England, such as the ECB, such as county cricket boards, and Bristol is a city that I think Ebony is particularly keen to work with, and somewhere where she sees a real potential for ACE to make a difference.
It's interesting because the programme. You said this a couple of minutes ago. It's about talent identification. So it's not about getting loads of players in. It's about getting identifying the best players and drawing them on. And presumably the goal is eventually to get them to play county cricket and play for England. Is it?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's absolutely the goal. We're getting to play for county cricket, but obviously it'd be wonderful if lots and lots of players ended up playing county cricket, but realistically not every player is going to go and play county cricket, no matter what talent ID programme you go through. Realistically, playing county cricket, playing international cricket is the very, very, very top of the tree, and by that stage the pathway has slimmed so much that it's so much harder to do. But I'd love to think that actually, even if they don't get to play county cricket because they don't turn out to be quite that good when they get to the key moments, we're still going to be delivering generations of cricketers who are going to be playing for local club sides, going to go and play in high level local leagues, then potentially looking at other aspects of the game as well, like umpiring and scoring and administration, where there's also massive underrepresentation.
So if you wanted to become part of this program, you thought, actually, I know someone who's good enough to be in this program. What do you actually physically have to do?
Sure, so you go to aceprogram.com, all the details are there, and there's a contact form there, there's email addresses there, so get in touch with the scheme. There's a guy called Chevy Green who, as I say, is the programmes director. He'll probably be the guy you're getting in touch with, and he'll let you know. We run pretty regular trials. Bristol will be happening soon, obviously, to start identifying players to go into the Bristol programme, because we have sessions here at the Keir Oval on Wednesday evenings, and currently we have kids coming from Cambridge, we have kids coming from Bristol, we have kids coming as well as a very, very healthy quota of kids coming from London and South London particularly. Kids are travelling from all around the world, all around the country, and their parents are amazing. The the effort they're putting in. But yeah, that's why we want to start moving ACE around the country, because we want to move these things closer to people and give more people the opportunity to do it. So Chevy will get in. He'll let you know when there'll next be an opportunity to attend trials.
And what sort of age groups are we talking about?
We're talking all age groups really. From I mean, you're realistically, when in terms of talent ID, you're not looking at children in single figures, because it's difficult for talent ID at that age. But sort of 10 and above, 10 to 18. The majority of the ACE kids at the moment are in that sort of middle teenage group. But as the programme expands, I think we'll be looking anywhere between 10 and 18 really, I think.
And just one final question, John, but before we move on, 2:41 for 9, Sri Lanka. Where are the kids that come to the program? Are they playing cricket, or are they sort of drifted out of the game?
Yeah, some and some. So some kids have played cricket in the past. So Idris, for example, came from Shepherd's Bush Cricket Club down over in West London. He'd had some success at Shepherd's Bush. Was playing there. I think he may have had a couple of opportunities in county programmes, but it didn't really work out. And he was in the process of drifting away from the game. And this was this is an opportunity that's given to them. And the idea is to get people back into the game and create an opportunity, create a place where people can thrive and people can make the most of their talent and be really looked after. So this year, for the first time, we're looking at doing a residential camp down in Whitgift School in South Croydon, 4 days for a lot of the kids. There's a match program's being organised. There was a game here, the Care Oval, a couple of weeks ago between the ACE programme and the Surrey Schools Cricket Association. Went down to the very last ball. ACE lost off the very last ball, but it was an amazing game. There's a game hopefully against the Antigua under-17s who are touring at Dulwich Cricket Club. Another game at the Parks against a team at Oxford University, one of their old boys teams. So we're really trying to get hopefully a game in Arundel as well against some sort of Sussex representative 11. So we're really looking to try and just provide opportunities in match play and coaching and all different areas and really just give these kids an opportunity to thrive and show everyone what they're made of and what they're capable of.
John, thanks very much for your time. That's John Surtees, who's the head of media for Surrey and the ACE programme. You're listening to Test Match Special on 5 Live Sports Extra and online and BBC Sounds. And at the interval, Sri Lanka 2:41 for 9, Dhananjaya Silva 91, David Willey 4 for 64, Sam Curran 5 for 48, his first fifer in a one-day international on his home ground as well. The sun is out, the players are loosening up in the interval, the Sri Lanka bowlers and some of the backup players as well. And we've got 14,000 people in today, which is great news, with restrictions eased somewhat, and the lights are on, and the crowd who've turned up today got the prospect of watching England bat in a few minutes' time. Now, as normal, you heard Soul Limbo start our programme today, the BBC cricket theme, which has become a real favourite over the years. But a new version of our theme has been recorded to celebrate 10 years of programmes coming out of BBC North. Our studio for Test Match Special has been based in Salford for a decade now. The BBC Philharmonic Orchestra has put together a special medley of themes, including such programmes as Match of the Day, Blue Peter, Mastermind, Danger Mouse and TMS. Good afternoon to you, John. How much did you enjoy this project then?
Hello, yes. Thanks for having me on here. I loved it. It was a great project. I have to say, ever since we recorded it, it's been the most persistent earworm we've ever had because they're such catchy tunes. But in regards to the Test Match Special, I know you said it was different to how you're used to it. I thought I was wondering what to do with the theme because we've done sports medleys quite a few times before. I thought I wanted to do something a bit different. So I thought, how about a waltz? Because a waltz flows just like a highly skilled sports person. You know, they sort of flow, don't they? They get into that groove. And yeah, I thought a waltz would be the best representation of that. And also sort of footballers dancing, they're so skilled, they dance. Yeah, so a waltz.
So
I hope nobody's offended.
No, it's great. So do you think this could take over at the start of the programme?
Oh, well, it'd be lovely if it did. No, but I think we all love the original version. It's been going so long, it's just ingrained, isn't it?
Yeah, so do you feel a big responsibility doing it? I mean, you did Match of the Day as well, didn't you? And Mastermind and Hours.
Yes. Sorry, what was the question?
How big a sort of responsibility did you feel? Or was it just good fun to do it? Just sort of playing around and seeing what it came out like?
Yeah, it was a big fun celebratory project because it's Media City's 10th birthday. Yeah, it was. I've had to change some of the tunes a little bit. Like Mastermind, you got the sort of impending doom sort of feel of it, but I thought I'd change that a bit because it's a celebration. So I'd try to give it a bit more energy. And the kids' themes, they were such fun. I mean, I didn't have to do much changing there. Yeah, we always get the best tunes, don't we, for kids? And Mastermind was a great one, great fun to do.
And you did the tune to Danger Mouse. I must say, I don't think I've heard Danger Mouse. So I'm not quite sure how does that sound?
Really? Oh yeah, Danger Mouse has been going for quite a while now. Yeah, but yes, I had the horn section being the Danger Mice. It was good fun. Yeah.
So how difficult or otherwise is it to do something like this?
Well, I mean, I'm already a writer as well as a player, so I've been doing this for quite a long time. Well, it's I found it quite satisfying. I had a couple of weeks, probably about 3 weeks to do it. It was plenty of time, and yeah, I was given a list of all the themes. I had to whittle it down because some of the BBC North themes are very sort of synthetic. I mean, they're great tunes, but it's really impossible to get a brass instrument to play it. Yeah, I'm not sure if it was mentioned, but it was actually the brass section and the percussion section that are doing this melody on their own because the social distancing, we had to downsize a little bit and have a little sort of rota going on. So we have groups of the orchestra going in smaller numbers and producing content. So this was the brass and percussion's turn. Yeah.
So physically, how did you do it during, with a sort of lockdown situation on? I know it's not been easy to get into various buildings and presumably BBC buildings as well.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's okay. We just had to make sure we didn't exceed, I think it's 25 players in our studio, just because we have to be 2.5 meters apart. So we have a relatively small group, but honestly, a brass section can fill any space. Just listen to any one of our fantastic brass bands we have in this country. You'll hear just this huge sound coming out of them. Yeah, so there wasn't any difficulty in that.
And just one final thing, John. The players are on their way. Where can people listen to all these tunes if they want to?
It's on the BBC Philharmonic social media channels. Yeah, so Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Yeah, it's just been released today. So if you just check it out, that'd be good.
Brilliant. Thanks very much for your time, Jonathan. I hope you had great fun putting together the Test Match special theme tune. BBC Philharmonic Orchestra's Jonathan Barrett. Okay, that brings us nicely to the start of England's innings, coming up to 20 past 5. It was a 1 o'clock start, and the interval was delayed by 20 minutes or so because of a slow over rate from England. They need 242 to win this match and take the series, but perhaps more importantly, take 10 points in the World Cup Super League. Sri Lanka bottom of the table at the moment. They're in 13th place and in danger of having to qualify for the next World Cup. They have fallen a long way since they were such a dominant force in one-day international cricket, finalists, of course, of the World Cup and winners in the past as well, back in 1996. Atif is here for the start of the innings. It's normally exciting at the start of an England one-day innings.
Yes.
So put your seatbelt on.
Yeah.
And off you go.
I got my seatbelt on, airbags at the ready, everything, Simon. If it's anything like the start at Durham, it will be exhilarating, and I think a lot of the fans here at the Oval will be looking forward to seeing Jonny Bairstow in action. And the players are in the middle, just about ready to kick things off. And here we go. Chameera coming into Jason Roy. Back of a length delivery, pushed into the covers, and there is no run. A nice aggressive field as well for Dushmantha Chameera. He's got 2 slips in place. It's a fine leg and a deep third for him as well, so plenty of protection behind the stumps. Looking to see if he can get the batsman driving. Jason Roy, of course, very well known to people in these parts. They'll be looking for some entertainment from him, and Jonny Bairstow is one of the most exciting opening partnerships in world cricket, as are the 2 wonderfully esteemed colleagues either side of me. Ebony Rainford Brent to my right, and Andy Zaltzman to my left. Now then, Chameera back in for the second ball to Jason Roy, back of a length, and Jason Roy just fends that off into the offside. There's no run. Good tidy start this from Chameera. Hello, Ebbs.
Hello, yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing how Chameera goes on this. I don't think they're going to get quite the swing that the England bowlers got, because there were some slightly different overheads. But equally, there's enough bounce. He's got enough pace, enough control. If anyone's going to shake it all up, it might be him, or I would argue Hasaranga as the spinner.
Yes.
So for them, the first 5 overs are vital.
Absolutely. Fernando to come as well. Been so impressive, these opening bowlers for Sri Lanka. One of the few bright sparks. And in comes Chameera. Full ball. It's been driven nicely, but stopped at mid-off. And there is no run. 3 dot balls to start with here for Sri Lanka. The floodlights are on at the Oval in South London. It's not particularly overcast, but I suppose if you've got them, you use them, right?
Yeah. I'd get. What are you talking about? The sunnies?
The floodlights. I was thinking.
Oh, the floodlights.
Yeah,
why not? Well, there are many reasons why.
Yeah,
not.
there's
Energy, environment, but yeah, they're being used. I don't know if there is there is a bit of a haze. I don't know if there's a sort of a meter that. Also, you need to get it on early enough before the light changes.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
So that's the other
consistency.
reason.
Now then, Dushmantha Chameera once again running and steaming in, building some rhythm as he comes and bowls at the back of a length ball, and Roy gets forward. There's a big appeal as it might have struck the pad first, and now Sri Lanka are going to seriously consider the review. It was actually a well executed forward defensive shot, it looked like it, but Chameera is indicating that he thinks the ball hit the pad first, and Kusal Perera has gone for the review. So excitement early doors on the 4th delivery.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out. It's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please.
A lot of this is going to depend on whether or not the balls hit the pad first. As we look at it, it's pitched outside, and looks like
impact outside the line.
It looks like pad first. Can we confirm that with ultra edge, please?
This has certainly hit the pad first. They will check on ultra edge, but
it's rolling through to the pad.
It's definitely struck the pad.
Clearly pad first, so ball tracking when available, please.
We're pretty confident here in the commentary box that the ball's hit the batsman outside the pad, and it has.
Is outside of the line, Rob, so I'll stay with your original decision of not out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen now, Rob. Signal now.
There you go. The umpire has signalled that it is indeed not out. Sri Lanka lose a review early, but also kind of worth taking. If you could dismiss Jason Roy in the first over, put England under pressure. Anyway, Chameera back in now. He bowls a good length ball. It's been driven beautifully by Jason Roy all the way along the ground. It's racing away to extra cover. There will be a diving stop in the deep. There is, yes. And the England batsman will be restricted to 3. I mean, that's such a gorgeous shot. Right there, it tells you why it's worth trying to get Jason Roy early, because he can do that.
It's worth trying to get him early. The only thing I would say is both Chameera and the keeper and captain, who's both Kusal Perera, should have, between them, known that it was outside the line. It felt gut feeling it was outside just because of the nature of where he got to in his stance. It felt a little bit too loose for me as a review.
Yeah.
It felt they were kind of hoping rather than
it was
sure.
A situational review.
Yeah, situational. That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah, I feel like they need to make something happen early here, Sri Lanka. Not the biggest total to defend. As in comes Chameera now to Jonny Bairstow for the first time, who pushes the ball into the covers, and there is no run. It's the end of the first over. England 3 for no loss after 1 over. Chameera being tidy to start with, just that one sort of half volley-ish delivery outside off stump that Jason Roy could climb into. England need 239 more to win this game, which sounds in normal circumstances like a straightforward total, but we did see England wobble a bit in Durham, and it wasn't as straightforward as many expected it to be. So Sri Lanka will be up for the challenge here,
I think that, again, they fancy it. They got some runs on the board. It's maybe not, again, it's not electric, especially on this pretty decent wicket, but there's something to work with. And I always think, even if you don't win a game, if you've got something that you can work, at least you can cause a wobble, or you can give yourself some credit. So if they really fight and cause some inroads with some of the wickets throughout this game, there's still something to work towards being proud of. So there's plenty of time for them to just cause a mini wobble.
Yes.
And who knows, if you get to the wobble stage, then you can cause the upset.
Yes, absolutely. It would be a huge upset at this point in this series. Sri Lanka haven't really looked close to winning a game against England so far. Not in the 3 T20s, and certainly not in the 1.5 one-day internationals we've seen so far. Well, Binura Fernando's got some plans to the contrary. He's bowled very well in this series so far, alongside Chameera, and Hasaranga have been the standout with the ball for Sri Lanka on this tour. He's going to come in and bowl to Jason Roy with a slip in place. In comes Binura. It's a full ball. It's been driven straight, and there's an excellent piece of fielding at mid-off. The dive from Lakshan, who just parries the ball to mid-off, and there is no run. It's one of those pitches again, isn't it? It looks like a really good wicket, and we suspected that had England batted first, they could have been fireworks, but it's even with this kind of total, it's not as straightforward as come out and hit the ball. You kind of have to play yourself in a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. Just get the timing, get the bounce, get a feel for a few things, and then you can really free up.
Binura Fernando once again, this time driven to short extra cover. Another dot ball, well set field this. The pressure could build. I'm just curious to get, perhaps Andy can pull this up for us. I'm just curious, the last 5 or 6 times England have chased, or have failed chasing. I'm just curious to find out what the scores were when England have failed chasing in the last, let's say, 6 months.
I'll get those up. We
Thank you.
mentioned it earlier on that I think 4 of their last 6 chases in the 200s they've lost.
4 of the last 6. Wow. In comes Binura Fernando once again. This time the ball takes a thick inside edge into the square leg region. They take the first one quickly. They think about a second, but the throw is in quickly. Excellent fielding in the deep by Lakshan, and there is no run.
Is that
single?
India, is that? The India game, are we talking? This is England.
England against India, wasn't it?
So were they some of those, and then what would have been before that? My memory's gone.
Yeah, because it's the last 6, isn't it, Andy's below. He'll check for us, I'm sure. Score is 4 for no loss. And Jonny Bairstow had a lot of the strike yet so far. Just faced the one delivery up until now, and he's going to get his first ball against Binura Fernando. He's taking his time getting settled there, Jonny Bairstow. He doesn't seem rushed at all. Adjusting himself at the crease, marking his guard, having a little walk, having a look around, and now he's ready. His back lift is high as Binura Fernando comes in and bowls back of a length, and Jonny Bairstow just pushes to short extra cover for no run. There was a lot of build-up for that, I've got to say, but yeah.
I like his dominance at the crease, isn't it? He's just, he's got, what's it, Mark Wood said in a little VT the other day, he's got the biggest back in the team. So, he stands there with it strong. But also, I love the way he went in the last game, 40-odd, and just absolutely whacked it with disdain.
We thought for a short while he might get the fastest 50 by an English player in one international cricket, and then sort of fell short there. But he is a very imposing batsman. So Binura Fernando comes in once again, this time a little bit fuller, on a good length, and left alone by Jonny Bairstow through to the keeper, and there is no run. 4 for no loss after 1.5. Again, Jonny Bairstow, he's doing the same thing. He's just walking down, having a little look at the pitch. It's like he owns it. This is my house. It's like a real alpha. He's a proper alpha cricketer.
Well, between the two of them, there's a lot going on.
Yeah,
right?
well, there you go. Yeah.
There's no Tibbiness out there, is it? They look like they are. They're here to show you what they're about.
Yeah, they like to hit the ball hard. 4 for no loss after 1.5. Binura Fernando, in he comes for this final delivery of his first over. Outside off, it's been driven, but only as far as short extra cover. And that is the end of the second over. Nice and tidy from Binura, just the one off the over. 4 runs for England after 2 overs. Andy Zaltzman.
In fact, it was chasing between 225 and 299. So the sort of ignoring a few innings in the low 200s. England's lost 4 of the last 6, and the other was there was a victory against South Africa in Johannesburg, and chasing exactly the same score as today, 242 to win, tied the World Cup final against New Zealand. And against Sri Lanka in that tournament game we mentioned a lot today, Sri Lanka made 232 at Leeds, and England lost by 20 runs, 212 all out. So they have had a few wobbles against targets like this, which might be why Eoin Morgan is wanting to put his batsmen in this kind of situation by choosing to bowl first.
Just working on those perceived areas of weakness. Eoin Morgan so cerebral. Now then, Dushmantha Chameera, and he comes now to Jason Roy, who comes down the track, and the ball takes a thick bottom edge, and it's such a strong thick bottom edge, it's going to race all the way to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Well, he's got a middle-like edge on that bat. England 8 for no loss after 2.1 overs.
Jason Roy has other ideas. It was dug in by Chameera, maybe didn't get up as much as he could have hoped for. Jason Roy was just coming down, so he was trying to go sort of over mid-off, if anything, and then ended up closing the hands and getting the bottom edge, but he'll take it.
Yeah, I'll rephrase what I was trying to say. He edges the ball better than most people middle it. Jason
I like
Roy.
that.
There we go. Something. 8 for no loss after 2.1 overs. Chameera in again to Jason Roy now. He bowls length short outside off stump. It's been punched off the back foot by Jason Roy, this time to the boundary in the covers, and it will not get there. There's a sliding stop. A very athletic piece of work in the deep. I believe that was Lakshan out there, but we'll just confirm. An excellent piece of fielding, a little bit of relay stuff as well, support as well. And yeah, we're just going to have another look at it because it was very close to the boundary.
Hey, well, that was good.
Excellent work in the deep, yes. Very safe piece of fielding.
Yeah, having a look whether the elbow's gone in. He definitely got his hand behind the ball in enough time and tried to scoop it back, but the question is, did his elbow then continue while he was scooping the ball?
He's done very well to get in that position as Nissanka is the fielder, and he's done ever so well just to have a shot at it because it was just racing away. And we're going to have a look at this from multiple angles to work it out. England have run 3. 1 run in the context of a short, low total can be huge. He's just managed to flick it back. I mean, for my money, that's pretty clean.
I think he's done well. I think he's done really well. It would be harsh if that got overturned.
No, we're standing by it. Well done.
And that's what you need. That's what they need. Up their fielding,
yes.
Another notch. Well done.
Now then, Dushmantha Chameera in once again, back of a leg, smashed hard by Jonny Bairstow. There's a half a stop at point, so the ball goes out to the wide third area and they'll take a single. It's a good stop there at point. Avishka Fernando there being applauded by his teammate.
I would say fielding is one area that you think they needed to improve, and so far we have seen them committing in the field. I think it was Karunaratne, was it, at backward point, but again, England are going for it here, and they've just saved possibly 4 runs in the last couple of balls. It keeps a bit of pressure on. The other side, though, is England are freeing their hands.
Yes, England, well, they can pace their chase if they need to, but God, this opening pair are just so good at being attacking and counter-attacking and just beating the teams into submission. It's quite extraordinary. 12 for no loss after 2.3 overs as in comes Chameera. This time the ball squares up. Jason Roy, and there's sort of half a shout, mostly from the crowd, I must say, and there's no run to the total. Good piece of movement there just off the surface, just away from him a touch.
I just had a question for Andy, if possible. No rush on this, but I keep thinking, if I was Mickey Arthur, the one thing I like about everything is Chameera and Fernando as a unit. I know they've been chopping and changing players, but have they bowled a lot together? I don't know if they would have. I don't know if it's even possible to find out. I just want to get a feel of, could they settle in as the leading bowling pair?
If one man can find out, it's Andy Zaltzman. In comes Chameera with a good length ball, and Jason Roy walking down the ground in defence that time. There is no run. 12 for no loss after 2.5.
You just feel like, I would say it's been the standout.
Yes.
And I also feel that when you're rebuilding a team, you have to say, right, what bits are working?
Yes.
Or what's kind of clicking? And if you have like a good batting pair that are consistent together, a good bowling pair, maybe a couple of spin, all of a sudden then you go, okay, let's try and get them all to click.
Yeah.
So this has been the best.
This is by far, I think, the standouts, as we say, have been the two opening Sri Lankan bowlers, and of course Hasaranga as well has been very impressive with bat and ball. Of course, today Silva put in a good innings. Chameera in now, full ball and flicked beautifully by Jason Roy to the mid-wicket boundary. That was a powerful flick. You often think of a flick as a very dainty kind of wristy shot. There was nothing dainty about that. That was intense from Jason Roy. 16 for no loss after 3.
You got to love the flourish, right? That was good pace, pushing 90 miles an hour, but it got a little bit leg side-ish. And Jason Roy, just really good balance, let it come, and then through the wrist, right through it, that bottom hand flourish at the end. I love his style. I love after the shot.
Yeah.
You get a little bit.
Something for the crowd.
Yeah.
The photographers and the amateurs and the professionals out there watching him and enjoying Jason Roy. Great character in the game as well.
I know you're a style it out. I saw your little bowling clip the other day.
Well, I like to turn my arm over every now and again.
Yeah, and then appeal and get loud and give a bit of flair.
You gotta create some pressure, a bit of theatricality. I think it never goes amiss not on a Sunday afternoon, not for me anyway. 16 for no loss after 3 overs. There's just a bit of movement behind the side screen. They've just had that sorted out now. And Jonny Bairstow's on strike and ready to face up to Binura Fernando. An excellent over previously. What can he do this time? Another good length ball left alone outside off. Through to the keeper for no run. A lot of respect being shown by Jonny Bairstow right now.
One thing I'll say that Sri Lanka have to do, which because England had the ball swinging a bit more, they're able to bowl fuller, and it worked. They're going to have to drag that length, just the length that he bowled just there, which is that just backward but gets awkward and a little bit big on the shoulders of the bat. If they get too full, like we've just seen, they're going to get absolutely nailed. So they've got to be spot on with the length.
They've got to show a lot of discipline for sure. As Binura Fernando comes in again, full ball on the pads of Jonny Bairstow, and that's exactly Ebony Rain for Brent says they can't afford to do. Luckily for him, he does have protection in the deep backward square leg, and there's a single taken. Bairstow moves on to 2 off 7. Jason Roy is now back on strike. He's got 15 off 13 so far. England 17 for no loss after 3.2. It's a lovely day, really warm day in South London. Floodlights on, clear skies, very picturesque, like an oil painting, the sky right now. Well, sort of. Like an oil painting when you sort of run out of oil. In comes Binura Fernando, back of a length this time, and just defended into the onside for no run. Jason Roy, 17 for no loss. Yeah, it's been really lovely to see fans back in the stadium as well. I know there's many concerns and protocols, but just as a visual and in terms of atmosphere, it is really, really terrific. And we do wonder what it's going to be like in a week or so's time when England play Pakistan at Lord's in front of a full house. A full house at Lord's.
I mean, that's going to be epic, isn't it? And the sound.
Oh God, yeah.
The sound when the crowd cheers.
In comes Binura Fernando again, full ball and driven beautifully. Well, that is just meat and drink for Jason Roy. Drives exquisitely along the ground for another boundary. Beautiful shot from him. England 21 for no loss after 3.4, and you can't bowl there, can you, Ebs?
That was in the almost the half volley zone, wasn't it? And it was just there for Jason Roy, who plays and knows this ground inside out as his home ground, and also it's coming on nicely to the bat. He's going to have some fun if you're bowling more of those. And again, another pose.
Yes, of course. Plenty for the photographers to catch today. Jason Roy's going. He's got a bit of a grass stain on his arm as well from his fielding exploits a little bit earlier. Binura Fernando now in and bowls back of a length, pushed into the covers. There is no run. Be grateful for that recovery. Binura only went for 1 in his previous over. He's gone for 5 already in this over. Andy.
It's only Binura Fernando's 3rd one-day international. He's played alongside Chameera in all of them. They opened the bowling together in Durham, but Chameera was taken off after a couple of overs, then bowled a bit together right at the end of the innings. But the game was pretty much done by that stage. They did bowl in tandem in Binura's debut in Dhaka in May, in which Chameera took 5 for 16. So it's a new partnership.
Early building partnership.
Yeah, it's a promising one for Sri Lanka. As in comes Binura Fernando once again, this time back of a length. Jason Roy turns this into the leg side, but there is a fielder there. So that is the end of the 4th over, 21 for no loss. England have started well in their pursuit of Sri Lanka's 242 to win this game and win the series 2-0, turn that 3rd game in Bristol into a dead rubber. We talked about that game at Lord's in a couple of weeks. I think that will be the first time we'll see a full house at Lord's since the World Cup final.
Wow.
Yeah.
Because 2 years, because we missed pretty much all of last season there were no crowds.
There was no crowds,
And then we're just getting back. Wow, that's a long time, isn't it? It was really noticeable during the bio bubble. I think it was Stokes' innings up at Old Trafford where he got 100. And I just remember thinking at the moment, if there was a crowd and people would have erupted and it was just pure silence, and obviously the crowd, the balcony clapped.
Yes.
But just the difference in what the players are used to in terms of atmosphere and excitement, and I remember Stuart Broad talking about needing to G themselves up.
Yeah.
So it's just, I think now the fans are coming back in. Those hairs on the back of the neck will get going when you're under the pump, you're under the pressure.
You get a little extra flourish. Like, we're talking about Jason Roy for the cameras and stuff. Like, you want to play up a little bit. You feel more. You're still a cricketer, an athlete, of course you are, but you're also an entertainer. And people are there to see you, and you feel like you've got to perform, right? So there is definitely a huge change in dynamic, and it's very exciting, and just as a spectacle, it's quite something to see. There's been a change in bowling. I'll tell you the bowler in a moment, after Tully's first ball's been flicked into the leg side for a single. Asitha Fernando coming in now and giving Dushmantha Chameera a break. It's very rare to see Chameera come off after 2 overs, but in one international cricket, but that's the case here. And early bowling change from Sri Lanka, trying to make something happen, force something to happen.
Yeah, I think they may be thinking that the wicket looks good and pretty flat for England, and maybe they're thinking chop and change the bowlers, almost let them get set. Might have hoped for a little bit more for Chameera and didn't see it. In terms of any sea movement, there wasn't that, and the pace was actually quite friendly on this wicket.
Asitha Fernando, and he comes now, he's got a slip in place, he bowls a back of a length ball which has been turned into the leg side comfortably by Jason Roy. It will reach the boundary, beats the fielder out there in the deep. So Jason Roy dealing in boundaries at the moment. He's got 23 off 18. England 26 for no loss.
Jason Roy is such a talent, right? This guy's bowling at good pace here, 86 miles an hour, and he's just decided straight away, I'm going to shuffle down, change the length, and then also the awareness to not try and overhit it, but just park it into the gap fine at 45. Some people are natural, just natural ability to play, to pick up angles, to create. He looks good.
He's got a lovely touch, hasn't he, Jason Roy? As Asitha Fernando comes in once again, and this time the ball has just been pushed to extra cover for no run. Asitha Fernando today playing only his second at one-day international. Yet to take a wicket in one-day international cricket, but getting himself back in the side. Another one of these players who's come through the under-19s, the under-23s, and now the national team. He has played 3 test matches for Sri Lanka, featured recently. But he'll be keen to make an impression. Actually, averaging 39 with the bat in test cricket, that's not bad. I'll be happy if you can keep that going. In he comes now. This time the ball's been turned into the leg side for a single. And they think about the second. No, they changed their mind. Just the one, 27 for no loss after 4.4.
Sharp. I was just looking at they just look like a well-oiled machine, don't they? And the communication between these two, it's just dink and run. They knew exactly the moment. They hit the bat, take a bit of pace off it, let's go. Almost squeezed the 2 out within the ring.
Yes.
That's it's very good communication.
Absolutely. As Asitha Fernando once more just wiping his brow, working up a bit of a sweat, runs in hard as he comes in and bowls back over length. Been driven nicely by Jonny Bairstow. There is a man on the edge of the circle, deep enough for the batsman to run through for a single. 28 for no loss. 1 ball to come in the 5th over here. England have started very, very steady. Some beautiful boundaries to assert their authority on the game. Sri Lanka lost a review already as well, trying to make something happen.
At the moment, it doesn't feel... when you're thinking, right, let's see how those first 5 are going, which we're just getting to the end of that. The door hasn't opened yet, and England don't look like they're going to let it be open anytime soon.
And Fernando comes in one more time with a full ball. It's been driven beautifully straight by Jason Roy. It's not been hit particularly hard, but it was racing away towards the boundary. There's a stop in the deep, bit of relay fielding, and the ball comes back in. They have managed to run through for 3 now. That's Excellent work there by the England batsmen. Good work in the deep by the Sri Lankan fielders as well. So after 5 overs, England are 31 for no loss. They've made a very, very bright start here. I'll have some reflections of that from Ebony Rainford-Brent, and then you'll be joined by Charles Dagnall.
Yeah, thanks. Well, like we said, can Sri Lanka cause an upset? We've gone through that England have had a few wobbles in the chase over the last period, but at the moment it looks pretty comfortable. I'd say Sri Lanka's fielding's been good. They've chased everything down, but the bowling has been non-threatening on this surface. We saw for England it got flatter as the day's gone, and I think it seems even flatter now. So, yeah, I can understand why Kusal Perera has changed up the bowling early. Got Chameera off, Asitha in, just to try and change things up. But Daggers, I have to be honest, at the moment it's looking like England's game.
Looks quite flat.
Yeah.
It does. There is not a great deal of sideways movement. The ball's crashing off the middle of Roy and Bairstow's bat, even though Bairstow has faced half as many deliveries, just under half as many as Jason Roy. Here is Fernando then. Left armour over the wicket and is flashed away. Oh, this is hit hard by Jonny Bairstow, and there's going to be some throbbing hands at backward point after that one careered in. Avishka Fernando it is at backward point. Goodness, they don't die wondering, these two, do they?
I feel like they've always just got places to be. It's like, let's get this done.
Well, there was that case the other day when the football was on, the game at Durham. Did it finish in time at Durham? No, just a bit over. But that's the kind of idea. Fernando again down the leg side will be signalled wide in the sunshine by umpire Kettleborough. Wind flapping at his shirt as he turns to the pavilion and signals. 33 without loss.
I don't know if they like tennis. It might be a
big
Murray's
match
game
on.
went till late last night, so you never know. But they just seem like they're just on it, right?
Yeah,
they're not hanging back.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Bust to catch type of thing.
Yeah.
One slip in place, 4 in the offside ring, 2 on the leg side ring, mid-on and mid-wicket. There's a fine leg and a deep square as Fernando, tall man, gets pulled by Jonny Bairstow, skimming across the different greens of the cut square on the left-hand side as we look out towards the stands, the scoreboard on the left-hand side. A couple of runs onto the total. Bairstow to 6, 35 without loss. They try and eat into the target so quickly. So you can imagine, and we've seen so many times, Bairstow and Roy, 120 off 10, 12, 14 overs. And half the job's done. Fernando bowls, defending on his tiptoes is Jonny Bairstow, pushing it out into the offside. Floodlights are on in a kind of man they don't need to do it yet type of way.
I bet there's like a rule book, like in an ODI, that starts at the light should come on at this time.
I think that is right.
Rather than actually it's really bright, let's let it come on another hour later.
I don't think it could genuinely be any brighter out there. But the lights are on, including the one floodlight which I forgot the oval has with a great big hole in it. The other's perfectly square. Fernando bowls, and that's wrapped on the pad, and it might have just pitched outside of leg stump because Bairstow was caught on the crease and the appeal was stifled from both wicketkeeper Slip and bowler. I just fancy, Ebony, that was pitching outside.
Yeah, two things. Did it pitch outside, which I think it did do, and the other was, did he jam his bat actually on it? I think it's the first one is the issue. Just had a look on the replay, and they're not going for it, and the right decision.
Well, they've not been shy in wasting a review in this game, have they, Sri Lanka? Well, they were 2 in the first 2 overs when they were batting as Fernando approaches and Bairstow defends quite correctly, just slowly gliding the ball back towards the bowler, and there is no run. Was it in the first 2 overs, Andy? They wasted 2 of their reviews?
Yes, they were done within 10 balls.
There you go.
First innings, and they wasted another one in this innings after 4 balls. So, but been relatively restrained since then.
They have, but those 2 reviews to the LBWs, I mean, they were stoners.
I think one was hitting like about 3 inches below middle stump.
Below? Here comes Fernando. Bowls and is pulled by Bairstow down towards fine leg, and Chameera fields.
The top of middle stump?
Not just below middle. A very fast Yorker that drills through the turf.
I mean, that is some skills. Why, with all the technology, with all the advancements of the game, why has that not come into play?
Well, who knows? It's got to be some ferocious delivery to get through there. End of the over. England required 206 more runs to win. 36 without loss on a lovely afternoon here on Test Match Special. Glorious and fabulous to see one of these pilot projects slowly and surely getting people back, and Lords is going to be at full capacity, I've been told, for the one-day international against Pakistan, which is just great news. I hope it's raucous and noisy and fun. The 14,000 here have made a super noise and a lovely hum. That's what you miss. Is yes, the cheers and the roars, of course, but it's just that low tone, that hum. Asitha is in from the Vauxhall end. His first delivery is played out to mid-on by Jonny Bairstow. He's not really got going as yet. 7 off 16 balls.
He's trying. He saw a little shimmy on that ball, just trying to get a bit of momentum into the ball. Just hasn't quite flowed yet.
And still got a slip in place. As we have Fernando's at both end. Asitha this time scurries away from us and bowls on a good length, on around the top of off stump, not under it, and just played out through the offside to extra cover, and there is no run.
I'm going to let that one pass. You got one pass, Daggers.
God, you've changed.
I know.
36 without loss. People on the top balcony just leaning over, having a bit of a drink, some food to eat. On the far side, right next to the Mickey Stewart Pavilion, to the left as we look out as Asitha bowls, and Bairstow tries to work that through the leg side but gets squared up a fraction, maybe a hint of a way seam, and the ball trickles back up the pitch. So England remain 36 without loss. Sorry,
no, I was just saying that's I think that's the right length, and also on this wicket, if you are going to bowl back up a length, it's got to get up, because the minute it sort of just, goes through a nice height, it's easy to get on and drive it, but if you can get it just lifting a bit, rearing up.
Asitha bowls, it's slightly short, and Bairstow tries to punish him through the onside. 6 pigeons scatter as the ball comes their way through mid-wicket, but just a single, didn't quite time it. Bairstow to 8, 37 without loss.
Did you count 6 pigeons, or did you just...
There were 6 pigeons.
You sure it was 6?
Yes, one more than 5.
I saw 4. What do you think, Andy? Are you looking?
Don't bring me into your pigeon dispute.
There was 6. There was genuinely 6.
All right, I'll let you have it.
Asitha Fernando bowls, and that's worked through the onside by Roy. That's a beautiful shot. He didn't try to overhit it. He just erred fractionally towards leg stump, did Asitha. 85 miles an hour, and Jason Roy just leant on it but checked his shot, controlled it all the way along the carpet through to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. That's a lovely piece of batting, and England to 41 without loss.
Yeah, and that control you talk about, quite often you see someone close the face just naturally, but he held it beautifully. I think getting full on this wicket, the way it's so true, it looks like the M25 at the moment. You're going to be in trouble against these two. They're just going to throw their hands through it as soon as they see quite a nice full length.
Asitha, short and stocky, skiddy type of bowler, and it's defended by Jason Roy, squeezed out to backward point, shy of the stumps at the non-striker's end, but Bairstow is comfortably home and 7 overs gone, 41 without loss, and got to ask the question, are you conceding runs, Fernando? Andy?
More on Bairstow and Roy as an opening partnership. This is the 45th time they've opened together in one-day international cricket. Their average partnership is currently 61.4, which is the highest of any opening pair who've batted 20 or more times together in this format. In their 44 previous partnerships, they've reached 50 22 times, exactly half, and their partnership run rate, just over 7 and over, is also the highest of any opening pair in one-day international history.
Yeah, they are devastating together. And Roy has been the major partner. He's 32 out of England's 41 without loss. The other Fernando comes in. Binura Fernando from the pavilion end. His first delivery gets turned by Bairstow, who's content just to turn the strike over. Goes down to Chameera for a single at fine leg. 42 without loss. James Anderson's back.
Good evening.
Good evening, Jim. Very, very strong start.
Yeah, as you'd expect, the wicket still looks a belter. This new ball just skidding on nicely. Not much swing for this opening pair, which it's a shame for Sri Lanka because they obviously needed it, need every bit of help they can get. But we did see some really good swing for Curran and Willey at the start of the Sri Lankan innings.
Yeah, absolutely. They're much more sort of hit the pitch and move off the pitch type of bowlers, and there's not a great deal of mileage in that with these balls. As now a big appeal from Fernando for LBW has just trapped in front as Jason Roy. Is that really vociferous appeal? He almost ended up eyeballing Jason Roy. Such was the veracity of the appeal, but it's turned down by umpire Kettleborough and they're not going to review.
He did try and shape back that one, but just pitched outside leg for me, and high and missing leg, so not a great shout.
No, not really. Not a great deal going for it there. But you can't say he's not enthusiastic. The infield closest. Still one slip in place for Roy, who's slightly crouched as he waits for Binura Fernando. Down the pitch he comes and flicks it away. Does Jason Roy to the left-hand side of Chameera, and he can't stop it. He tries, flung himself, tried to use all of that wingspan of his to claw the ball from going for four. He managed to get some fingertips on it, but just too much energy on the ball. It went through him and to the boundary for four more to Jason Roy, who moves to 36 and England 46 without loss.
Yeah, looks in good form, doesn't he? Looks like he's missed playing. And delighted to be back, not just in the team, but on his home ground as well. Loves batting here.
No discernible change in the field as the sun pops behind the cloud. Little pockets of blue emerging amongst the white and the light grey of the overhead covering. Binura Fernando bowls, and that's side through the offside by Roy. Don't bowl there. Oh no. Short, wide, and Royal feast on that type of bowling. A gentle pace, and it skims across the used pitches for practice out towards the Archbishop Tennyson School. 4 more runs to England. 50 is up.
Yeah, another good shot. Got a little bit of width. Just found the gap on the offside, but again, he just looks so comfortable here, doesn't he? He looks... I think just... Obviously, as a player, you have grounds that you feel at home and you feel comfortable in, especially if you've had success there before, but Jason Roy just looks something else when he bats here.
He waits for Binura Fernando, and this one is on and around off stump, and Roy treats it respectfully, standing upright as he plays it just off the back foot, back up the pitch.
Have we got any figures on Jason Roy at the Oval?
I'll take that commission.
It's a bit like when I had to get him a coffee earlier on.
Well, okay, I'm going to demand a coffee. I haven't had a coffee since this morning.
Have we got coffee at the Oval?
This is the 50 partnership came up in 7.4 overs, and it's the 23rd time in 45 opening partnerships they've reached 50.
Bairstow at the Oval, Andy? Binura Fernando over the wicket, and Roy defends and then flicks the bat from pointing downwards to pointing upwards very quickly, and it's the end of the over. 50 partnership, 49 balls. Jason Roy's 40 of them, Jonny Bairstow 9. Here on Test Match Special on 5 Live Sports Extras. There's loads of blast games this evening. In fact, some of them have already kicked off. We have the M5 Derby between Gloucestershire and Somerset. That kicking off at the Bristol County Ground. We've got the A46 Derby between Nottinghamshire and Leicestershire. We've got the M6 and 7 junctions of the M5 Derby between Lancashire and Worcestershire.
A303 Derby, what the Somerset Hampshire?
Essex versus Glamorgan, that's the A12, M25, M4 Derby. And Middlesex versus Sussex. What's the road that goes down to Sussex Hove? M23. M25, M23 Derby. There you go.
I don't think it starts in Middlesex, though. It starts south of the river, doesn't it?
Does it?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, you've got to take the M25 to go to the M23. You stick to Jason Roy, I'll stick to motorways. Don't forget commentary on those games, on every game, on the BBC Sport website and app. Lancashire versus Worcestershire, you'll be keeping a keen eye on.
Yep.
Could do with a win, could Lancashire?
Yeah, they've had a lean few games, find themselves at the bottom, in the bottom half of that Blast League.
Notts and Yorkshire and Birmingham and Durham, the top four in the northern group. Surrey, Kent, Gloucestershire and Sussex, the top four in the southern group. And then, after the little resumption for a drink, Jonny Bairstow, whatever was put in his drink, has seemed to work, because he's been gifted an 86-mile-an-hour wide half volley, which he has dispatched imperiously to the extra cover boundary. And now he's into double figures, 13 not out in England, 54 without loss.
Yeah, imperious, that cover drive, wasn't it? A bit of a loosener, really. Outside off stump, decent pace, but just skidded onto the back beautifully. Beat the man at short extra cover.
That is so crisp. It sounds like a cracked whip when he hits it. It's that clean. The sound is that distinctive. Bairstow waits for Asitha Fernando. Comes in, bowls, and that's turned by Bairstow just to the right-hand side and scrambling for it. At mid-wicket is Binura, and there is no run. Sorry, it's Dhananjaya De Silva who was fielding that one at mid-wicket. Just that gives it... Obviously, Bairstow's playing absolutely fine, but a crunching shot like that is the kind of thing that sets him off. It's the blue touch paper moment.
Yeah, what I actually liked about it was he obviously crunched it, but he didn't try and overhit it. And when someone's going like Jason Roy is, like a train at the other end...
Asitha bowls, and standing upright and driving to mid-off is Bairstow, no run.
Yeah, when your batting partner's going like a train, it can be a little bit... I don't know what the word is, but you can feel a little bit like you want to get in on the act and then try and hit it, try and overhit balls. But the way Jonny has just timed that, I thought was really good.
Almost a bit like, this bloke's making this pitch look flatter than the one I'm playing on, almost. And that there is a little bit of pressure.
Pretty much how I feel every time I bat.
Asitha, away from us. A slow delivery is pummeled through the onside. Goodness me, that sat up and begged Jonny Bairstow to blade it all the way to the deep mid-wicket boundary. That he did, and Bairstow 17 not out in England, 58 without loss.
Yeah, we saw a bit of that in the first innings when the England bowlers bowled their slow balls a little bit short. It just sits up and gives the batsman time to adjust, wait for it, and then play their shot. We saw Dhananjaya hit a couple through the leg side in exactly the same fashion as Jonny Bairstow has there.
I mean, both, they are really broad-shouldered, solidly built opening batsmen, these two. Wouldn't mind seeing an arm wrestle between the two. As Asitha bowls, and it's been lofted by Bairstow. Has it got enough to go all the way? Easily all the way. He's not going to hang about. He wants to get in on the runs and the action, and that was just in the Bairstow arc. A gloriously lofted straight drive down the ground. That's got the crowd singing. 6 more to England. Bairstow to 23, and it's 64 without loss.
Yeah, as you say, just in the Bairstow arc, that didn't, again, not trying to overhit it. Check drive. Just uses his timing and his natural strength. He probably wasn't trying to hit that for 6. He was just trying to get it up and over mid-off, but because of the timing, it goes all the way.
Asitha Fernando conceded 14 so far in this over. A slightly shorter delivery darting into the thigh pad of Jonny Bairstow, and it just ends up about a stump's length away from the actual stumps, and there is no run. End of the over, 64 without loss. England going beautifully here. Roy is 40, Bairstow 23, and 9 overs have been bowled. Some more from you, James Anderson, and then Simon Mann will take over.
Yeah, brilliant start from England so far. Just what they would have wanted. Looks pretty ominous, really, the result of this game. Sri Lanka needs something special from someone. Try and get them back in it. They need wickets. The only thing that's going to save them here is wickets. I think they've got to try and bowl England out if they want to win this game. There's 1 over left in the power play. Just trying to see who's going to bowl that. I don't think Jonny Bairstow and Jason Roy really care who bowls this over. They're in such fine form. They've been smashing the ball to all parts. So Chameera's back. but I don't think they'll mind. The ball's not been swinging, so they'll be licking their lips.
This is the last over of the power play. This is the thing to. That seems to be working now. It's weird, that, wasn't it?
Better at this.
It was plugged in, but it wasn't picking me up. But it is now. So we've got. I don't know.
No one else seems to struggle with it.
Sorry, Andy. It's 64 for no wicket. Last over of the power. He didn't miss anything because he ran into bowl there, and then Bairstow, Roy rather pulled away. So Roy's 40 not out. Chameera goes in and bowls to him, and Roy hits that firmly into the ground, and it goes bouncing up towards mid-off, and there's no run. He timed that well. Some in the crowd there thought that was a catch.
I think it might have been a catch.
Was it?
Yeah, it looked like it might have been a false shot. Just stopped on it.
Oh,
he's chipped it straight back, but got enough on it to get it past the bowler before he knew much about it.
Yeah, he hit it well. Like, it went very quickly up towards mid-off, but yes, I say hit it well. It was actually a slight miscue, but it went very quickly to the straight mid-off fielder over the bowler's head. 64 for no wicket. Here is Chameera going into bowl to Roy, and Roy respects that delivery. He's playing that defensively back to the bowl, and there's no run. He's tall and whippy, and he's got a bit of pace about him. Chameera has been pretty impressive on this tour so far.
Jimmy, I have the results of your commissioned stat. Jason Roy at the Oval. It's his 7th innings in ODI cricket. 380 runs, average 63 with a strike rate of 122. Made 162 here against Sri Lanka in 2016. Also an 84 against West Indies and 54 against South Africa in the World Cup opener.
Well, he's got the chance for another big one here. Here is Chameera bowling him, short pulled away. He tried to pull it away, missed it, and it's through to Perera. Testing out the middle of the pitch. We've seen a few players caught from the short ball today. Here's the man back at deep backward square leg, because we're in the power play. There's only 2 back. He's got a lot of ground to cover out there. Roy took it on, but he did not make contact. 64 for no wicket. Don't tell me we're not going to get a maiden in the last over of the power play. It's been 3 dot balls so far. Now they've changed the field. They're bringing third up inside the circle, and cover is going back to deep cover. So fine leg, short third up inside the circle. Here is Chameera, bowls to Roy, who charges him. He's beat by a slower ball. That's 4 gone, and no runs scored. He's trying to, he's coming down the pitch, looking to make the most of the restrictions, and he was done by a slower ball. One of those you almost pull your shoulder out trying to hit those. Yeah,
well, I think he has. Jason Roy's just did a few turns of the arm just to try and get it back in its socket after that massive heave. But good signs for Chameera. When he got his 4 in the T20 match, he bowled that slow ball really well.
And he goes to bowl to Roy, and Roy hits that to cover, hits it nicely, but straight to Shanaka, and there is no run, so that's 5 balls gone in the over. It's one of the things I love about Jason Roy is he's prepared to slog it every now and again. You know, international batsman, he's got all the shots, but he's prepared to wipe it every now and again, sort of drag it into the leg side with bottom hand if he's not quite there sometimes.
Yeah, he does play some fine shots, but then there's the odd sort of slightly uglier one that he just clubs.
He's not proud. As long as it goes to the boundary, he's fine. Right, last ball of the over, last ball of the power play, 64 for no wicket. And Chameera goes in and bowls to Roy, and Roy gets a single this time. It's on the pads, on the hip of Roy, and he hit it out to deep backward square leg. And they walk through for a single. So 65 for no wicket. A decent power play from England. I mean, not ultra spectacular, but I mean, they're very much in charge of this game. They need 242 to win, and that is a very good base built in the power play.
Yeah, I think, not necessarily spectacular, but certainly ahead of the game in terms of what they're chasing.
I got a message in my ear there. I'm not quite sure what it was. It's something to do with the shipping forecast. Is it welcome? Let's go to the shipping forecast. Yeah, let's do that now. Okay. 65 for no wicket. I don't know if anyone can hear us now. We seem to have
lost Simon.
We can't hear ourselves, and I can't hear you, Zoltz. We're back again. That was very peculiar. Anyway, one or two technical gremlins, but we're fine. 65 for no wicket after 10 overs. It's going to be Hasaranga to bowl. So, we're outside the power play now and the spinner comes on. And I wonder what he's going to get from this surface.
Yeah, we saw a bit of spin for Rashid, so I think he'll be encouraged by that. Might see a little bit of spin, particularly the googly might just grip a little bit.
Hasaranga to Roy. Roy gives himself some room there, manipulates that through the offside, out towards deep point. It's coming back for the second, throws on its way on the backs to Perera. He doesn't take the bails off. It was, in the end, it was almost like ducking because it was heading for his face. He got the helmet on, but it sort of bounced up more than he expected, possibly. He just felt for a moment there that the run out was on.
Yeah, flatter throw.
Yeah,
might have had a chance, but safely in the end.
Yeah. 67 for no wicket. Hasaranga bowls, and Roy comes stepping forward at that. Inside edge of the bat out towards mid wicket, and there's no run. For a moment there, I think he was minded to hit that over the top, but he just checked the shot. There's a long on in and a long off. Hasaranga bowls reverse sweep on the full toss. It's straight at backward point. It was a rank full toss. That actually deserved to be hit over deep mid wicket for 6. But he played. You set yourself early for the reverse sweep, and he hit it. He hit it well, but straight at the fielder. Hasaranga goes in to Roy's on 43. Reverse sweep this time. He scuffs it in front of square, and they go through for a single. Roy to 44, and England to 68 for no wicket in the 11th over. Their target is 242 to win the match, win the series, take 10 more points towards the ICC World Cup Super League. Hasaranga bowls to Bairstow, pushes forward, thick inside edge, goes towards short fine leg. There is no run. Welcome back to our Radio 4 long wave listeners. 68 for no wicket. Roy's moved on to 44 in this over, bowled by Hasaranga. Goes in now to bowl to Bairstow. Bairstow goes back and bludgeons that away into the offside, and it's swept up at deep cover by Pathum Nissanka, the opener, who was out for 5 today, bowled by Curran. 69 for no wicket at the end of Hasaranga's first over.
Yeah, decent start for Hasaranga. Not much turn there for him, but reasonable start. I think ideally Kusal Perera would have held him back a little bit longer, tried to get England 2 or 3 down before bringing the spin into the attack, but needs must at this point, and with the start England have had, he needs his best bowlers on, trying to take the wickets, and that's what he's got at the minute, Chameera and Hasaranga.
Yeah, everything going according to plan for England at the moment. Results mentioning it, of course, this was a total England were chasing the World Cup final, 2-4-2. Fair to say they've made a better start than they did in that match on that rather cloying Lord's pitch. Here is Chameera bowling outside the off stump. Bairstow tries to kitchen sink it through the offside, and he misses it through to wicketkeeper Perera. He really went after that one.
Yeah, it was a bad ball. Didn't need to give it the kitchen sink, because just used the pace and guided it a little bit more, but Chameera got away with it.
They're trying to smash it. Yeah, he could have opened the face. He could also run it wide of third almost, couldn't he?
Definitely.
Before you've got the 4-man out deep cover, deep back of square leg, fine and third, and short ball. Bairstow pulls out of a pull shot. It was a ball outside the off stump, and Chameera, we've been impressed with him. He's got some pace, and he's causing 1 or 2, or at least making these batsmen think out there. It's 2 England top order players. He's one of those you can't just smack him. You feel 1 or 2 you can, but you must have to respect him. And Roy did in that previous over, with the 1 run off it. So Chameera turns, long straight run on the edge of the circle, goes in now and bowls to Bairstow. Bairstow nudges this away with an open face into the offside, down towards backward point, and there is no run. So you're looking forward to getting back into cricket playing action, Jimmy? You had a few weeks off. I know. I should say, actually, while on Tuesday, while we were all watching the football, after the one-day international finished at 5:30. Jimmy was out there in the middle with his bowling boots on, going through his paces with John Lewis.
Yeah, trying to get my overs in before the match on Sunday.
Yeah. Bairstow waits, Chameera bowls, and Bairstow flashes away down to third, one bounce. And it's only a single. He picked out the fielder there on the boundary. And so only one run. 70 for no wicket. So you were out there in the middle. Did you hear the huge...
Didn't miss much, did I?
No, a lot, no. Well, he didn't really. It was a very tense, sort of tight game of football, wasn't it, until it suddenly broke open in the last 20 minutes. Did you hear the roar? Did I tell you that there were spectators watching behind one of the stands, which we didn't realise because we were watching on the BBC iPlayer because there wasn't a television available, bizarrely. So we were watching on the stream, and there was a huge roar, and there was... What we could see in front of us, here is Chameera bowling to Roy, who flicks that away backward square for a single, 71 for no wicket. What we could see on the screen in front of us bore no relation to anything approaching a goal. It was like, down by the England corner flag, and the play went on and on and on and on and on and on and on. We thought, well, it must have been a false cheer or something. But then eventually the goal came on our screen. It was about 2 minutes behind. It was a strange experience. But you were out in the middle. You thought, that must be a goal, did you?
Yeah. Well, so Marcus Trescothick was catching the ball, so he had the wicket-keeping gloves on, and he had his phone, he had it on the iPlayer, so he was keeping us informed.
Right. Chameera goes in, bowls a short ball to Bairstow. Bairstow rocks the head out of the line of it, and it's through to Perera. End of the over. Good over from Chameera again.
Yeah, the short
71
ball,
for no wicket.
The short ball's been used quite a lot today, and quite well. England bowled a lot of them, in particularly David Willey and Sam Curran. Who you wouldn't necessarily think or associate with bowling bouncers, but I thought they used it really, really well. Mark Wood in particular as well, and no one's really got hold of one today. I don't know whether it's because of it's coming off the pitch at different paces, or they're reluctant because there's such big boundaries square of the wicket, but it's been an effective tool for the bowlers today.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think we've had 2 caught in the deep. On some grounds it would have been 6.
Yeah.
We're not here at the Oval today with that huge leg side boundary. If you're a right-hander batting at the Vauxhall end. 71 for no wicket. Here's Hasaranga bowling to Roy, and Roy hits it firmly out towards wide long off. They've gone for one. Throws on its way to the non-striker's end, bobbling in. They settle for one. 72 for no wicket. Start of the 13th over. Target 242, and Roy has moved to 46. We were saying last night that Dasun Roy, here is Hasaranga bowling. Bairstow has a huge mow at that. He was looking to hit that for 6 over wide long on cow corner, and he did not make much of a contact with it. He went bobbling away into the offside. He really got that front leg out of the way and tried to heave that away. There is a gap out there. Hasaranga goes in, bowls to Bairstow. Bairstow's another big driver. That gets an inside edge past the keeper. It's coming down 5 for 4. Well, really streaky. Almost trying to hit it too hard. I don't know. Really tried to belt that as well.
Yeah, he almost tried to hit it off the back foot. It was a really full ball, almost Yorker length. But he's sort of his weight's on the back foot, trying to hit it Caribbean style through the offside. But he's just only managed to get an inside edge on it.
76 for no wicket. Bairstow to 29. Hasaranga bowls. He's bowled him. He goes for the cut shot and he's missed it. And he's bowled off stump. And Bairstow's on his way for 29. Sri Lanka celebrate. England are 76 for 1. Well, it's been a strange over. Bairstow not able to come to terms with Hasaranga in it. And Hasaranga has got him.
Yeah, it's a strange one. Jonny Bairstow's normally a really good player of spin, one of the better players of spin in the England dressing room, and he's not been picking the length very well that over. He's gone to cut through the offside. It's probably too tight to cut just outside the off stump, and he's got a little inside edge onto the off stump. It's pretty well bowled by Hasaranga. He's not the tallest of bowlers, so he does get that skid on, and he will attack the stumps, and he does get a lot of bowls and LBWs, so something that England should have been wary of, but it's, unfortunately for Jonny Bairstow, he wasn't wise to it.
Well, if Sri Lanka are to get themselves back into this game, then clearly they need to get rid of the likes of Bairstow, because he can do so much damage so quickly. So that's a bonus for them. But Joe Root comes in at number 3, England's match winner with the bat on Tuesday. An unobtrusive 79 not out, going past 6,000 runs in his 150th one-day international. So he comes out to have a chat with Jason Roy, who was saying last night that when he plays one-day cricket, he really enjoys it. He really loves the idea of smacking it, and whacking it. But when he gets to 80, he deliberately reins himself in and targets the 100.
Does he?
Yeah. Some players just keep going, don't they? But he says, I start to play a bit more within myself.
Okay.
And well, you look a bit sceptical about
I
that.
don't know. I mean, I've never been in that position in my life. So.
Well, you got into the 80s in a test match.
For a split second. But it's just interesting, certainly in one-day cricket, it surely depends on the situation of the game, whether, if you're chasing down a total and you need to keep the run rate up.
Hasaranga bowls, Root drives, gets his first run towards long on. I suppose he gets to 80 quite quickly, wouldn't he, naturally? And then his point was that get to 100, take your 100, because those are really significant landmarks in your career and for confidence, and then you can really go again. And he's got 162 or 180.
Yeah.
Hasaranga bowls to Roy, and Roy flicks that sort of flicky drive up towards long on and gets his 47th run. So it will be interesting to see when he gets to 80, if he does get to 80 today, how he plays it.
Yeah. I definitely see the logic behind it. If you're keen to turn those sort of 70s and 80s into a big score, but just beware at keeping one eye on what the team actually needs from you. I think it's quite important.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't think it's a question of just going into your shell and just not taking any risks whatsoever. But it's about seeing the bigger picture, if you like, or his picture. 78 for 1. Atif's going to come in.
But that might be. Because Jason Roy's reached 80 17 times in ODI, but he's been out in the 80s 6 times, so maybe it's learned from bitter experience.
Well, there you are. Perhaps that's a sort of new game plan from him. I'll just do one ball from Chameera, and then Atif can come in, and he's going to go in a bowl to Roy, and Roy gets a short ball. He pulls it straight to mid wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, another example of a batter not being able to get hold of that short ball, and don't know what it is with this pitch, where it just seems halfway down, whether it's coming off the pitch at different speeds, but no one's really been able to master that today. No batter has come in and really played the short ball well, so I presume it's a tactic that Sri Lanka will look to use for the rest of this innings.
Yes, we saw the short ball trouble England Sri Lanka, I should say, plenty of times today from England, as Chameera comes in for the second ball of his 5th over. It's been defended down into the ground by Jason Roy for no run. 78 for 1. England have made a very steady start here in their chase of this Sri Lankan score, this target of 242. Just up until that wicket falling, it kind of happens with Jonny Bairstow. I mean, he didn't look as fluent as he did in Durham, but he kind of gets himself into a position where he starts to get excited about his innings and sometimes just kind of falls away.
Yeah, well, he didn't at the start. He didn't look fluent at the start, but then he hit a few boundaries. The check drive for 6. Down the ground was particularly impressive, but then just that one over he seemed to struggle.
Chameera in now once again, short ball, and pulled by Jason Roy out into the deep for a single. Didn't quite get a hold of it. Wasn't quite as short as I think Chameera was hoping it would be as well. It wasn't quite as threatening. 79 for 1.
Yeah, he looked like he didn't pick the length from Hasaranga at all that over, and that's usually something he's really strong at. He's a good player of spin. He had that one sort of a half volley that he went back to and ended up Chinese cutting it for 4 down here, and then tried to cut one that wasn't there to cut.
Yes.
And chopped on. So yeah, tricky or unfortunate for Bairstow, just as you say, he didn't look as fluent, but he looked like he was just about getting there.
Yeah, he was building up to something. You feel like there's a big innings in the offing very, very soon for Jonny Bairstow. Perhaps on Sunday in Bristol, who knows. In comes Chameera, short outside the off stump, cut nicely by Jason Roy. There's half a stop at point, and the man deep third will come round and get the ball back in. 2 more runs to Roy. There's shy at the non-strikers end. Beg your pardon, Joe Root was there. So all the J's and the R's at the moment, aren't there? Joe Root and Jason Roy in the middle. And 2 runs to him. Good effort there at point as well by the fielder. Good job there. 81 for 1 England after 13.4. Made a very, very steady start. Live crowd will hope for a bit more entertainment as well. Some boundaries and maybe some big hits. Sri Lanka will want to make that very, very difficult for England. In comes Chameera now, short outside the off stump, cut nicely by Joe Root, but again, just on the bounce to the fielder at point, and there is no run. 81 for 1, the score remains. I think on the back of that performance in Durham, Jimmy, they'll be keen to just show a little bit more stability this time around England. They don't want to show any kind of weakness in the top order or that, those kind of sequential wickets that fell.
Yeah, losing wickets in clusters is something you don't want to be doing, and they'll be conscious of that, but I think this is a better surface than the one at Durham, so I think they'll be more confident and they've got time to get themselves in now after a really good start.
Yes. Chameera in now, short and pulled. Again, didn't quite get a hold of that, did Joe Root, but works it out to mid-wicket for a single. 82 for 1 after 14 overs.
Yeah, another clothed pull shot.
Yeah.
Didn't get hold of it at all. So not seen anyone play that well today, the pull shot. It's caused some batters' downfall as well.
What is it about certain surfaces that make the short ball difficult to play? Because occasionally they say don't bowl short, the batsman will pull you away, but occasionally batsmen can't pick it.
I think it's the pace that it comes off the pitch. So if it's an even pace surface, you can get used to that pace, and the ball is where you'd expect it to be every time you're playing the pull shot. If it comes off at different paces, then you can get the toe of the bat, it can come onto you a bit quicker, and you get the splice. It's just completely dependent on the pace of the pitch.
It's very interesting just to pick your brains about how you decide when to bowl short as well. As Hasaranga's in, and his first ball's worked down the ground. Oh, in fact, there's a stop at that short on position, I'm going to call it. Short long one. What are we calling him anyway? He stopped it anyway. Either way, no run scored. Mid-wicket. Yeah. Short, mid-wicket.
Yeah.
Very short. Standing by the non-striker, basically. In comes Hasaranga again. Lots of flight given this time, driven by Joe Root through the covers, and they'll take an easy 2. Yeah, I mean, when you're running in, Jimmy, and you're bowling, and you sense that there's a bit of uneven bounce, to work with, do you amend your strategy then and there, or do you think, okay, we're going to play into this and start bowling short, have a little chat with the captain, let's put some men out in the deep? Like, how do you approach that? Tell me after this ball is in comes Hasaranga, and Joe Root just drives the ball back to him. He stops it enough to prevent the single.
Yeah, well, every pitch you play on, you're trying to assess it all the time, and the best length to bowl on it. For me, in Test cricket, you and the other bowlers are talking constantly to try and make sure you're hitting that right length.
Hasaranga in once again, lots of flight given and driven beautifully by Joe Root through the covers. There is some protection in the deep, hence there will be two runs taken. 85 for 1.
Yeah, and I think today that's what would have happened out in the middle. The guys would have talked about what works or what is working to keep the runs down, to put pressure on the batsman, and the short ball was that today.
Hasaranga in once again this time, just back in his crease in defence as Joe Root. A good ball, well blocked. 86 for 1.
Because we saw, you wouldn't necessarily see Sam Curran and David Willey bowling that many short balls.
Yeah.
But the way Mark Wood bowled them, he would have probably communicated that to them.
Hasaranga in again, and once more the ball's been driven down the ground by Joe Root for a single, and that should be the end of the 15th over. England 87 for 1 after 15. And yes, we're talking to Jimmy Anderson about the pitch today and the pitch in general, about how to work out at what point you're amending a strategy. As you say, you're kind of working out all along what the most appropriate way to bowl is. But assuming you kind of come into it with a game plan as well, right? Like, there's ex-batsman is batting.
Yeah.
We've got De Silva's batting, and we've got this game plan to bowl to De Silva.
Sure.
And then do you sometimes have to amend that on the spot? And
yeah, of course. You have to be flexible all the time to try. As I said, the pitch can play a part in that. The conditions. So early on, both left armers for England were swinging the ball nicely.
Yes.
So they'll be chatting about that, trying to pitch the ball up, set the field accordingly. We had 3 slips in a gully at one point, which you don't normally see in one-day cricket.
No.
And then when the first change bowlers came on, it didn't do as much. It skidded onto the bat, So that's when they started thinking, right, how are we going to keep the Sri Lankan batsmen quiet? And that's when they went to the short ball. Mark Wood in particular I thought was great. He had a chance drop by Jonny Bairstow through creating pressure with that short ball.
It was very effective for England today. As Karunaratne has been introduced into the attack, and his first ball's just been cut off the back foot to the deep third fielder for a single. So playing his third match today, Karunaratne, and I mean a huge splash on international cricket yet, but looked decent with the bat for Sri Lanka a little bit earlier on. He took part in a good partnership for Sri Lanka that helped them get to a decent score. Karunaratne showed great resolve, the Sri Lankans today. Karunaratne got 21 he got of 38 deliveries. It's not bad from a number 8 batsman. England 88 for 1. As Karunaratne runs in once again, bowls a short ball outside off stump, and Jason Roy has managed to flat bat that to mid-off. He put that through the covers, he get something for it maybe, but he managed to find mid-off. A bit early on it maybe.
Yeah, again, it's sort of a pull shot, isn't it? That he's not... it was a big shake of the head after he'd hit it.
Yeah.
And it was as if he didn't know where to... Should he try and hit it through the offside and cut it? Should he try and pull it through mid-wicket? And then, in the end, did neither. Hit it straight to mid-off.
It was quite high. It was almost like a tennis serve when he hit it. Karunaratne in once again outside the off-stump on a good length, and it's been driven by Jason Roy out to the man sweeping in the covers for a single. He moves within 1 of another half-century. He's on 49 of 46 deliveries. He's been going really well today, Jason Roy. At a ground that, well, he knows better than most. It's his home ground. Scored many, many runs here. Much loved by the Surrey faithful. And filled the stands here at the Oval. England 153 runs adrift of an unassailable 2-0 lead in this 3-match series. Sri Lanka staring down the barrel here as in comes Karunaratne. In a good length ball. It's just been driven as far as short extra cover, and there is no run. 89 for 1. I'm very impressed with the volume at which this person is managing to whistle across the ground. 14,000 people here, and he's managing to stand out, doing well. Well done. But it's so nice just to have that atmosphere of the crowd there as well, isn't it, Jimmy? I mean, it must be, like, as a player, I've heard players referred to as the 12th player in their side, the crowd, when they're backing them. As in comes Karunaratne, short outside the off-stump, cut nicely by Joe Root to deep third. They took the first one quickly, they thought about the second, and they thought better of it. 90 for 1 now.
Yeah, it makes a huge difference having the crowd there.
Yeah.
I think not just sort of cheering you on, but just the general hum.
Yes.
And there's just a nice atmosphere around the ground when you've got people in it. I think that's nice. I was saying to, I think it was Daggers earlier, you know, when there's no crowd there, you can hear the echo of bat on ball.
Yes.
It's not the same. It doesn't feel right.
90 for 1. Karunaratne in, and the last ball of the 16th over has been worked to third man by Jason Roy, and that is his 50. 50 for Jason Roy. He holds up his bat to the crowd. He's applauded by the faithful here at Lord's. He's batted very, very well, very astutely to the conditions, and he's put England on course for a 2-0 lead in this series. 50 or 47 balls. And, a superb effort there. Andy Zaltzman, tell us about it.
50, 47 balls. He's hit 8 fours. It's his 29th score of 50 or more in one-day international cricket. He's converted 9 of them into centuries. Had a bit of a lean run since the World Cup, since making 85 in the semi-final against Australia. Just 1 half century until this one. Before that was against India back in March. Averaged just 23. Since the World Cup semi-final. In his previous 22 innings before that, he'd averaged 60 with 5 centuries and 7 other half centuries. So he sort of had the richest run of his career leading up to and during the World Cup, but has struggled a little since then.
Yes, well, it's come at a terrific time for England, this 50, as the players are taking drinks. Jimmy Anderson's left us in the commentary box, and we've been joined by Ebony Rainford-Brent. Ebbs, kind of the perfect start for England. I mean, they could have done without losing Jonny Bairstow, I suppose, but 91 for 1 after 16 overs, they'll take it surely.
They'll take it in terms of the rate that they're going, in terms of imposing themselves on opposition. You know, if they can do it for only losing maybe 2 more, they do this 3 down.
Yeah.
You know, I think they would see this as a clinical performance. And the number one thing I think when you're sort of captain or coach and you're looking at the side as well is, who are your key batters? The dream is one of your openers can bat through a decent period of the game.
Yes.
And that's happened, and actually they had a good partnership. And then it's also like, can your middle order finish it? And so I feel like, if they get this done early doors in terms of get it done early, get it done with a key batter staying till the end with a good score, they'll be happy. And the way Jason Roy plays, or the way both Roy and then Bairstow once he got going, it just sets a tone, doesn't it? If you're from another country right now watching this game wherever you are, thinking about when we're going to play England, you just know that you have to be up to it.
Yes, and it's very exciting. As a spectator, it's very, very exciting. The crowd have very much enjoyed it, and it's box office cricket, really, isn't it? You've got Roy and Bairstow at the top. You've got class batsmen like Joe Root coming in at 3, probably the best white ball captain in the world in Eoin Morgan at 4, though he's been out of touch recently. And Sam Billings, an exciting young player. Moeen Ali, a huge crowd favourite. Sam Curran. I mean, it's a heck of a lineup, isn't it? It's just a lineup of box office stars.
It is, and what I like is thinking back to the 2015 rebuild to a new kind of era of players. And then, at that stage at 2015, there wasn't that explosive player. And now you look down and there's just so many, whether it's Morgan, Butler, Billings, Bears, whatever it is. It's just the Liam Livingstone coming in. You think of Tom Banton, who's going to join the squad. It's just exciting.
It is. It's a very exciting time for England cricket. You feel bad. I mean, we talk about the people on the bench, but you do feel bad for some of them. This is the era of English cricket they have to participate in. As Hasaranga continues after drinks, and that ball just turns sharply in towards Jason Roy, who bunts the ball down to long on. And there's a single taken, 92 for 1.
I was just thinking, so when I played, we had Claire Taylor, the greatest ever England player, alongside Charlotte Edwards, the greatest England player ever, and Sarah Taylor. Like, you're trying to get in an opening spot. Oh my God.
I mean, I'll tell you what you do.
Great.
I'll tell you what you do is you score 150 EPs and then they pick you all the time.
Well, yeah, that wasn't happening because I couldn't get in. And then when you do get in, you're so nervous. You're like, oh, right. Out LBW. I'll start again.
92 for 1. Hasaranga in now. Reverse sweep from Joe Root, and it's gone very, very fine. It's trickling away towards the boundary. There's an attempt in the deep. It's superb effort in the deep. Well, he saved his team 2 runs there. He just flicked it back. That was excellent work. Joe Root very pleased with himself with a shot, just executing and smiling to himself, because it's one of those shots that previously would be referred to as cheeky, but now it's just a deft kind of cricket shot, isn't it? It's just part of the cricket lexicon.
Yeah, it becomes routine now, doesn't it? It's a gap. It's a gap in the field, and they're going to expose it.
94 for 1. Hasaranga in. Lots of flight given. A drive off a thick outside edge from Joe Root. Goes out to Chameera sweeping, and a single's taken, 95 for 1. So just managed to lob him, just kind of goalkeeper lob over Perera from Root with that sweep. He's on 14 or 15 and he's enjoying his cricket right now. Had a really good outing in Durham, took England home, and he'll be hoping to do the same again today. In comes Hasaranga. Lots of flight given. Down the track comes Jason Roy. Aerial into the mid-wicket region. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, 3 bounce into the fence. 4 more runs for England. England on 99 now for 1 wicket after 16.4 overs. That target getting smaller and smaller and smaller.
One thing I would say, he's just kind of hammered him in that cow corner area. I just wonder when the ball's not really turning off the surface. So it's not going to be ragging or anything like that. You almost want to force it one way or the other. Yeah. That's a big gap for Jason Roy. He's going to expose that.
Jason Roy still on strike as Hasaranga comes in, and big shot down the ground this time from Jason Roy. 1 bounce into the fence directly beneath us here in the commentary box, and appreciated by the live crowd here at the Oval. England's 100 comes up as well. 103 for 1 after 16.5 overs, and they are almost cruising now. Jason Roy not too worried about where the ball's going to spin, just going after it.
Yeah, like you say, the attempt to googly out the back. A smile for Hasaranga as he just watches it sail over his head. What a connection. Drilled straight back over the top.
And Wanindu Hasaranga was, he knew he'd been caught out there a little bit. He was looking for his alternate delivery. And it's taken a minute just to get the ball back in the way that it's bounced into the crowd. He hit that firmly. It's kind of reminiscent of being in a golf driving range. It's that kind of contact, that kind of movement off the bat as well. Hasaranga in now once again, short of a length this time, and cross batted down the ground to long on. by Jason Roy. That's the end of the 17th over. England 104 for 1 now.
Oh, yeah, talking about golf, I was just wondering, I think some of these guys are decent golfers as well. Now, Jimmy's a decent golfer, but I wonder how far. I would love to see like Bairstow, Roy, Butler, Morgan all lined up
in a driving range.
And see who whacks it the furthest.
Yeah. I'd like to see them play crazy golf. I think that'll be fun too.
Yeah? Do you think?
Yeah.
The touch and the little...
Well, yeah, because, we're very powerful, very strong, well done chaps. You spend time in the gym, you lift weights, very good, very powerful, you can do that. But can you do the dainty stuff?
What's your short game?
Yeah. I see some putting. That's what I want to see.
I just want to see them whack it, but I understand your point.
104 for 1 England after 17 overs. Jason Roy going good gun, 60 off 51. He's on strike as in comes Karunaratne. There's a short ball and Jason Roy's pulled it straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. A stunning catch and Jason Roy has to go. He can't believe that he's picked out the one fielder at mid-wicket. He's still staring at him in disbelief, but that is a stunning catch. Jason Roy, after scoring 60 off 51, has to depart.
Well, first of all, what a catch, because Jason Roy has absolutely levered this, nailed it like a rocket, and the fielders had to take it over his shoulder to his right with the sun coming over the JM's thin stand right into his eyes, and you could see afterwards there's just this moment of, oh my God, I'm not sure I even picked that. So that was an outstanding catch, and it had to be, really, to get rid of the way Roy was batting. What an innings.
Yeah, Dhananjaya de Silva with the catch, and he'll be very pleased with that. He's having a cracking game today, Dhananjaya de Silva. 91 with the bat earlier, and now the catch to dismiss Jason Roy, who was really threatening to finish this game quickly here for England. 104 for 2 now. Still 130 odd runs away from that target of 142.
You talking up a game here?
Well, is there a twist to be heard?
You never know.
Could this game go in a different direction?
I think that the fielding has been improved overall for Sri Lanka. I've seen some dives out on the outfield, that catch. There's been some... The energy in the field's been good. The concern, I suppose, is just the wicket is so flat at the moment that it's not offering enough of a threat. So one of the bowlers would have to come up with some... white ball magic bowling skills to break through. So,
or some more special efforts in the field, like the one we just saw as well. That would help.
Or maybe a run out, and then all of a sudden, you never know.
Anything can happen in this game. We've seen stranger things. Well, England's captain Eoin Morgan has come to the crease, still averaging just a touch under 40 in one-day international cricket, with an excellent strike rate in the 90s as well. But he's had a lean run of form recently, and perhaps Andy Zoltzman can remind us of his recent form in a moment. Because a lot's been talked about his struggles in recent times.
Just quickly before I do that, Jason Roy 60 from 52 with 10 fours.
In comes Karunaratne, and this time defended firmly by Eoin Morgan on his first ball, no run.
As I mentioned, it was his 29th score of 50 or more in one-day international cricket, and to highlight what a dominating player he's been, at 47 balls, it was only his 17th fastest half-century. Not too long ago, anything below a runner ball would have been worth making a documentary film about.
That's outstanding. He's just a special player for England and Surrey. In comes Karunaratne now once again. He bowls back of a length. The ball's just been defended back to him by Eoin Morgan. Well, Morgan's been struggling a little bit, as we talk about, for form recently. And I wonder, Ebony, he's got the benefit of Joe Root, a man who is in form with the bat out there. Does that help you as a batter when the other batter's in touch and can sort of guide you through that little lean form?
Yeah, massively, because I think Joe Root takes the low-risk option but rotates the strike, I think there's nothing worse than kind of getting bogged down at one end, whether they're struggling to get it off strike or whatever it might be. And so you've got someone with experience and calmness.
Karunaratne in once again. Short ball has been pulled by Eoin Morgan on the bounce to the fielder, a deep backward square. He actually got a hold of it well and nearly carried to the fielder, and Eoin Morgan was nearly dismissed. But as it happens, he lives to fight on. Single taken, 105 for 2.
Just to add, again to Sri Lanka's field, I think they've committed out in the field today. That was picked up all right there by Morgan, and it was one bounce, one of those ones that could have taken your teeth
on the bounce. Yeah, the bowler was definitely interested. Karunaratne thought you had a chance there for a second wicket. And it's just one of those things when you're in bad touch, even when you nail them, you tend to find the fielders. It's so bizarre. Karunaratne, and he comes now, and this time just straying onto the pads of Joe Root, who just flicks it to backward of square leg, and they take a single. 106 for 2. One ball to come in the 18th over. And yes, there's a very good opportunity this for Eoin Morgan with very little pressure on to just see England through here. He's been struggling with the bat recently. He's outside edged one to Dushmantha Chameera recently in one of the games. They've managed to bowl some very, very good deliveries at Eoin Morgan, to be fair. He's on strike now as in comes Karunaratne, back of a length, and Morgan just works it into the leg side for a single. He'll keep the strike. So after 18 overs, England are 107 for 2. I wonder if that second wicket will make any difference to the Sri Lankan mindset. Ebony Rainford Brent, perhaps you could think about that, as you're going to be joined momentarily by Charles Dagnall.
Well, it is a huge moment in terms of getting rid of the two kind of bullies at the top of the order, but the problem, I suppose, is having Joe Root, who, as we saw in the last game, just low risk shots but keeps everything moving with ease. Current run rate just under 6 and making it look effortless, really. So you just sense they'll keep that going, Daggers.
Hello, Ebbs. Yes, disappointment for Jason Roy. Goodness, he looked in very, very tidy touch. The Surrey boys have performed well today. Little fist bump from right next to me.
Oh, impartial.
Absolutely. No, Jason Roy earlier today, Sam Curran picking up 5 wickets. First time he's done that for England. And how well he bowled as well. David Willey with 4 wickets today. All left armers. Dushmantha Chameera, here's good bowler. Eoin Morgan waits with bat aloft. He comes in, he beats him outside of the off stump with a beauty just going across the bows of the left-hander. Morgan, unperturbed, just marks his guard again, and through it goes to the keeper.
As ball's almost identical to the one that got Morgan in the last game. That tickle of the outside edge. So he knows the area he wants to just nibble.
Was it maybe a fraction shorter to Morgan, that one who was
the one before? That got the wicket. Yeah, maybe.
But he's a good bowler, Chameera. I do enjoy watching him. I think he could really do a job for someone as an overseas player. Tall and wiry, good pace as well. He hurls the ball down, and Morgan plays this neatly into the offside. It goes out to the deep where Hasaranga does the fielding, and a single is collected. 108 for 2. But I just thought also, when we watched the T20s, if there was a bright light out of Sri Lanka's side in the T20s, it was Dushmantha Chameera. He's bowling at the death and up front. Came away with some lovely figures. I shall tell you about them when I find them. Thank you, Andy. As he strides away from us. Lovely rhythmic run up close to the stumps. Tall action, and Root happy to open the face and got it down to third man. 1 for 24 in the first T20 off 3.1. 1 for 29 off 4 in the second, and then 4 for 17 off 4 in the third, and then 3 for 50 off his 8 overs up at Durham. So they're tidy figures, especially when your side isn't doing well.
I think the other thing I like is, it's often you see Sri Lankan bowlers and there's a lot of 82, 83 miles an hour, that sort of gentle pace. The fact that he can, I've seen him get him up there at just under 90, so there's that extra bit of nip.
Chameera, short delivery. Morgan stands upright and then points the bat at Joe Root and screams no to him. A great deal of ferocity, making sure that the Test captain is sent back to the non-striker's end by the one-day captain. The sun's gone in, floodlights are on. There's a blanket of light grey just across South London. Russet-coloured houses to our left-hand side. There's flats with very neat chimneys, equidistant from each other. Chameera, number 5 on his back, past umpire Bailey. Full delivery, driven by Morgan, square out through the offside. Again, Hasaranga called into action to do the fielding. Another single picked up by England. A crane just beyond the Archbishop's Tennyson School. Again, that same coloured brick all around the oval, surrounding it. And the crane beyond it with its jib erect, as they are, over in the distance past some high-rise flats.
Looking towards Crystal Palace way.
summer evening in London. Can't beat it with a bit of international cricket. Great to have your company wherever you are listening to us from. Chameera bowls and Root just hides his bat behind his pad. It still runs off the face. It's stopped at a straightish gully and there is no run. So how many off that one, please, Andy?
3.
3. And Chameera's tidy. 110 for 2. 19 overs have been bowled. Not for 25 off 6. Andy, you were going to continue.
I was asked about Eoin Morgan's recent form since the World Cup's had a bit of a thin time. Just one 50-plus score. That was a century against Ireland in the third one-dayer last summer, a game that England lost as Ireland completed a fantastic chase. That's Morgan's only 50-plus score in the last 16 one-day internationals he's played in since demolishing Afghanistan with 148 at Old Trafford in the World Cup. But that innings finishes after this ball time.
Karunaratne, 1 for 7 off his 2 overs. He's been useful. Just skiddy medium pace. His first delivery is on a length, which is defended by Morgan, back up the pitch.
Morgan had been in spectacular form before that. His previous 17 ODI innings, he'd averaged 86 with a strike rate of 112, 2 centuries and 8 other half centuries. And England's one-day cricket has been so sporadic since the World Cup. It's been hard for anyone to get a run of form together.
Thank you, Andy. Karunaratne. Angled run, but straightens up. Comes in, bowls a full delivery, driven gloriously by Morgan. Well fielded. I think that's Chameera, it is, at mid-off. Flinging himself to his left-hand side, might have grazed his forearm in so doing. But excellent effort, backing up his other bowlers, and it's just a single. Morgan's 5, England. Nelson. Angled run, but straightens up. Comes in, bowls a full delivery, driven gloriously by Morgan. Well fielded. I think that's Chameera, it is, at mid-off. Flinging himself to his left-hand side, might have grazed his forearm in so doing. But excellent effort, backing up his other bowlers, and it's just a single. Morgan's 5, England. Nelson, 111 for 2.
The commitment in the field's been good. I think I've counted a good sort of 10, 12 runs at least saved, a couple of boundaries early on. Fernando a moment ago diving now. That's one thing that Nicky Arthur can write as an improvement in this game. The commitment in the field.
Karunaratne over the wicket, short and on his tiptoes and slightly arching his back as he plays, and Joe Root holds his back, walks away gingerly, a little bit stiff, cut it to backward point. There is no run, but might have just
tweaked it.
Yeah, just giving it a little stretch now at the moment, twisting.
Ball got quite big on him, didn't he? He was trying to give it the sort of lean back and lace it through the offside. Looks a bit gingerly though.
Yeah, he's back in his stance now. Very correct. Upright, bat aloft, and just presses on. It's just beaten him on the outside edge again. It bounces before Perera and goes off for, I think, a bye. Yes, umpire Kettleborough signals so. Again, just a little bit of lift. Only 80 miles an hour, but it just surprised Root.
Well, I think it's a good follow-up ball. If you saw that he looked a little bit uncomfortable, he's bowled it seam up, so it wasn't a cross-seam delivery as such, but he got that extra both feet off the ground for Root.
It didn't carry through either. Might have just held, perhaps, in the turf. Let's see, Binura. Fernando loosening up down below us as Morgan drives gloriously through the extra cover region. Save your legs. Full delivery width. Morgan needs a gift like that just to get the juices flowing and the confidence building, and he moves to 9 and England 116 for 2. Easy runs.
Very easy runs on this surface. Anything that's kind of in that nice juicy volley, just not having to do too much, just let the hands go through that offside, through the line.
Lovely shot. What's the Karunaratne response? It's to bowl on a length, which Morgan looks to come forward and then just rocks it back and plays it with the straight bat, and there is no run. So the end of the 20th over, 116 for 2. So it's been the ace day here at the Oval. Tell us a little bit about it. How's the day gone? Because the ACE programme, something set up, you were heavily involved in, set up by Surrey County Cricket Club, try and get more black youngsters involved because of the decline? How's it all gone today? The awareness of people been asking?
Yeah, loads. So first of all, today's announcement really is that Royal London have come on to support. I don't know if you heard the actual name of the day, but it's the Royal London Ace One Day International. And they've come on to support us going to a new city. So we're now in 3 cities: London, Bristol and Birmingham.
I knew about the Birmingham one. I didn't realise you'd gone to Bristol as well, as Chameera starts a new over. Away from us he goes at the Vauxhall end, slashing away just past the short gully. And it goes flying to the boundary for 4, and he inspects the toe end of his bat, moves into the 20s. Not an authoritative shot, but a productive one. 120 for 2.
Good commitment to the shot, I think. It's one of those ones that if you're going to flash hard, and it went fine because he put a fair bit of commitment into the shot. If he'd actually just tried to play that normally with timing, it would have actually maybe flown straight to that gully.
And gully, it's more of a 4th slip almost than an orthodox gully. Not far away from him. Chameera, what's his response? It's bowl 1 on a good length, which Root plays very correctly back at the pitch, and there is no run.
Yeah, sorry. So, like you said, there's been a 75% decline of black players in the game. We want to look to sort of find more talent, and so it's slightly different to a lot of the community programs where we're actively talent IDing young kids and then getting them to academies and opportunities. So our London Academy had 25 scholars, has just gone up to 39 additional players.
Right.
And we found 4 already who have had opportunities to play here at Surrey. So there's some real success stories that they're getting into the junior elite pathway.
As Chameera, past umpire Bailey, bowls a bouncer and left alone. Thought about pulling it, did Root, but then swayed out of the way and through it goes to the keeper.
But we're aware there are a number of challenges. So different cities have, we look at Birmingham and we're actually starting from scratch and having to find raw talent, get them excited about the game more at the community end, and then trying to build the talented ones into like development hubs. And Bristol will be somewhere in between. So really the focus is, can we reverse that trend in 5 to 10 years? And what we've seen
so
from
far,
Signed is it's possible. Some really good talent on show.
One of them's already played under 18 for Surrey.
Yeah, Idris.
Chameera, slower delivery, tickled away by Root off a full delivery down the leg side. I think it's gone. No, it hasn't. It's just been saved. Very good, smart piece of work down there. I think it's Karunaratne who's on the fine leg boundary, diving away to his right-hand side, and a couple of runs collected by England. 122 for 2.
Yeah, and this is what I think is really interesting. Some of it is opportunity and being visible. So there has been some talent out there that maybe wasn't in the right structural system to be seen. Mm-hmm. So you put them in front of the right coaches, and they're like, oh, that's good talent. And then just creating that opportunity for an excitement that there's a real pathway. So we're seeing, it's unbelievable how much success we've seen.
I wonder how many of the community actually sort of knew. I mean, they know of the Surrey and the area and the cricket, but actually that it was a game for them and who they were looking up to. Because, as you mentioned about the decline, you could go back into look at the 80s and the early 90s and the amount of black players that were around, especially in the Surrey setup.
Yeah.
But that dwindled.
I think the biggest issue is infrastructure. Just confirm it ended up going daggers.
Oh, it did go for 4.
We tried.
It was a really good effort down on the boundary edge from Karunaratne, but it did go for 4 after several views from Michael Goff, the third umpire. 124 for 2. Chameera again, outside of the off stump on a good length, left alone by Root, wanting nothing to do with it.
The other thing worth saying as well is, we're targeting on getting black talented players, but we're also, the development hubs are multicultural, so we're going into inner cities, and regardless of your ethnicity, we're supporting you to the hubs, and also if you've got talent, we're supporting you into structure. So it's more that the areas that we're going into will have high population.
Are they aligned, or is the Birmingham one aligned with Warwickshire and Bristol with Gloucestershire?
Yeah.
So it's aligned with the counties. Okay. It's got to be beneficial, hasn't it, for everyone? As Chameera, short delivery pulled by Root in front of square. Not quite timed it. It's a long chase on the boundary edge for Hasaranga, who does well. Just puts a left paw out and saves it from going to the boundary. And a couple of runs to Joe Root and to England. 21 not out for Root, and England 126 for 2. Going wrong quite serenely. Sorry, 26 for Joe Root. I read that wrong. Well, that sounds great. You must be pretty proud.
Yeah,
what you've done.
I think it's the kids. It's seeing the kids like really committing. They want to play. We're also supporting other players that are already in the system, but we just sort of contact if they're the only player from background. I know when I played, sometimes you can feel a little bit, if you're the only player around 100 other, and so there's a little bit of wider support as well to players within the structure that they can come down. And the other thing is the players from England.
Karunaratne continues, pulled away by Morgan, and should be four, and is. He hit it beautifully, just helped it on its way, really. It was a leg stump line, and Morgan just swiveled on his back foot, found the right area in which to hit it, and it goes scurrying across the turf for four more, 130 for two.
That was a gentle short ball, wasn't it? It was kind of on the leg, sitting up, help yourself, Eoin Morgan, and he did just that.
It's going to be a very useful knock for Eoin Morgan here. Spend some time at the crease. Karunaratne scuttling in, short delivery, it's been top edge straight over the top of the keeper. He swatted it away, it might just spin on, and does. Wasn't in control of it whatsoever. It was not actually. It was a pretty good bouncer from Karunaratne, 86 miles an hour at skiddy pace, and Morgan really wasn't in control. Matters not to him though. He moves his total to 17 in England, 134 for two.
It was a good change-up after, like we said, the gentle sort of short ball. This time he absolutely nailed it into the surface, got up to that awkward height and rushed in for pace. Fortunate for Morgan.
He's still there, the England captain. 134 for two. Morgan 17. Route at the non-striker's end is 26. Infield closes as Karunaratne bowls, and on his tiptoes and defending square of the wicket out on the offside is Morgan. Now originally didn't want the single, but fielder at point, which I think is Avishka Fernando, just looked like he pulled something in pursuit, a hamstring, or
he just put his boot out, didn't he?
Might just jarred, sprained it, something like that. Yeah, he's just stretching at the moment, and that's why they managed to get through for a single. Originally there was no run, but he couldn't bend for some reason. Anyway, he goes through for a single. Morgan to 18, England 135 for two. Well, it all sounds very positive.
Yeah, I was just going to say, last thing is the England player support.
Yeah.
Speaking to CJ, Joff, Sophia Dunkley, they're real role models, so we're grateful to them.
Karunaratne bowls, and forward comes Joe Root, tentatively forward, but plays it with a dead straight bat underneath the eye line. Call that Sophia Dunkley can play, can't she?
Good, isn't she? You were there yesterday with her runs, weren't you?
I was. What an innings she played for the England women yesterday. Come 2-0 up against the Indian side. Well, in the point system they're 6-2 up, but 2-0 up in the one-day international side of things. It was good. They were in a bit of trouble as well, were England, but just to see Sophia Dunkley after her test match innings where she got 70 odd, she negotiated the night time of the first day and continued in the second day. She's just growing from strength to strength. She can play as a wide delivery is cut away by Root to square on the offside. Another single. England just trotting along here, 136 for two. Next one-day international, the England women, is Saturday. That's commentary on Sports Extra from 10:45. That's at Worcester. So make sure you're tuned in for that one. India were much better yesterday, but still a ways to go. Morgan, left-hander, waits for Karunaratne. He bows his head a little bit before straightens as he runs in, bowls a bouncer, and Morgan just ignores it. Sways out of the way, tilts the head back, and allows it to go through to the keeper, and I thought that was going to be the over, but there's been signalled wide by umpire Kettleborough, so 137 for two. A little bit of movement. There's a pocket of supporters to my left-hand side who are clapping and singing in good spirits. As well they should be. England are going very nicely. Ebony Rainford Brent has left us. James Anderson has returned as Karunaratne 1 for 23 off his 3.5 overs so far. Dancing down the pitch is Morgan, and carving this over backward point. Should be four, is four. Just that little bit of a dance down the pitch and a little waft of the wrists, such snapping his wrists as he connected with the ball with that cut shot. Brings him four more, and now he's getting into a groove is Eoin Morgan. He's 22 not out. England 141 for two. Jimmy, it's been lovely, but I'm going to go. Word from you on England's progression, and Simon Mann's coming in for me.
Yeah, enjoyed that ball, Charles. That shot from Owen Morgan, it's very that sort of snap of the wrist that we're used to seeing from him, or fast hands as some people like to say, just sort of getting it up and over, backward point. And these two do look in really good touch at the minute. They're not taking many risks, just putting away the bad ball. And England just rolling on nicely here. Look pretty comfortable in this run chase, way ahead of the required rate. Only 3.6 and over from now on in. Making a pretty easy job of it.
Yeah, 141 for 2. Target 242, so 101, 28 overs. It's a bit of a stroll. Well, it should be. We all know games can change, but we've not seen anything to indicate that's going to happen so far. Root takes that ball off his hip, down towards deep backwards square leg. First ball of a new over, bowled by Asitha Fernando. He's gone for 31 from 3.1 overs. Selected for this match today. He did play the 2 test matches England played against Sri Lanka in Gaul. He didn't bowl a huge amount, actually. It's mainly spin dominated. Emil Denyer seemed to hog the whole match when Sri Lanka were bowling, and not surprised as well, because he did really well on those pitches. Asitha goes in and bowls. It's cut away by Morgan down towards third, and they're through for a single. 143 for 2 in the 23rd over. Morgan's come out and played 2 or 3 really swashbuckling strokes so far. 23 from 17, and Root's just done what Root does. He's nudged it around, knocked it around. 28 from 29 balls after Roy was out for 60 and Bairstow for 29. Even getting off to another one of those powerful starts. 76 for the first wicket on a good pitch. Asitha Fernando bowls outside the off stump, dabbed away by Root down towards the boundary behind square. Root thinks about coming back for the second and decides against it, and just as well. That was an excellent throw. Who's that down there? It's Karunaratne, a decent arm down by the newsstand, the MAR Galadari stand, which is in operation, full operation for the first time today. 3 balconies, lots of people watching on the balconies, and well populated second and third tiers as well. This is Asitha Fernando bowling to Morgan, who pushes up towards mid-off. It's picked up by Hasaranga, and there is no run. You'll get to, well, hopefully by the time you play on this ground, Jimmy, in the 4th test against India, that we're back to full houses again. And you've got, 14,000 in today. Hopefully we'll be up at 28,000 for that match. We'll see what happens in the next few weeks.
Yeah, it's good to see it sort of going in the right direction, isn't it? So fingers crossed things will be well by then.
Asitha goes into bowl to Morgan. Morgan clips that into the onside up towards mid-on. It's stopped by Binura Fernando, and there is no run. Yeah, but I think we were all so grateful to have sport last summer in the end. I'm sure you were as players, and we were, listeners were, happy to have something to focus on. But it was weird. I mean, you think of someone like Stuart Broad, taking his 500th Test match wicket, and no one there to see it.
Yeah.
Fernando bowls. Morgan tucks that away into the onside, left of Shanaka, and they are through for another single. 145 for 2, and your 600th as well.
Yeah, I was going to say Stuart Broad's dad got to see it.
Yeah,
that was nice, because he's not seen many of them.
He's a match referee. Yeah.
So he's usually off around the world refereeing other countries, and he wouldn't have seen many of Stuart's wickets. So it's nice for him to be there. But yes, just a shame for the whole team, really. I thought we played some nice cricket throughout the summer. It's a shame that no one was there, but as I said to Charles earlier, we were glad just to be playing, really, because obviously it was an awful year.
Were there moments when you thought we could really do with a crowd to lift us here? We're a bit flat, or once you get into the battle, you're sort of engaged enough in it?
It weren't too bad once we were in the battle, but there were times, definitely, where you thought that.
Binura Fernando, left arm over the wicket, bowls to Morgan. left arm onto left-hander. Morgan plays defensively towards mid-off, and there is no run. The lights have been on for a while, but it's still a perfectly pleasant evening. Of course, we're right in the middle of summer. It finally gets dark in London this time of year, about 10 o'clock at night. But it is officially a day-night one-day international. Neither one thing nor the other. Start time of 1 o'clock. Fernando goes into bowl to Morgan. Morgan tucks this away into the onside through square leg for a single. They jog through. 145 for 2. .242 is England's target. Sri Lanka recovering from 21 for 4, if you haven't heard, to get up to 241. But we all felt that we needed to score, 280, something like that, to really challenge this England batting lineup. England in control with Root to the 4 at the moment. He lets that one go by outside the off-stump, ball across him. England can afford to do that. Just bide their time. And then Morgan has come out and played a few shots. What's Morgan done of late? And have you mentioned that?
Yes, we talked about that just a little while ago. Just 150-plus score since the World Cup. That was a century against Ireland, averaging about 30 since the World Cup, having had sort of the most productive run of his career in the couple of years leading up to that.
And how about white ball cricket, T20 cricket as well? Fernando bowls, Binura, Fernando, and Root has a nibble at that one, misses it. And it's through to the captain, Kusal Perera. And 46 for 2. Because you play these series back to back often, don't you? You play a one-day series and you play a white ball series. I can remember him playing some stunning shots in a win in South Africa at the end of the T20 series there. That was the last series before lockdown, actually. Last cricket England played in front of a crowd until this summer. Centurion playing some stunning shots towards the end. Fernando bowls, Root drives. Does he beat cover? Yes, he does. It goes out towards the boundary. They've gone one. They can't come back for the second. Asalanka is out there. He won't look back too fondly so far on his international returns. 0 and 3.
He's had pretty thin returns in T20 cricket. His last 4 innings have been 4 and 1 in India, then 11 and 1 against Sri Lanka this summer.
What did he do in that Centurion match? He hit a couple of sixes towards the end. That was a real six-fest, that game. Binura, Fernando to Morgan. Morgan drives uppishly, but to the right of cover as the cover fielder looks at it, out towards the extra cover boundary, swept up in the deep. They come back for 2, throw in at the non-striker's end.
Yes, that was... Sorry, the series at the beginning of 2020, February 2020. They did also play South Africa at the end of last year in a T20 series. He made 57 not out from 22 balls. Didn't hit a 4, but hit 7 sixes. But since then in T20 cricket, averaging just 16.8, 1.5 century, only 8 more sixes since then. But it can be a hard format to get with him in, I think, as a batter.
149. I completely forgot that series in South Africa. It's amazing. I mean, I did watch it, but it drifts by, doesn't it? So twice to South Africa in a short space of time. Of course, they didn't complete the tour because of COVID problems, so they played the T20s but didn't play the one-day international, so I presume they've got to go back there and play them sometime. Here it is, Asitha Fernando bowling to Root, and Root stretches forward and guides it down towards backward point, and there's no run. Well, the bottom line is Morgan needs some runs here, and that he needs them. I mean, it would be good for his confidence and general feel, really.
Yeah, well, I think any batter wants runs to feel confident, but he's not the sort of player that gets flustered by that. He's experienced enough not to let it worry him.
Fernando to bowl to Root. Root taps it on its head down towards third, and they're through for a single. 150's up for England, 150 for 2, 92 to win. And Morgan 27 not out, Root 31. Yeah, he's got the opportunity here on a good pitch. He's got himself in to take 60 or 70 with the goal if he possibly can.
Yeah, I think that would be ideal. But, in terms of him he's just so integral to this team. Like, it's his team. He's built this over the last 6 years. So, obviously he wants runs, but I don't think it's the end of the world if he doesn't get them.
Fernando bowls a short ball. Morgan ducks underneath it. It was one of those that's quite close to the leg stump. Not a wide, signalled by umpire Bailey. Score stays at 150 for 2. It's amazing as you would know him from being inside the dressing room, but you see him operating, and you see his we see his media interactions, we see him on the field, we see the way he bats, conducts himself. He seems so self-contained now, and he talks about it, doesn't he? So when I first started, I sort of lived every moment. I was emotional, and it's amazing that how he's able to control himself in a way. Outside the off stump, Morgan lets that one go through, because it feels like, from a distance, it feels like a big change. I don't know whether in the dressing room sometimes he does walk off after a third successive single-figure score, and when no one's looking, shut the door quietly and hurl the bat at the wall or something.
I just don't think he does. He's not that. It's just not that sort of person. I think he's obviously got a huge amount of experience from around the world as well in T20 competitions.
Asitha Fernando bowls to Morgan, who tucks it away into the leg side. He's looking for 2 here. Is he going to come back for the second? No, he's not. It's Karunaratne, he's onto it, and he's got that bullet arm. And right over the bails. A lovely piece of fielding. 151 for 2. Morgan to 28.
Yeah, and I just think that experience he's gathered over the years and the friendships that he's made, the relationship he's got with Brendan McCullum, I think, has done him a world of good in terms of his captaincy. And he's really put his stamp on this England side and taken English cricket to a level where they're now world leaders in white ball cricket.
Here goes Asitha Fernando to Root. It's a regulation single, really, just opening the face, running it down. Yeah, one more, thanks very much. And he goes to 32, and he takes the bowling as well. And it's 90 to win now, 152 for 2. Is that thing about change? Not many people, it seems to me, are able to. I know you with experience you're mellow, don't you? Or you can do. Not everyone. I don't think NASA particularly mellow, did he?
No, he didn't at all.
In time, he was still that fiery character when he was younger, and fiery character when he, probably when he was playing his last Test match.
Yeah.
But to change your character or force yourself to change, not easy. Even with experience and know-how, thinking, there's no point being really emotional the whole time. It's just going to undermine me. But to say that is one thing. To do it is another thing.
Yeah, but I think it's part of improving yourself as a cricketer. Is what works for you, what gets you in the best mindset to perform at your best. And he obviously knew that getting emotional, or however it wasn't working out for him at the start of his career, and he's gradually sort of either grown out of it or worked his way out of it and turned himself into the player he is now.
Binura Fernando bowls. Root chases that one. It's through to the wicket-keeper. Oh, it's gone. It's a fiver. He missed it. Kusal Perera completely missed it. It was a wide ball as well. And that's 5 runs to the total. And bowl it again. There's a slip in. Root went after it. And Perera, has he hurt himself? Did he get it right on the end of the glove like Bairstow did earlier? It might well have done.
Yeah, it might have hurt his shoulder diving.
Oh, shoulder,
Yeah. It's a really wide ball. It started wide and then sort of shaped even wider. Kept swinging away from him. Couldn't get anywhere near it in the end, but it looked like he just hurt his shoulder when he put his glove on the floor.
He's back on his feet now, though. Here is Fernando bowling to Root. That was a straight ball. Root defends up towards the bowler who picks up and there's no run. 157 for 2 with those 5 bonus runs for England. So what about you as a character? I mean, do you have to? I mean, what are you like on the field? I mean, Swanee always says, you're a bit grumpy out there and that sort of thing. But are you? Is that who you are really, or?
Well, I'd say focused rather than grumpy, to be honest.
This is Fernando, Binura Fernando, bowls to Root, who drives straight to cover, and there's no run. But what sort of gets you going on the field, or are you self-contained on the field? You're forensic?
Yeah, I try to be. I think that really does help me. The more I think about it and the more detail I go into on the field helps me focus so much on what I'm trying to do with the ball and who I'm bowling at and the plan I'm trying to execute. I think it's that focus that really helps, and sometimes it does turn into me being grumpy.
Fernando bowls Root, forces that away. It's a nice looking shot, but very well fielded at backward point. And there is no run.
I'm also really competitive as well. So if I'm trying to do a job for the team, like starving them of runs or whatever, and there's a misfield, then I will get angry at that because I'm trying to do a job and been let down by a fielder. So that those sorts of things do wind me up. But I think as you get older, you maybe can control your emotions a little bit better.
There's Ramesh Mendis on the field at backward point, subfielder. Binura Fernando bowls, Root hits it past him this time to his left, down towards the boundary. It's swept up by Hasaranga, and Root walks through for a single. 158 for 2. 84 more runs required by England. They're just about the halfway stage of their innings. And there's a contented buzz around the ground. People back at cricket in numbers at the Oval. It has not been a gripping match. There have been highlights. Dhananjaya to Silva batted really well earlier, and Roy came out and smacked it around at the start. But at the moment, it's looking like a regulation victory for this England team. Morgan tucked up by that one, strikes him on the body, on the thigh pad, goes away into the offside, and Mendis is there, picks up, and there's no run.
Yeah, I don't know. Would you, if you're a fan in the crowd now, would you want to see Joe Root just knock it around for the next 84 runs, which he's doing with ease? Or would you rather...
You'd like to see Josh Buttler come in,
have a look at Sam Billings or Moeen Ali further down the line to see if they can smack a few.
Yeah, I think you probably would want that, wouldn't you? You'd like someone to finish it with relish. Morgan defends into the offside, and there's no run. Although, Root, obviously, he's very professional, high-class player. He's perfectly within his rights to play it as he sees it out there. He won England the game the other day with the bat. No frills victory.
Just makes it look easy for me. He's so calm and elegant as well. Just even his run down to third man, guiding it off the seamers, I think is just a really nice shot that he uses very well. Similar to how Trescothick used to just knock it on the head down to third man, get off strike.
Do you see Joe Root as someone who should be... the UAE is going to be the place that's going to hold the T20 World Cup. We saw him playing England's last team in 2016. He's not in the squad. He's not been in the team recently. 158 for 2. New over from Asitha Fernando. Bowls to Root. Root forced to defend that. I tried to manoeuvre it into a gap. Couldn't do so on the onside to mid-wicket. There's no run. There is a case for bringing him in, or has that ship sailed now? England sort of moved on, and they want all these and there's Milan. In a way, Milan it's not quite in the Root role, but it's a bit of that about him. It's a different, he's a bit of a glue player, although he can play those attacking shots, and everyone else sort of whacks it around. Asitha Fernando past the umpire, bowls to Root, and Root plays it towards backward point. But do you think no run? Do you think some games they will need a technician out there? Yeah,
I think you need someone to. You'll either need someone to settle the ship if you lose a few quick wickets, or maybe play that sort of role, the finisher role. And I think they see. It's just hard. Where do you fit them in when you've got Stokes coming back into that lineup that we saw in the 3 T20s against Sri Lanka?
This is Fernando. Bowling to Root. A low pull out towards deep back with square leg. They trot through for a single. 159 for 2.
That is the issue. Where does he fit in? And at the minute, without Root in that squad, I'm still not seeing a place for Milan in the final 11 in the World Cup when you've got Butler, Roy, Stokes, Bairstow, Morgan, Ali potentially, or Billings, or whoever you want at 6. Where do you fit a Milan? Where do you fit Root as well as they can play in those tricky situations?
Asitha Fernando bowls, and Morgan comes forward carefully and plays that towards a backward point, and there's no run.
One thing I would say about Joe Root, he does bowl really useful off-spin in one-day cricket. He's not been used in this series yet, but his off-spin is better than part-time for me, and the way he plays spin, he's as good as anyone in the world. So I would have him in the squad just as that option, certainly in the subcontinent. If you end up at Sharjah when it rags, then he could be a good option.
Morgan pulls a short ball, doesn't get all of it. He gets it down towards fine leg for a single. 160 for 2, 83 to win from 140 balls. I mean, one issue is about players getting to Australia for the Ashes. We know that the start date, but the final of the T20 World Cup, I think it's on the 14th of November. And if you then got to get to Australia and then quarantine for 2 weeks, so you've basically got your Ashes skipper, who's the sort of focal point, isn't he? An Ashes skipper, and you're not going to be in Australia very long or released into captivity. Here is Fernando bowling to Root, who drives towards mid-off, and there is no run. 160 for 2 at the end of the 27th over. He's not going to be having played much cricket, is he? Really?
Yeah. Well, when you put it like that, I wouldn't have him in the squad.
Yeah.
You want your Test captain to be.
I need to go. Sorry, Jimmy. You continue that. Atifa's coming in.
Yeah, you want your Test captain to be fresh and not. If England do get to the T20 final, that's 2 weeks into the Australian trip. So. And then with 2 weeks quarantine potentially on top of that, it does take a chunk of that preparation out for him. So that'll probably come into the thinking of the selectors as well.
It is quite the workload that England players have to deal with, and with the inception of new tournaments and the desire for so many countries to host England, you suspect it's going to get worse before it gets better. 160 for 2 now as Binura Fernando comes into Eoin Morgan. He flicks the ball down to deep backward square leg for a single. I mean, just thinking about the scheduling, and in recent years India's been under the microscope because they play a lot of cricket. They've got the IPL, which seems to get bigger every year, and things like that. I mean, have you ever thought about how you could sequester squads over the course? I mean, rotation is one thing. The other way to do it would be to literally break down your squads and say, this is the team we're going to take here and this is the team we're going to take there. I mean, how much thought do you put into as a cricketer? Do you just kind of want to play as much as possible, or how do you feel about rest and rotation as the next ball from Binura Fernando has been pushed to backward point, they run through for a quick single?
I think the rest and rotation work quite well in the winter because of the scheduling and the bubbles and everything like that. But essentially, you want to play as much cricket as you possibly can, and the likes of Ben Stokes will want to absolutely play in the World T20 and then straight to the Ashes. There's no question about that, and I'm sure England will want them to. But it's just, I think, just keeping an eye on them so that you do watch out for that burnout, or just manage them along the way, I think.
Binura Fernando in once again, straying onto the pads of Eoin Morgan, who flicks down to fine leg. They take 2 runs. Morgan looking solid now. He's on 30 or 31.
But I remember back to when I was Ben Stokes. I think it's just turned 30. When I was 30, I wanted to play everything. And when you're young and you're fit and you just want to keep playing and playing and playing. So you don't really. That's all you think about as a player, trying to get yourself fit and be available for selection. If the selectors think, right, we want to rest and rotate, then that's their decision. You're going to have to accept it.
I mean, do you ever feel like pushing back in that scenario and saying, well, actually, I feel quite good and I want to keep playing? Well, we'll come back to this as Binura Fernando in once again, short outside the off stump, cut beautifully by Eoin Morgan. The fielder down at third has some work to do. The batsmen get back for 2. Morgan on to 34 now. Do you ever, is it difficult to push back to a selector and say, well, actually, I feel good, I feel healthy, I want to play, I feel energetic, like you're suggesting, Ben Stokes might?
Yeah, I tell you what's been really good in the last sort of 12 to 18 months is actually the communication between the coach, the captain, the medical team, the selectors, actually trying to get everyone's view. Where's everyone at physically, mentally, and obviously the selectors and the captain will want to pick as strong a team as possible as well. So I think that communication's key in terms of rest and rotation.
Binura Fernando in again. This time just defended into the covers for no run. I'm just so curious because this schedule keeps getting heavier and heavier, doesn't it, Andy Zaltzman?
Well, isn't that part of the issue? The international support's supposed to be the pinnacle and the best players from each country. If the schedule doesn't allow teams to pick their best team all the time, then there's too much cricket in the schedule. And someone at some point is going to have to say we're going to play less, and there's going to be a bit less money to go around, but the quality is going to be better and more authentic. Will that ever happen? Don't think so.
Well, it seems unlikely. I mean, I do feel the pain of these selectors, and we'll keep this discussion going as in comes Binura Fernando down the leg side, and that'll be given a wide. Yes, it is. So, the Ashes happen. There'll be another tour next summer, and the summer test tours, they're not, they're really big occasions in England. Nobody wants to sit them out. Then you've got another World T20 happening next year as well. So it's not like things ever really let up. I'm sure in 2023 something else will pop up.
Well, we go to the West Indies in February as well.
Exactly, that too. Yeah.
So it can feel a little bit non-stop at times, but I think we're just, as I said, we've got a good enough squad, good enough depth to be able to keep fulfilling these fixtures.
Fernando in again this time, just pushed a backward point for a single by Eoin Morgan. England 167 for 2.
And I think one way of looking at it is it's actually going to improve or give more chances to people that are on the fringes of the team. We've seen that in the white ball series already this year.
Yes.
People getting chances that might not have got chances before, with albeit due to injury,
yes,
with Jofra Archer and Ben Stokes missing. Joss Butler's been injured as well, so Liam Livingstone's got a chance to show what he can do. And I think, yes, as a fan, I want to see the best England team playing every game. But you have to maybe have that understanding that it's not always the case. You look at Premier League football, and they do it all the time, and it's fine if they do it.
Asitha Fernando in now, full ball driven to mid-on, and there is no run.
They sort of just accepted that because they've got a good enough squad with big enough squad with good enough players.
Yeah.
Then you're going to see some quality, and I think that's going to, that's how you've got to look at it with England. We've got world-class players coming in to replace world-class players.
Yeah.
So,
and world-class players having to sit out as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So I think you're bang on, really. I think the future of cricket will be teams having kind of squads of 20, all of which are capable at any given time to step in and perform a role. As Asitha Fernando comes in as the next ball to Morgan's been worked into square leg for a single. 169 for 2. Now England needs 74 more off 131 to take a 2-0 lead in this series. We're in conversation here with Jimmy Anderson and Andy Zaltzman to my right. My name is Atif Nawaz. Andy, how would you feel about that? Because I know you like the idea of the best possible 11 playing as often as possible, but how would you feel about the best 16 being used as often as possible? You can think about it. Don't worry, have a little thought. In comes Asitha Fernando, outside off stump, short ball work to down to deep third, and Joe Root takes a single. Both Root and Morgan on 36.
Quickly, the thing about picking your best team is sometimes the selectors don't even pick the best team.
There is that as well. Yeah. But leaving aside the quirks of the select, just broadly, I'm slightly with cricket is the only sport that really competes against itself with its various formats, not just the 3 main ones and the 100 coming in, T10 cricket, which is frankly absurd.
I can't wait to hear what you think about the Hong Kong Sixes. Short ball from Asitha Fernando. It's been pulled to deep backward square leg for a single.
And that thing they did in an indoor sports hall in Dubai.
No, it was great. The Hong Kong Sixes, they were great.
No,
Six people play at a time.
One-on-one in a sports hall. And you think, at some point, and you keep squeezing a golden goose, what comes out of its rear end won't necessarily be a golden egg.
Oh, goodness. Well, there's a colourful analogy right there. 171 for 2. Asitha Fernando in once again, full ball, this time just driven out to the mid-wicket region. There's no one there in the deep. It will go all the way to the boundary for 4. Joe Root looking to accelerate now. He's got 40 or 47 deliveries. England 175 for 2. 67 adrift of a target that is inching ever closer. Andy Zaltzman.
There's also, I think, an issue with scheduling of summers, and I don't know the extent to which it's affected by COVID. But we have these one-day series here in between test series against 2 different countries. There's no real narrative to the summer, and think, if you have limited over series building up to a test series like we had with India in 2018, you get an ongoing narrative through the summer that I think helps the sport.
Asitha Fernando in once again, as the next ball's just been dabbed down to third man for a single by Joe Root. And that is the end of the over. 176 for 2 now. England need 66 off 21 overs. We're going to give Jimmy Hansen a break after that lively debate. We'll get Ebony Rainford Brent's thoughts on it as well in a minute. But so much... Yes, I mean, there is a lot of cricket happening. There's also, there's a thing about modern cricket. Everybody has an opinion, and they're all valid to some extent as well. But, cricket, it's kind of a commodity. It's a business, and, people look at it that way. A lot of people earn their livelihood from it, not just the players and the officials or even broadcasters like us, but secondary and tertiary industries.
But it's not a business, it's a sport, which is different. It's just a sport that happens to make money.
Yes.
But it's a sport at its heart. When it becomes a business, you get problems.
Yeah, that's true. But
that's true in all sports, I think. But it's... a mixed. It's not entertainment. Sport is different from entertainment.
Yes,
it's different from business. But it's it's got, obviously there's aspects and commercial necessities that come into play. But it's always an awkward relationship.
I had this thought, and I will get Ebony's thoughts on this in a second. I had this thought when watching the Pakistan Super League recently, which was broadcast in the UK for the first time, and on a major channel. If you watched the coverage, you'd see it's just crammed full of adverts, and really it's kind of a blur how many adverts you see, and they're just constantly there, a barrage of them, really challenging Ofcom, with their coverage. And you kind of think, is this still a cricket match anymore? Or am I watching an advert for a donut company? As in comes Karunaratne, short and wide outside off stumper. Joe Root just QNs it to the fielder at point for no run. I mean, I think there's room for a balance between commercial and critical in cricket. The idea of being able to monetize the sport, to try and compensate the players, the officials, the broadcasters, to offer the best possible value to fans. But I mean, I'm with Andy in the sense, I wouldn't want that to happen at the expense of the game. What do you think, Abs?
It's all about the money. No, I'm joking. Hold on.
No, that's where we're going to clip the highlights from. Karunaratne full ball driven nicely, but only as far as mid-off by Joe Root. No run.
I think it's a tricky balance, and I'm going to say that for so many reasons. One, the players want to get paid. People want to make their money. I also think from the women's perspective of how much the commercial income has helped support the women's game to get to a point it can start to try and build its own. So you get to this point, I guess, where the danger is more, where you lose sight of the entertainment, and it can get distracting as a fan.
Karunaratne in full, driven beautifully by Joe Root. The man sweeping in the covers will get round and get the ball in. Decent work by Lakshan there, and the ball comes back to the keeper. 2 runs taken, 178 for 2. Ebony?
Yes, look, I have to be honest, it's a tough balance that I understand a lot of the commercial driving behind all of that. And for a lot of people, especially after COVID, people are going to be trying to recover money, so they're going to be ramming as much as they can in to get back lost ticket sale. There's a lot of
lapsed broadcast deals, so many things. Karunaratne in again, short this time, cut beautifully by Root, but only as far as point. And Root chastises himself because he knows he got a hold of it. Just had to get it either side of Fernando at point, and he would have been fine. But no run. Sorry, yes, I was just saying.
So I suppose the goal is a balance where everyone's happy. The fans not overwhelmed by too much advertising, but there's enough generating to play the players, to play the whole system. So I don't know the answer. I don't know it, but I also do understand.
Karunaratne short and pulled this time by Joe Root into the square leg region. They take the first one. That's all they'll take. 1 run to the score. 179 for 2.
Yeah, so I do understand it. So I don't know. It's a hard one.
It is a hard one, but I completely understand Zoltz's frustration. I'm slightly more sympathetic to the cause, and I got to know some of the people who worked at the PSL, and they informed me about the gaps, the deficits in the funding, and the things that happened because they had to postpone the league midway, and they had to find the money somehow. It's really hard to tell sponsors, or to say no to sponsors, or throwing a lot of money at you to try and shoehorn them in. But when it starts to interfere with the enjoyment of the game, I lean more to Zoltz's perspective that it is a sport. Of course, there's a business element to it, but it's hard. It's a sport, and it's very important to protect that. In comes Karunaratne. This time the ball's been defended into the onside for no run. Please do have your say. You can get in touch with us here at BBC TMS on Twitter. Share your thoughts about the way cricket is played and whether you think there's enough advertising, because some people think there's not enough, frankly, in modern cricket. But how do you find that balance? The other trouble is, and I'll bring this point up because I've heard a lot about this recently, there's a huge deficit in what players around the world are paid, depending on which country they're in. So what an IPL player or an Indian cricket player might make, compare that to what a player in... You don't even have to go to Zimbabwe. You only need to go as far as Pakistan, the neighbouring country. What those players would have made pre-PSL, there's a huge wide berth. And when there's these gaps, it leaves room for things like corruption to sneak in, all sorts of unsavouriness to sneak in. So you've got to compensate these players well. Now, money's got to come from somewhere.
You think about Sri Lanka as they currently stand in terms of income, the pay for players, the contract disputes, is the domestic level getting enough funding? It's a whole... There is a gap, isn't there, between the top three and kind of everybody else?
Yes.
Which I wonder whose responsibility is to solve that.
Hasaranga back into the attack now. He starts with a full ball, just defended back to him by Charith for no run. I think Andy Zoltzman should sort it personally.
I think he should.
I really think he should do more.
Happy to.
Where would you start? Take from the minted.
In comes Hasaranga. Lots of flight given this time. Ball just pushed to backward point for no run.
Well, there's an element in which, in terms of finance, players are rewarded not for how good they are or how much effort they put in, but the wealth and population of their country.
As Hasaranga comes in again, more flight given, very full, just defended out to backward point for no run.
So if you want a more equal international game, it requires distribution of international funding to help those that are less well off, and to make cricket a more viable career, because for international cricket to work, it needs as many competitive teams as possible.
Wanindu Hasaranga in once again, ball played down to long on for a single by Joe Root.
And you see, in the women's game, there's very much two-speed professionalism, isn't it? Which is great for the countries that have it, but it doesn't necessarily help the international game in terms of the depth of competition. So I think that there's clearly huge challenges that need more of collective effort than I think cricket has sometimes had in the past.
I 100% agree.
Collective effort, yeah. I mean, I don't know how feasible that is, but
it solves the problem for everybody, right?
Yeah.
If the game's more competitive, the standard goes up, the interest goes up.
It just requires a little bit of relinquishing of control from certain areas of the game. As in comes Hasaranga, reverse sweep by Eoin Morgan. Just made gorgeous contact with that. Races away to the third man boundary. There's a diving effort. It doesn't succeed. So 4 runs for Eoin Morgan with that classic reverse sweep. We've seen so much of that in the IPL, ironically enough, from Eoin Morgan. And it's always so pleasing to watch. England pressing on, 184 for 2 now.
Well, he's clicked into gear, hasn't he? He's now gone above a runner ball. The range and array of shots are coming out. He's just feeling more and more at home at the crease. And this is good for England long term. The captain keeping in touch is important.
Hasaranga in once again, this time. Just beating the outside edge of Eoin Morgan. Keeper didn't collect cleanly. They ran through for a bye. It looked perilously close to an outside edge. In fact, it's not been signalled by yet by the umpire, so perhaps it took an outside edge. Was that a drop, Ebony?
I was wondering if there was just a little tickle. Morgan did look back. I think that's always a sign.
I'm going to make way for Charles Dagnall, but do pontificate. Did you think that was an outside edge?
Yeah, I was just going to say, you do kind of look back as a batter if you think you got something on it, and he kind of had that sort of look. I don't know. If it was a feather of an edge. But equally, he is home. So drinks time, Daggers. Just notice who's bringing out the drinks, and it's the superstar from the last game, Chris Wokes, which is an indication of a side that everybody pulls their weight. You might be the superstar yesterday, but you're helping your teammates and keeping them ticking the next day. So
I'm sure he's delighted to be bringing out the drinks after getting 4-0 in that first one-day international at Durham. Yes, good afternoon again. There's blue sky above us, and England are just accumulating their way, and very comfortably accumulating their way to victory here. They're 185 for 2, so in pursuit of 242 to win. So let's get a thought from the former Sri Lanka all-rounder Russell Arnold. Russell, great to speak to you again. I bet you're a little bit miserable, though, with the performance that Sri Lanka have put with the ball. England finding this very easy.
Yes, too easy, in fact. At the end of the first innings, after Sri Lanka batted, I thought they were 30-40 runs short easily, but the way England are doing it, the way that pitch is playing, they're probably 70-80 short. It's that type of, the conditions are such, and it goes to show that once again, wickets falling early in the Sri Lankan innings, it just takes you out of the game. There's no scoreboard pressure, and these English batsmen, they just know how to play the game. They're such professionals in this format that Sri Lanka are not even allowed to breathe.
The thing is, Russell, as well, it's highlighted even more so when you are 60, 70 short, when you see the bowling attack that they do have. And it's, you know, there are some useful bowlers. Chameera very useful, Hasaranga useful, but the rest of it is a little bit toothless, especially on a surface such as we've seen. And that does highlight the lack of runs that they have scored. If you're defending 280, 290, 300, then that sort of allows for the kind of attack that they have.
Yes, it all comes down to the number of runs that you do have on the board, because then the batsman has to do something extra, and the bowlers don't have to try too hard. They can sit back and bowl disciplined lines and lengths. Yes, there are useful bowlers, but they're still very different to the type of bowlers that England do have. If you do compare the two attacks, there are hardly many wicket takers. There's Chameera and Hasaranga that you could go to, but after that they need to be patient and bowl to basics rather than look to blast out, and they are able to be, they will be effective only if runs are there on the board, and unfortunately in these conditions they're way short.
Okay, Russell, great to... just very briefly, in this sort of circumstance, what can Sri Lanka get out of the next 10 to 15 overs? Yes, they're on a loser at the moment. They require England another 57 runs to win. It's easy for them, but what can they glean out of these the next 5 to 10 overs?
Well, if they can try and make it a little harder, probably pull the rate back, but a couple of wickets would help. But then another catch did go down, a sharp one behind the stump, so they must try and not lose their discipline. Try and maintain high standards right through. It's easy to fall away. So that's what you must guard against, and maybe that's the positive that they can take forward or gain some confidence from.
All right then, Russell, thank you so much for joining us as ever. Dhananjaya de Silva has got the ball in hand. He's bowled a delivery which just gets turned to fine leg, and his second one round the wicket, the off spinner gets punched by Morgan to Dasun Shanaka at extra cover. So Russell Arnold will be giving us his thoughts throughout the course of this Sri Lankan series. England 185 for 2. Dhananjaya again. Very easy run-up. Spears the ball down the leg side. Missed by Morgan, I fancy, and also missed by keeper Perera. And it goes down the leg side and will be signalled wide. They also pick up a run. And so England to 185 for 2. Morgan 42 not out. Root is, 187 for 2. I thought they hadn't ticked that over on the TV screen. Should have gone with your gut, Dagnall. 187 for 2. Morgan is 42. Root back on strike. 5 short of a half century. The field changes for the right-hander, so 5 deep fielders. Deep cover. Long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. Root gets a full delivery, which he pats back to the bowler. In fact, long offers come up inside the circle, so only 4 in the deep for Dhananjaya de Silva, who batted so beautifully in Sri Lanka's innings. Fell 9 short of what would have been a deserved century as the ball slightly shorter. Root shuffles back in the crease and forces it away through the offside. A single is picked up. England require 54 to win, 188 for 2.
I was just thinking, are they going to leave up? The ball's not turning a huge amount. I think Morgan might fancy just running down and plinking it over the top.
Dhananjaya, flat delivery. Morgan onto the back foot, tries to force it away.
No, they've
Only
sent him.
finds Shanaka at extra cover.
They sent him. Yeah.
Sends him back to long on now. Shanaka. Dhananjaya bowls, sorry, full of length. And squeezed away by Morgan out towards long off, and a single to finish the over. So 189 for 2, 53 required from 108 balls. I'll tell you what, saw a really good field yesterday. You mentioned about the Women's International, and it was Poonam Yadav, very slow leg spinner, but I thought it was a really clever field, and I wonder whether it's something that men's cricket have thought of. They kept mid on and mid off up, but the two deep fielders were actually a wideish long on and a deep extra cover, and just taking a little bit of pace out of it, so batters tend to drag the ball as opposed to trying to hit it straight. I just thought it was a really intelligent field for that type of bowling, and something different to think about. Don't see that a lot as Hasaranga bowls from the Vauxhall end, twirls his arms, and Morgan defends into the onside.
Yeah, it's hard to generate that pace of slow bowling without dragging it sometimes, and so it's almost tempting you go for it, but we've got the one at the angle to catch it.
Hasaranga bowls a full toss. Oh, it's walloped away by Morgan. It's an enormous 6. Whoa, 10-12 rows back over cow corner. He used his feet, he advanced. Hasaranga didn't see him coming, and he collected it on the full toss, and Morgan's power sees it sailing over the rope for 6, and he's one shy of a half century.
Well, he was coming, he saw it early, he made his mind up to get down the ground, and then got offered a gift, a low full toss. And what I like is just how he commits the full flourish of the bat and hit it back as far as he fancied, really. They're going to have to give the ball a bit of a clean as well, because it went into the crowd.
Yes, get the KFC wet wipe. Give it a rub. Used to get those with the buckets of chicken. And you used to get these sort of lemon-scented wet wipes.
I mean, other wet wipes are available.
I assume they are, as Hasaranga bowls, defended by Morgan.
Sorry, I was just entertaining myself there, really.
Well, at least you're entertaining someone.
Cheers, daggers.
190. I've missed you. 195 for 2. 47 to win from 105. Hasaranga twirls the arms, and a big appeal for LBW, and Hasaranga likes it. Does Rob Bailey? No. Now, is he outside the line? And I wonder if Morgan knew the line of the ball, hence the shot he'd played. He tried a reverse sweep, but Sri Lanka might as well review this one. It's been a while since they reviewed it, because they've used all of them in the
on-field decision is not out. It's
first couple of overs. Michael Goff is the voice you can hear. Hasaranga liked this. Pitching in like this looks good, you know.
Oof.
This looks really good.
Does this appear to be any bat involved? Could we just confirm that with Ultra Edge, please?
I have a funny feeling this could get overturned. I think it's pitching in line. Don't think there's any bat involved.
All the way through, please. All the way past the gloves as well, please. Yeah. All the way through the pad. Okay, no bat or glove involved, so ball tracking when available, please.
I think he's in the game here, Hasaranga.
Ball tracking coming up now.
Is it pitching outside? It is.
Pitching outside leg. Stay with your original decision of not out, Rob. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen now, Rob.
I have no doubts it was going on to hit the stumps, but it was just pitching nudge outside a leg, and Hasaranga can't believe it. And two things out of that. I think Morgan sees the line and is happy to play the shot. And also Rob Bailey has had a very good game today.
I think he'll still go for it again, you know. There's still a big gap if he can get it up and over.
There is a deep point out as Hasaranga bowls. Oh, and it's just squeezed through. I think Morgan inside edged it onto his pad, and then it trickled past the stumps. And Hasaranga must be wondering what he's got to do, but no matter how it occurs, in unorthodox circumstances, Owen Morgan raises his bat to all sides of the oval for his 55th England half-century. The England captain needed to find a little bit of form. He's got the perfect scenario, no great deal of pressure, perfect pitch, relatively timid attack, and he's got his way to a half-century. Hasaranga in again quickly. It scurries on to Root. Root is quick enough, though, to jam the bat down. and just play it out to backward point, and there is no run. So the end of the over. 33 have been bowled. Morgan is 50 not out. Root is 4 short of that same milestone. England 196 for 2, and Andy Saltzman can give us some numbers.
Yes, 50 off exactly 50 balls, a 6 and 5 fours. He said his 55th 50-plus score for England. 13 of those he's converted into hundreds. Also had 6 for Ireland, including 1 century, and it's his 7th 50-plus score against Sri Lanka, and only his 2nd since the 148 he made against Afghanistan in the World Cup in 17 innings. Another thing on that LBW, Daggers. Should a batsman lose their immunity on legs, the ball pitching outside leg stump, if they're playing a reverse shot?
That's a good question. We'll come to that in 10 overs time as Dhananjaya de Silva gets worked into the onside by Eoin Morgan just for a single. Moves into 51, 197 for 2. So he's playing a reverse. So he's playing the reverse sweep, and you reckon he loses his immunity
Because it's almost making it into a traditional shot.
Yeah, it's a really good question. As Root drives through the covers, might just pick up a couple of runs. Fernando trots after it on the deep cover boundary and does the fielding. A little poor with the throw, but no damage done. 2 runs onto the total, 199 for 2. It is a good question. I've not really thought about it until now, so I'm glad I've been prepped. Ebony.
I'm going to say...
Here's Dhananjaya, saved you, as the bowls driving down the ground as Root just canters through for another single. It brings up the England 200. 200 for 2, so England require just only another 42 runs to win. And Morgan retains, or is back on strike, 51 not out. Root is 49. Dhananjaya, off spinner, rolls his arms over and just pulls a flat delivery. Morgan punches down the ground for another single. England just very easily just accumulating, knocking these off. As I continue to talk, to delay
I have an
the
answer.
answering
I have
of this.
a couple of
you
answers.
have. You've got a couple of answers.
Hard in the spin over.
As shorter delivery is cut by Root as far as Hasaranga, and it brings him his half century. They might come back for a second overthrow, but one is enough. And Joe Root, as soon as Eoin Morgan picks up 50, Joe Root does the same. Test captain and one-day international captain together, out in the middle, raises his back towards the new Galadari stand, receives a handshake from Eoin Morgan, and returns to their respective ends. Very comfortable innings for Joe Root, continues his good form after his half-century in the first one-day international. 202 for 2. Bowlers getting through these quickly. Dhananjaya round the wicket, and an orthodox forward defensive push from Morgan concludes the over. 96 balls remain. England need 40 to win. 202 for 2. So give us an answer, Ebony Rainford Brunt.
Well, selfishly as a batter, I'm going to say no, because why would you do that? The other thing is, a lot of it, well, obviously as a batter, of course you don't want to introduce more rules that are going to get you out.
True.
But the other thing is, like people talk about, DRS, well, it shouldn't count this or it shouldn't count that. Actually, these games would go at quite a quick rate if all of a sudden you start adding in these extra ways of getting out. I just think we could do all this tinkering, and then all of a sudden a side gets out through this review, that review.
I'm leaning towards that as well.
Yeah.
I think that if it's pitching outside of leg stump, it's pitching outside of leg stump.
Yeah.
I'm not a massive fan of the rule as an entity, but I get shouted down a lot by it, so I'll stop talking about it. As Hasaranga bowls, Googly just shuffling back his route and plays it out to point, and there is no run. I think if ball's hitting the stumps, it's hitting the stumps, but that's a bit too simplistic an answer. As Hasaranga bowls, forward comes Root and drives it past the bowler through his follow-through, out to long off it goes.
I guess the only thing with that, it was invented when there was no DRS, so I can understand why everyone was like, if it's pitching outside, how can you be sure it's moving or whatever? Whereas now the technology is there, and I can see Andy sort of smiling.
What would be your answer to the question,
Come on, Andy. It's going to be way more intellectual than us.
Hasaranga bowls a googly that just slightly moves away off the surface to Eoin Morgan, but he just adjusts his shot, opens the face and plays it for a single through the offside. 204 for 2.
I think if you're playing a reverse shot, you've essentially made your leg stump the off stump. So I think then what is leg stump has changed philosophically, hasn't it?
Well, it has, but as Root sweeps out towards deep mid-wicket, it is a fair question. A single collected, 205 for 2, but I
What if you reverse your hands but not your feet, though? So you've actually only just...
That's sort of what Morgan did there.
Yeah.
They could get the lawyers involved there.
think my head's going to
drag
explode.
it through the court.
Hasaranga. Short, pulled away by Morgan. He cloths it a little bit, but it ends up bouncing a couple of times out to deep mid-wicket, where Pathum Nissanka is doing the fielding. 206 for 2. I think there's always going to be a school of thought where I genuinely think the majority of people who are listening play the game as well as Hasaranga bowls, and it's a bit of more of a loopy delivery, quite straight. It almost squeezed through, but Root was quick enough to jam the bat down, and it goes to mid-wicket, and there is no run. 206 for 2, the end of the over. 15 overs remain here, and England need 36 to win this second Royal London one-day international. Yeah, I think the majority of people will say, well, look, the rule is if it pitches outside of leg, it's going to be not out, and that was gone back to the 30s in the Bodyline series where you aim for the pads. And I think if I'm being brutally honest, that's right. The bowler in me speaks and says, well, if it's hitting the stumps, it matters not where it pitches. But I think the rule is as it is, and is kept and should be kept the way it is.
Look, for me...
But it's an interesting question on the reverse. If you are reversing your position and making leg stump off stump, yes, I think it's an interesting question.
I just feel
we've pretty much summed that up, haven't we?
As long as the bat dominates the ball, we're having a good game.
I think the reverse. 206 for 2. Asitha's back on, and his medium pace skiddy deliveries from the pavilion end. His first ball is defended by Morgan.
Root's half century came from 63 balls with just 3 fours. It's his 51st 50-plus score in ODI cricket, 16 of which he's converted into centuries. And he also, before this half century on Tuesday, had gone 10 innings without a half century since the World Cup.
Thank you, Andy. Morgan waits for Asitha, and he drives it just past the outstretched hands of Asitha on his follow-through. That wasn't far away from a caught and bowled. Caught it high on the bat, did Morgan. It finds its way to Chameera at mid-on, but not far away. A little grimace from Asitha.
Yeah, it's just one of those little pushes, wasn't it? He was looking to just punch it back up the ground and ended up getting the timing a little bit off. A near chance.
Asitha Fernando towards as he comes, scuttling in, bowls on back of the length, and Morgan defends. Always defends and then crouches a little bit. So the ball was just coming back into him, squeezed out into the offside. It's a little anticlimactic at the moment. There's no great suspense about the game.
They're also not... how would I describe it? I think England are just kind of getting the job done, but they're not necessarily taking any risks or trying to make any statements. So this last phase, they've just played effectively rather than...
Fernando bowls and Morgan defends.
If we'd have had Bairstow Roy at the crease, they would have wanted to bully this to the end. So, yeah, it's not got the...
Oh, England won't care.
The buzz, yeah. Just get the job done.
Absolutely, and that's what they are doing. Very comfortable. Remember, there's one more one-day international against Sri Lanka, and that is at Bristol. That's on Sunday, game you'll hear on Test Match Special. And then we've got the one-day international series against Pakistan. 3 of those, and then 3 T20s against the same opposition as Asitha Fernando bowls, and Morgan works this out to Chameera at mid-on. There is no run. So Cardiff first, then Lords and Bristol for the Pakistan one-day internationals. Everybody who's an England fan quite content. We saw some blistering hitting up front from Bairstow and Roy as Asitha Fernando bowls, and that's pulled away by Morgan and straight to Hasaranga. Thought it was going for 4, but It goes on the one hop to the leg spinner. He's patrolling the fine leg boundary, and that is the end of the over. So 207 for 2. Morgan and Root quite content, just picking up what is on offer. Given by the Sri Lankan bowlers, Morgan is 55 not out, Root is 52 not out. England 207 for 2. They only need 35 more runs to win. I think we're going to see return of Dushmantha Chameera. And on that note, James Anderson is coming in for Ebony Rain for Brent, and Simon Mann will come in for me.
Didn't even get a ball in there, Charles, me and you. Oh well. Yeah, Chameera back in the attack. I mean, it feels a bit late now, but it's a last throw of the dice for the Sri Lankans. Can he get a wicket?
Chameera runs away from us now, and he bowls, and Morgan is beaten outside the off stump. Might have been a slow ball as it didn't carry through to Perera, who fumbles the ball. No run is scored. It's 207 for 2. Now the race is on. Can Simon Mann commentate the second ball of the over? Once again, it's a tricky changeover. It's like watching a struggling relay team here. Arguments over the baton.
I'm going no, Andy. You're doing another ball.
Incidentally, the 100 partnership came up just recently. It's now standing at 103. The 13th century stand between these two. Simon's plugged in. He's switched on. There he is.
There we go. Chameera into bowl to Morgan. Morgan plays that away into the offside, and there's no run. I've got a dodgy connection on the end of my thingamajig.
Okay, Doctor.
I set that one up nicely for you.
Yes, I said the 13th century partnership that ties Bairstow and Roy, most century partnerships for England in ODI cricket, and it puts them in joint 10th on the all-time list. Ganguly and Tendulkar had 26. They lead the way.
Well, England are doing this at a canter. We're in the 37th over. Here is Chameera bowling to Morgan. Morgan plays defensively into the offside, and there's no run. The light's beginning to take over now. There's still lots of natural light around, but we might be off for bad light without them. It's a first-class match. But it's a pleasant evening. It's been a pleasant day. Pastel colours in the crowd today. All the dark coats and scarves and bobble hats, things like that. It's not been that, so it's been a lovely day. But it's been a low-powered game, really. England dominating Sri Lanka again. They just don't quite have the firepower in their batting. Here is a short ball. It's pulled away by Morgan ferociously out towards deep back with square leg, and it's very well fielded on the boundary by Pathum Nissanka, diving away to his left. And they are restricted to 2 runs. A huge boundary out there. We've been mentioning that today. Morgan caught hold of that, but Nissanka away to his left-hand side, fully committed, dived and stopped that going before. Really well played. 209 for 2. Appreciated by the bowler, who raised his hands and applauded him. Morgan to 57 with those 2 runs. England need 242 to win. Here is Morgan driving through the offside for 4. Fine shot, it was in the slot, and it was dealt with by Morgan. Powered away through the covers. And it takes him to 61. And Morgan was talking at the end of that last one-day international as he felt he needed a score, and he's got it today. 61 not out.
Yeah, he's played really well. He's played some nice cricket shots. That one probably the pick of them, actually. Was there to be hit, but still put it away beautifully through the covers.
Power and timing in the shot. Really stayed hit, that one. Here is Chameera bowling to Morgan. It's a tighter line and dragged his length back a bit. Morgan played defensively into the offside, and there is no run. It's the end of the over, so England need 29 to win. The scheduled close is 8:30. Scheduled at the start of the day's play. If they bowl all the overs, we go later than that, but it looks as though we're going to finish at that sort of time, possibly just before. And it's been another day of comfort for England against Sri Lanka. I mean, as a neutral, it's sad to see, really. We think of Sri Lanka cricket as it was struggling in the 80s. Okay, they became a test-playing nation, and they stumbled for a while. They took a few beatings, and then, of course, they got themselves together, won the World Cup, and they produced some great players, and they've they've been competitive for so long. It doesn't feel as though they're that competitive at the moment. They're well down the rankings. Here is Karunaratne bowling to Root, and Root plays at that one and misses it, I think. Although I didn't know to say whether Perera took that cleanly or not behind the stumps. It wasn't a great take. Got another one on the end of the finger. Did he? Let's have a quick look at this. Yeah, no, he did touch that Root, but it bounced in front of him. I thought that was what it was. He actually was. I've done Perera down there because it was a good piece of keeping, because it bounced fractured in front of him. And Root did get something on it. Asitha Fernando at that far end turns in his 9th over, no wicket for 48, prepares to go into bowl to Root, and Root flicks that away down towards deep back with square leg, sets off for the single, and England need a further 28 to win. 214 for 2. Root 53 and Morgan on 61. Yeah, so it's sad to see where they are. For the love of cricket and the importance of having strong, lots of strong teams, or as many strong teams as possible.
Yeah, but you look at this team and how many players are missing. We talked about when Sri Lanka last beat England in a one-day international.
Yeah, here's Fernando bowling to Morgan, who drives and time. It goes up to mid-off and there's no run.
It does seem like there's a lot of players missing that have got the quality to get Sri Lanka to a level that you'd expect them to be at. At the minute, it's just, obviously three players have been sent home for ill discipline on this trip. And you've got the top 4 you mentioned, Andy, in the game in the World Cup and the one before that, where they beat England. Very different to what we're seeing now.
See the Fernando bowls to Morgan. Morgan plays firmly up towards mid-on, and there's no run. I don't think I read this incorrectly. I did see somewhere yesterday the 3 players sent home have been banned for a year. Is that right, from the Sri Lankan team? That's what I read. I read that yesterday. Just check this actually, because I wouldn't want to give false information, but that's what I read. Which that's a significant punishment if it's the case. Is it likely to face 1-year bans? Is that what you're reading, Andy, there?
Yes, that's according to the Hindustan Times website.
Morgan tries to run that down towards third, gets a bit too close to him, hits it hard into the surface, and it bounces to Perera, the wicketkeeper and captain, and there is no run. So a year ban. I mean, whether there's a bit more to what happened in Durham has been released, and then it's possible that is the case. I mean, the official version is that they went for a coffee and left the team hotel. Who knows, there might be a bit more to it. It does
seem a harsh punishment for going to find a coffee.
Asitha Fernando bowls to Morgan, chopped away down towards third, wide third, and Binura Fernando is there, flicks in a lovely return, a lovely easy flick of the wrist, propelling the ball towards the wicketkeeper.
It's possible it was a pumpkin spice latte, in which case a 1-year ban is fully justified.
215 for 2 at the end of the over. England are moving towards their victory target. I wonder if anyone's moving towards the exits. 1 or 2 I can see making their way out to beat the traffic, get the early train, or relatively early train compared to everybody else. People have made their minds up. We've had an atmosphere today. We had 14,000 in, which is half the capacity here. And it's been great to see this many people back. A full house for the Pakistan versus England game at Lord's, which is the middle one of the 3 one-day internationals between England and Pakistan. Morgan gets the ball from Chameera on his pads this time. Chameera losing his line. Morgan flicked it away down towards fine leg, and it's gone away for 4 up towards the pavilion at the far end of the ground. And Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion. 219 for 2. And having made a score today, the next target for Morgan presumably is to be there at the end.
Yeah, he played a few more expansive shots earlier on in his innings, getting himself going, and now he's just looks like he's making sure he's going to be there at the end.
66 not out to him from 72. Chameera bowls, short ball down the leg side, but over leg stump according to umpire Bailey. So no wide. That's signalled. Seen a lot of short balls bowled today, and there have been a few wickets off them as well. Jason Roy was out to a short ball, which he pulled to De Silva. And there are a couple in Sri Lanka's innings as well. Sam Curran taking 5 for 48, a day for him to remember. So his best figures in one-day international cricket. His first 5 for in any cricket for England?
Yes, and his first 5 for in list day one-day cricket for anyone.
What are his best test figures? 219 for 2. Chameera round the wicket now to bowl to Morgan. Goes into him now, and Morgan hits this back past the ball, doesn't really time it. And he gets a single, miscue out towards straight mid-on to 20 for 2. So 22 runs required by England. Morgan, but that single goes to 67.
Sam Curran's had a couple of 4-fers in Test, 4 for 74 in his second Test at Edgbaston against India. Thrilling game, which also made some crucial runs, and 4 for 58 is his best in Centurion, December 2019. Before today, he'd only taken 7 one-day international wickets in 9 innings.
A great day for him. Here is Chameera outside the off stump, clattered away by Root, brilliantly stopped for backward point. Well, it was a fine shot, and Avishka Fernando went away to his right-hand side to stop it, and I'm sure if that had enough on it to go before, it might well have done. Really athletic piece of fielding. The sort that bowlers like.
Yep, definitely. Really good bit of fielding. Looked like it was 4 straight off the bat, but good diving stop. And to be fair to Sri Lanka, I think it's fielded pretty well throughout the series. The fielding has not been the issue.
It's the batting, isn't it? I think it's been the big problem for them here. It's Chameera, good Yorker, dug out by Root into the onside towards mid-wicket.